Rebirth, my daily life cultivating immortality. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 776, Consolidating the Throne. It was cloudy and icy rain. The cold girl was waiting at the platform. Zuchachu thought that she would wait until the next bus, or after get off work, or even later. She had made long-term mental preparations, but at this moment, Jiang Ning disturbed the chaotic crowd and appeared in front of her. It was cold and raining. I don't know if Zuchachu dared not look closely, or because of the rainy day, so that Jiang Ning's face was looming, only a pair of ink-like eyes, which made people unforgettable at first sight. Zhu Yuantang behind him poked his head out, his palm-sized face hiding under his hat, and called out excitedly, "Choo-choo, go home." Zhu Yuantang appreciated Choo-choo's surprised expression and felt secretly happy in her heart and a sense of accomplishment that she saved Choo-choo from danger. Zuchachu didn't expect Jiang Ning to come at all because there had never been such a precedent. At this moment, her mood was like she had walked forward in the rain countless times, alone and endlessly, and suddenly someone came to pick her up. Zuchachu carefully picked up her steps and walked to the titanium gray battery car. Tang Tang leaned against Jiang Ning. "Yes, there is still a vacant seat." Jiang Ning casually took off Tang Tang's raincoat and handed it to Chachu. "Put it on and cover Tang Tang later." Zuchachu, okay. After getting ready, Zuchachu got on the electric car. In full view of everyone, Jiang Ning turned the ignition switch, and the angular body of the electric car pierced the wind and rain again, and drove towards the white street in the distance. At the entrance of the small supermarket diagonally opposite the bus stop, a boy wearing an Adidas jacket was chatting with his classmates next to him, but his eyes kept glancing at the bus stop. When he saw the beautiful figure being picked up, he was shocked. The girl wearing black framed glasses with thick lenses noticed the change in Jin Yuanhang. "What's wrong?" Jin Yuanhang laughed dryly. "Nothing." He and Zuchachu were classmates and knew each other's personalities. Except for Muang in the class, he usually kept to himself. It was raining outside today. After he learned that Chachu didn't ride the bike, he wanted to find a chance. As a result, he kept looking and looking. He was still looking, but he didn't know that she was picked up. Jin Yuanhang. Damn it. When the cool-looking electric bike passed by the supermarket, the cold wind blew Zuchachu's hair, and her messy long hair fluttered wantonly. Not only did she not look embarrassed, but she looked even more beautiful and refined. Jin Yuanhang felt sour. He walked away with his head down. The female classmate with black framed glasses who had just spoken to him shouted, "Hey, where are you going?" Jin Yuanhang walked forward. He waved his hand and said in a muffled voice, "Don't worry about me. I'm going to Yuanhang." The female classmate with black framed glasses laughed and hurriedly caught up with him with her school bag. "You walk so fast. Wait for me." Jiang Ning's electric bike was very warm. This was how Zuchachu felt after getting on the car. Secondly, it is very stable. Zuchachu, who often rides to school, knows very well how easy it is for an electric bike to slip in this kind of weather. However, at this moment, she did not feel any signs of the wheels slipping out of control. She suddenly remembered that Tang Tang had whispered to her before, claiming that she was a big leader. Zuchachu then asked her why she said that. Tang Tang said that many big leaders have full-time drivers, and those drivers drive very steadily, so big leaders can't feel the bumps. She also didn't feel the bumps when riding Jiang Ning's electric bike. In other words, she is a big leader. At that time, Zuchachu only thought of it as a joke, but now that she has personally sat on it, she realized that Tang Tang was not joking. In addition, Jiang Ning rode very fast, almost flying close to the ground, and the scenery on both sides quickly receded. There was no trace of the electric bike, no cars or buses. The journey that usually takes nearly 20 minutes seemed to be condensed into just a few minutes. In a trance, Zuchachu heard Jiang Ning's clear voice in her ears, "Hold tight." Zuchachu subconsciously hugged Tang Tang. Then, the wheels suddenly stopped. Due to inertia, the car body swung out a graceful arc on the ice surface, and from the intersection of Nanhang Road, it drifted gorgeously and swung into Heba Road. In the thrilling situation, Zhu Chuchu pinched Tang Tang, but Tang Tang didn't care. She shouted, "Ha ha ha, Chuchu, you are so timid." When the inertia gradually disappeared and the battery car stopped, Jiang Ning turned off the switch, and the motor drove the rear wheel to spin wildly, buzzing into the wind and rain in the east. In the back, a taxi was driving slowly. The middle-aged male driver witnessed this scene and was stunned. The middle-aged male driver, "Wow, this is amazing technology," he said to the passenger in the back seat. "Sister, did you see that? There was an electric car drifting so cool just now." In the back seat of the taxi, there was a passenger wearing a sleeveless down jacket and dressed exquisitely. Even with a mask, people could still tell that she was a beautiful woman. She heard the driver's words and casually said, "Oh, an electric bike." She glanced out the window and said, "You ride an electric bike in this weather?" She didn't say the rest of the words, but the contempt in her words was extremely obvious. The middle-aged male driver had been a taxi driver for half his life, so he could naturally see through the thoughts of young women. He didn't want to chat with her anymore, and exclaimed to himself, "Damn, so cool." The driver was so excited that he seemed to be back to his 16 years. He subconsciously turned the steering wheel, and the car body suddenly floated. The female passenger in the back seat screamed and fell on the seat. This scream immediately brought the driver back to reality. He pulled away from his dream and faced the hardships of life again. He quickly tried to smooth things over. "Little girl, sit tight. The ground is slippery." The road to the dam was unobstructed. When Jiang Ning was going downhill, he performed another drift downhill move. Chuchu hugged Tang Tang tightly again. Tang Tang was strangled by her and felt pain. She complained to Jiang Ning about Chuchu. Zhu Chuchu felt guilty and slightly embarrassed. The bungalow was cold and rainy. The loving mother waits at the door with affection, while the wandering son suffers on the road. When the familiar electric car appeared, Aunt Gu felt relieved. She saw that the electric car today was a little different from the past. Zhu Chuchu took off her hat and showed her face. A very pretty girl, but unfortunately it was not Tang Tang from her family. Before Aunt Gu could get confused, Tang Tang popped her head out from under the raincoat and smiled. "Mom, I'm back." Aunt Gu glared at her. "I thought it was a gift." "Humph, I'm the soul of the whole car. Jiang Ning is the groom. Chuchu is the cargo. May I ask who I am, Mom?" Zhu Yuantang asked proudly. Aunt Gu rubbed her little ears, which were warm. Jiang Ning took good care of her daughter. Aunt Gu taught her, "You are a donkey pulling a cart." Zhu Chuchu's mouth curled slightly, and she envied the family relationship between Tang Tang and Aunt Gu. Her own mother rarely joked with her like this. Zhu Yuantang sniffed her nose and smelled the steamed buns in the house. Her eyes lit up. "I'm tired of pulling the cart. I want to eat 8 buns. Aunt Gu, she's raising pigs." As she said this, she pulled her daughter's arm and sent her to the kitchen, saying, "Jiang Ning, Chuchu, come and have some buns too." "Jiang Ning, I'll go home and clean up." Tang Tang yelled, "Come and eat. I'll clean up for you." Now Jiang Ning eats 3 meals a day at Tang Tang's house. It has long been a treatment for her family. It is very rare to rent a house to this extent. Jiang Ning parked the car and found Tang Tang's kitchen. The firewood in the stove was burning, and the whole house was filled with fragrance. Tang Tang sat on a bench and ate buns and drank sweet soup. "My mother made several kinds of buns today," Zhu Yuantang introduced. "There are leeks, vermicelli and eggs, cabbage and pork, dried bean curd and mushroom stuffing, and shrimp meat buns. I tell you, shrimp meat buns are delicious." Tang Tang took a big bite. Prawns are very expensive, much rarer than pork. In the past, the family had no money and could not afford to use shrimp as stuffing. Now, with Aunt Gu's hard work, the Zhu family now has savings, and Tang Tang's college money has been saved. Life will get better and better, right? Tang Tang grabbed a shrimp bun for Jiang Ning. Because the bun had just come out of the pot, it was so hot that it bounced in Tang Tang's hand. Jiang Ning took the bun with Tang Tang's handprint and took a bite. The dough was fluffy and soft, and the shrimp was fresh and the meat was mellow, hot and mixed together. It was snowing outside again. staying in the small house, eating homemade buns, and drinking a big mouthful of sour and sweet pineapple and white fungus soup. The heart was very solid. This is a warmth that wanderers who work in a foreign land can never experience. Zhu Yuantang finished a palm-sized bun. She took a small steamed bun basket, put 3 buns in it, covered it with a cage cloth to keep it warm, and ran outside, intending to enjoy it with Chachu. Teacher Kyan was sitting at the door, drinking porridge made of flour paste. He used chopsticks to stir the pickled mustard in the bowl, frowning and turning his head from time to time to look at the Xiaogu family next door. Since Xiaogu moved to Heba, he could eat the New Year's goods given by Xiaogu family every year, including steamed buns, sugar cakes, scorched leaves, glutinous rice noodles and even rice dumplings. In the past 2 years, there have been fewer, especially this year. As Xiao Jiang next door became more and more arrogant, he didn't get any good results this year, and even lost the sesame oil he had asked others to squeeze. The steamed buns in the rural earthen pot are very fragrant, and there is no range hood. Once the lid is opened, there is a pot full of freshly cooked buns. As the steam rises, the neighbors can smell the fragrance. When you think of Xiaogu's skill in steaming buns, it is really rare for anyone to eat them. Teacher Kyan is very greedy. Xiaogu's steamed buns are made of real ingredients, hygienic, and green without additives. Who doesn't like them? In previous years, Xiaogu would send a basket of big buns, and Teacher Kyan would save them and eat one per meal, which could last for several days. It's strange. No more gifts? Teacher Kyan didn't get any advantage and felt very uncomfortable. Just as Teacher Kyan was scratching his head, he suddenly saw Tang Tang holding a small steamed bun basket and coming to the east. Teacher Kyan was overjoyed and quickly stood up with the bowl, saying excitedly, "Hey, Tang Tang, you are finally here. I thought there would be no buns to eat this year." He glanced at the size of the steamed bun basket, frowned again, and thought, "I'm not saying anything bad about you, Tang Tang. Your basket is a little small, not big enough." Zhu Yuantang looked at him strangely, turned and walked into Chachu's house. Teacher Kyan's words stopped abruptly. "It's not you, it's me," Teacher Kyan stuttered, and his words were not smooth. He was depressed and continued to drink porridge. Soon, Tang Tang and Chachu went out together, returned to the door of the house, watched the snow outside, and enjoyed the buns. Teacher Kyan couldn't help it. He came over and asked, "Tang Tang, is there no buns in my family this year?" Zhu Yuantang asked knowingly, "Do you want to eat?" Teacher Kyan, "You must want to eat." Zhu Yuantang snorted in his heart. He used to send buns to Teacher Kyan's house every year, but in return, he was bullied and ridiculed by others for orphans and widows. She replied, "You want to eat steamed buns, why don't you make them yourself? Don't you know how to make them?" Teacher Kyan was choked. He was anxious. Teacher Kyan said hurriedly, "I know your steamed buns, they are really delicious. Isn't my family poor? How about this, you tell your mother to make some steamed buns for me, and I will pay you. The steamed buns in the restaurant outside are sold for 1 yuan each. We are neighbors. How about you charge the cost price, 30 cents each? I will give you 10 yuan now. You steam 30 buns for me, and the remaining 1 yuan is considered as hard work fee." This price, even the frugal Chachu heard it, a little uncomfortable. After hearing this, Zhu Yuantang curled her lips. "Are you still alive in the Qing dynasty?" Zhu Chachu subconsciously replied, "The Qing dynasty is gone." After saying that, she was a little embarrassed. Teacher Kyan's face straightened, and he said solemnly, "We are neighbors, shouldn't we charge the cost price? People should not be too greedy." After hearing this, Zhu Yuantang thought for a while and said, "Teacher Kyan, you are right." Teacher Kyan was stunned, and then he smiled. "Okay, I will pay you when you finish steaming the buns." This trick of receiving the goods first and then paying the money really made Zhu Chachu learn more. Zhu Yuantang, "Okay, wait for you." Teacher Kyan went home with satisfaction and waited for the buns to be steamed. He had spent money now. Teacher Kyan reminded, "I want pork stuffing, put more pork." Zhu Yuantang, "Wait for you." Tang Tang ran back to the house, found Jiang Ning and his mother, and told them about Teacher Kyan's request for buns. Aunt Gu had a lot of bad feelings towards Teacher Kyan. She had given him a lot of things over the years, but she didn't get others to take care of her daughter. Aunt Gu is a rural person, a kind woman in the traditional sense. Her study of human hearts is relatively simple. She does not have any sophisticated means to build good relationships. The idea she follows is that if I treat you well, you will treat me well too. Unfortunately, the river dam is not safe and people are treacherous. Aunt Gu, let him wait. Zhu Yuantang, humph, that's it. 2 big buns made Zhu Yuantang almost full. She poured a bowl of pineapple soup and ran to the door to drink it. Jiang Ning followed her. Butcher Zhang next door was holding a bottle of white wine, sitting at the door drinking and gnawing on big bones. It was the coldest season, and after drinking strong liquor, Butcher Zhang shouted, "It's so good. Liquor makes people brave." Butcher Zhang looked at Jiang Ning who was drinking soup next door and shouted, "Zio Jiang, come and drink with uncle." Zhu Yuantang immediately grabbed Jiang Ning. She didn't want Jiang Ning to drink. Butcher Zhang was drunk and liked to act crazy. It was scary. Jiang Ning waved his hand. "No. Butcher Zhang, young man, what kind of man are you if you don't drink? Come on." Jiang Ning said, "Wait until your son Ruan has winter vacation. I'll have a couple of drinks with him." Butcher Zhang's face changed. He drank every day, so he naturally knew that alcohol was not a good thing. He would never let his son drink. When it came to his only child, Butcher Zhang shouted, "Haha, you're kidding." He stopped inviting him to drink. Jiang Ning looked up and saw the icicles on Butcher Zhang's roof. The so-called icicles are the snow on the eaves that melted into water and froze into icicles when flowing down. The tip of the icicles hangs on the edge of the eaves with the tip facing down. There are a lot of these things in the Anhui province in the north. Jiang Ning reminded, "Uncle Zhang, you should clean up the icicles on your head. Don't let them fall and hit you." Butcher Zhang laughed. "Can this thing hurt me? You young people are really afraid of death." Jiang Ning casually swiped, and an icicle broke away from the eaves and hit Butcher Zhang's head. Butcher Zhang howled in pain. The wine bottle knocked over, and the big bone in his hand fell out. The big wolf dog's earban went up and took the bone away. Chapter 777, The Frozen River. January 29th. Last night, Xin Yaoling informed the class group that there was no need to attend morning self-study the next day, so Zhu Yuantang slept in beautifully. When she woke up, she cleaned up and ran to Chachu's house. She found that Jiang Ning and Chachu were doing something sinful behind her back. They had even finished their breakfast. Jiang Ning drank tea and said indifferently, "Didn't you say last night that I didn't need to call you?" Zhu Yuantang was angry, "But hurry up, do you have to let me see?" Jiang Ning said calmly, "It's okay, I'll take you to the cafeteria for a big meal later." Zhu Yuantang calmed down. It rained for a long time yesterday, and the ground became very slippery, which caused great obstruction to urban traffic. This sudden bad weather caught Yazhao off guard and almost broke through the official defense of Yazhao, so that it was difficult to take comprehensive measures. Jiang Ning showed her car keys and took the initiative to say, "Chachu." As a girl, she had experienced it once yesterday. When facing Jiang Ning's invitation again today, Zhu Chachu hesitated for a moment and agreed easily. Jiang Ning pushed the titanium grey electric car to the door, took Tang Tang and Chachu with him, turned the ignition switch, and the car body sped out quickly. After rushing to the river dam in one go, Zhu Yuantang cast her eyes on the broad Hushu River in the north. Although she played games every day, she had good genes, and was not nearsighted at all, and still had top-notch dynamic and static vision. The cold wind hummed softly in her ears, and the river, that usually flowed, showed a different scene. The grey sky contrasted with the silver ice surface, and the river fell into a deep sleep. A few winter birds flew up from the ice surface, adding a bit of vitality to the cold and lonely winter. Zhu Yuantang was surprised. "Jiang Ning, look, it's frozen." Jiang Ning saw more than Zhu Yuantang, and saw that the Dinglan formation was gathering the spiritual power between heaven and earth, and pouring it into the river. The Dinglan formation took Jiang Ning a lot of effort. Naturally, it not only had the function of freezing, but the formation could also gather the spiritual power of heaven and earth. With the help of the spiritual materials of each formation a kind of blue fine spiritual crystal was bred. Within Jiang Ning's spiritual awareness, under the ice, a brave big fish drove away the surrounding fish, and was frantically devouring the spirit crystals. The big fish's body underwent a transformation, and it swam significantly faster. Eat more. Jiang Ning was relieved. He heard that the fish cultivated by the Dinglan formation were rare and good things for cultivators. Zhu Chuchu talked to Tang Tong. Well, it doesn't feel very thick. Zhu Yuan Tong, if it gets colder for a few days, it might become very thick. I'll go skating then. Zhu Chuchu shook her head after hearing this. It's very difficult. The ice is not formed in one day. According to the geographical location of Yazhou, I don't think I've heard of ice that can be climbed in recent years. Zhu Yuantong, that's not necessarily true. I heard that the West Lake, which is closer to the south, was frozen before. Jiang Ning, indeed. Zhu Yuantong was happy to get Jiang Ning's approval. She fantasized, when the river is thickly frozen, we will grab Dong Dong's tires, and then we can go skating. Jiang Ning, okay, I'll grab them, and you drag me away. The two finalized the plan. They were riding the same electric car, but they had different dreams. Zhu Chuchu suddenly said, what about me? In the winter, not only do you need to wear thick cotton clothes to keep warm, but you also need to protect your fragile ears. At the gate of number 4 middle school, Yuwen wore a plush duckbill cap to lock in her warmth. This plush duckbill cap is beige, simple in style, but very design oriented. Even if an ordinary girl like Yuwen wears it, she can still look trendy. Yuwen feels that she is a happy woman because this cap is a gift from her favorite Huang Zhongfi. What does it mean to give a plush cap in winter? It means that the monitor cares about her. Yuwen walked carefully on the slippery ice track on campus, controlling her center of gravity like a penguin. The road surface, after freezing rain, is too slippery, and she will fall if she is not careful. There are more than 1 or 2 classmates like her. Looking from the school gate, the classmates wearing thick cotton jackets, with their feet apart, swaying in small steps, are actually funny and naive. Of course, only the weak learn from penguins, and the strong have various ways. Wu Zhaoqi dribbled forward, like an NBA basketball player trying to break through the defense line, very aggressive. Gute, the whirlwind ball from class 11 of grade 2, slid forward directly along the ice, although he fell badly. Shi Qianjin, who was walking slowly from class 9, ran up to him quickly and laughed at him. In order to prevent falling, 5 girls from grade 11 walked hand in hand, but 5 of them fell. Shi Qianjin quickly moved in front of them and laughed at them. Cuiyu and Meng Jiui walked together. Cuiyu was surprised to find Yuwen wearing a hat. He shouted publicly, hello, beautiful Yuwen from class 8 of grade 2, you look so beautiful today. As soon as these words came out, the classmates around looked over. Yuwen was praised in public, and she felt so happy that her steps were weak. But she hated Cuiyu very much. Even after being praised, she turned around and spat. Get lost. Cuiyu was laughing and didn't care at all. He continued to praise. Beautiful, so beautiful, but it's a pity that your hat brim is too high. If you use your hands to push it down, I think it will be cooler and more stylish. Believe me. Yuwen's mouth corners rose wildly. Seeing the compliment, she believed it once and really pulled the brim down. The peaked cap can lengthen the face and make the facial features more three-dimensional. Pulling the brim down will make the effect more obvious. Cuiyu exclaimed, oh my god, beautiful, so beautiful. He continued to instruct, put your hands in your pockets. Yuwen did it. Cuiyu, but, so cool, no one will love this hat. Meng Jiui, it's really beautiful. Yuwen lost herself in the compliments. Her smile was crazy and proud. It was hard to imagine how shocked the monitor would be when he saw that his hat had found the best model in the world. Cuiyu, it's so beautiful, pull the hat down a little bit. Yes, a little bit lower. Yuwen continued to pull the hat, and finally covered her eyes. Cuiyu shouted, so cool. Dang. Yuwen hit her head against a telephone pole, and fell to the ground. Cuiyu clapped his thigh and laughed. The steps at the entrance of the cafeteria were splashed with hot water by school staff, and covered with cardboard to prevent slipping. There were 8 people at the table, but 7 people were present. Bei Yuxia came a little earlier, and when Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang arrived, pumpkin soup and steamed buns were served. After Chen Xiaoyu found out, she said intimately, Yuxia, you are so virtuous. Tang Fu put her long legs on the table, biting a steamed bun. It's me. Bayuxia, she cleaned your bowl. Chen Xiao was not someone who didn't know how to be grateful. She thanked. Fu Fu, you are hardworking. Tang Fu, why can't you be virtuous? Zhu Yuantang said secretly, because if a person is very capable and tall, it is easy to be incompatible with virtuous. Tang Fu was confused. I understand. Only short people can be called virtuous, right? And I can only be hardworking. Zhu Yuantang, the first round of confrontation failed. Bayuxia covered her mouth and coughed. She thought Tang Tang was carefree every day, but who knew she was depressed here? Zhu Yuantang signaled Chen Xiao opposite with his eyes. Chen Xiao knew the signal of a joint attack, and she betrayed Fu Fu who had just helped her get food without hesitation. Chen Xiao began to look for countermeasures. 1, 2, 3. Looking for failure. Chen Xiao began to ask her sister for a plan. 1, 2, 3. And failed again. Zhu Yuantang. Originally there were 3 people fighting in a team, but now I'm the only one left. Zhu Yuantang fought alone. Tang Fu had just peeled a boiled egg, revealing the white and smooth egg white inside. She took a bite gently. Her teeth were neat and white, which made people feel very comfortable. Zhu Yuantang came up with a plan. Fu Fu, are the eggs delicious? Tang Fu, delicious. What's wrong? Zhu Yuantang, can I have a bite? Tang Fu agreed. Zhu Yuantang pulled off a small piece of egg white, put it in her mouth and tasted it. She said, it's really delicious. She pretended to be surprised. No wonder it's so delicious. It's a hen's egg. Tang Fu opened her eyes. How do you know it's a hen's egg? Zhu Yuantang said solemnly, isn't this a basic skill? I'll know it as soon as I try it. Tang Fu was puzzled. Why can't I see it? Chen Xiao jumped out to help. Because you are stupid. Zhu Yuantang gave her a look of praise. As expected of her second follower Xiao, she could really read her plan. Tang Fu, how did you see it? Chen Xiao began to explain. There is a 50% chance that it is a hen's egg, and there is also a 50% chance that it is a rooster's egg, right? I forgot to tell you that I'm a master of probability. Bayuxia, why is the development of things a little wrong? Tang Fu was puzzled. Zhu Yuantang smiled at her distress, and Chen Xiao followed Tang Tang's answer, and was also very happy. Zhu Yuantang finally stopped teasing her, and she gave the answer, because roosters don't lay eggs. After saying this, Tang Fu suddenly realized. Chen Xiao was shocked. Zhu Yuantang, Xiao, what's wrong with you? Chen Xiao stammered, haha, I'm fine. Bayuxia had already seen through Xiao's stupidity, and she commented in her heart, excellent. After dinner, they returned to the classroom. Jiang Ning was browsing the forum at his seat to see what happened in the debate. Although Jiang Ning's current ability is beyond the scope of ordinary people, he is still immersed in the various aspects of the world. With this detached mentality, he appreciates the chaos of the online world and occasionally plays a role of a justice defender. It's not enough. Zhu Yuantang was playing games next to him. She was playing an online game of World of Tanks, driving a tank, and fighting against people in the battlefield, having a lot of fun. At this time, Duan Shigen ran to the 4th company seat, found Jiang Ning, and asked sincerely, Brother Ning, how do you drift? Can you tell me the technique? He saw Jiang Ning's big drift on campus this morning, and was shocked on the spot. As a former member of the Ghost Fire, Duan Shigen's pursuit of car skills has been integrated into his soul. The former big brother has become more flexible after coming to class 8. Before Jiang Ning could reply, Zhu Yuantang, her deskmate, said while playing games, you ride faster, then press the brakes, and then swing the handlebars. Control it casually in the middle, and you will learn to float on the snow. She was half truthful. Duan Shigen was puzzled. So simple. Jiang Ning, yes, this is how I float. Duan Shigen listened, and got the skills. He was a little suspicious whether there was any trick, but seeing Jiang Ning's appearance, it seemed that she was not fooling him. Duan Shigen saw Zhu Yuantang holding a mobile phone, lowering her head to play an intense tank game. The little girl had a bun on her head. His memory suddenly went back to a few years ago, and he felt a little familiar. Duan Shigen suddenly asked, Zhu Yuantang, did you study in Hanging Junior High School? Zhu Yuantang turned his head and said, yes. Duan Shigen suddenly realized, no wonder, I just saw you playing games, and suddenly I felt a little familiar. I remember that I went to Qiu Dai's class once, and I seemed to see you lowering your head to do your homework. In fact, Zhu Yuantang was helping Qiu Dai and several other girls with their homework. It was because she was honest and obedient, and finished her homework quickly, that she was able to avoid the murderous hands of Qiu Dai and her group. You should know that Qiu Dai and her group did a lot of big things in the girls' dormitory. Duan Shigen said, I had a name in Hong, Brother Gang, have you heard of it? Zhu Yuantang nodded, I have heard of it, but I have never met him. Qiu Dai and her group once discussed Hong Xiangsha, and divided the classes into 3, 6, and 9. Qiu Dai was in the middle 3rd level, and Deng Xiang, who could easily pick out a dozen brothers, was in the upper 3rd level, while Duan Shigen, alone, was detached from the world, and it was lonely at the top. And Zhu Yuantang, naturally, is a lowly ant, so he has never met her. Duan Shigen boasted, thinking back to when I was Yuan, wearing a hat. Come on, you can't even beat Pang Jiao, and you're still showing off. Duan Shigen couldn't hold back his expression. In my junior high school. Wang Yanan's sharp voice came out, what if it was in your junior high school? Duan Shigen laughed dryly, haha, in my junior high school, I'm willing to share the world with Pang Jiao. Jiang Yanan was looking at the confession wall on Tiba. She patted Yuan. When, look, Ciu from our class has been killed. Yuan was tricked by Ciu this morning, and she was so angry that her teeth itched. She guessed, it must be because of being a slut. Jiang Yanan, no. Yuan saw Ciu's straw-like body and wretched face from the screen. The caption below reads, when I first saw him, I fell in love. The way he was getting food in the cafeteria made me stop and stare. When I saw him, my heart trembled. I hope that friends who know him can help me find him. Yuan was horrified. What kind of vision is this? Is this handsome? Jiang Yanan also couldn't understand it, but she said, everyone has their own preferences. Yuan asked back, who would love rotten cabbage? The girls reacted fiercely, not to mention the boys in the class. Jiuo Kunan said sourly, damn, Ciu was posted on the confession wall. When can I have this treatment? Shan Keikwon, it's so funny. You have been posted before. Jiuo Kunan's face turned black. Ko-kun couldn't understand it. He wished, Ciu is about to fall in love. Wang Lang rolled up the microphone and interviewed Ciu about his feelings. Ciu smiled particularly obscenely. It's great, it's great, it's very great. Everyone helped together, and soon, Ciu's detailed information appeared in the post. As a result, before the class started, a new post appeared with Ciu's picture and detailed message. Hello everyone, I was getting food in the cafeteria this morning and accidentally slipped. He was laughing at me next to me, and he laughed very loudly. I hope everyone can see his face. Wang Lang, oh no, Ciu, you've been fished. A group of girls cheered under the post and belittled Ciu. The one who cursed the most fiercely even posted a handsome candid photo. Sister, at first I doubted your taste. By the way, I saw a very handsome boy today. This is the boy we like. Let's use the popularity of your post to find him. Ciu glanced and found that it was a photo of an acquaintance, Wu Yunsky. Even though he was secretly photographed, Wu Yunsky's appearance was still very handsome. Ciu was annoyed and replied, oh, I actually saw my son. The female host immediately replied, Dad, do you think I look like your daughter-in-law? Ciu replied to the female host, sorry, I'm his classmate. Chapter 778 The Dividing Line Between the Two Worlds. During the morning break. Ciu, let's go, have a snowball fight, and beat Tang Fu together. Yang Sheng, wearing fleece sweatpants, walked to the back row. Chen Xiaoyu didn't want to go. Although they said they were going to beat Tang Fu together, Yang Sheng was actually using them as human shields, with extremely sinister intentions. Yesterday, they were beaten by Tang Fu and ran away. Jiang Ning was still good. Not only did he not treat them as toys, he also personally took action to educate Tang Fu for them. Thinking of this, she secretly glanced at Jiang Ning who was drinking tea. Chen Xiaoyu made an excuse to refuse. I'm studying the secrets of heaven. Yang Sheng laughed. With your brain, you're still studying the secrets of heaven? Haha. Chen Xiaoyu felt that her words were too rude and were just belittling her IQ. Chen Xiaoyu was unhappy. I really am studying the secrets of heaven. Yang Sheng. Haha. So Chen Xiaoyu took out her mobile phone and saw that the screen was reporting the weather. In the next week, affected by the cold wave, our city will usher in continuous low temperature rain and snow weather, especially the appearance of freezing rain. From the 30th to the 31st, the average temperature will drop by 5 to 10 degrees, and the lowest temperature will drop to -10 to -7 degrees. Are you studying the secrets of heaven? Chen Xiaoyu apologized quickly. Yang Sheng was too lazy to pay attention to her. He shook his short hair and walked out the door coolly. Chen Xiaoyu thought to herself, I'll talk to my sister today and teach her a lesson. Forgetting Yang Sheng, Chen Xiaoyu's face was solemn, and she was worried about the people of the city. The weather is getting colder. Bai Yuxia was also not optimistic. Yes, it's much colder than last year. Cold weather is not bad. The key is freezing rain. She usually goes to school and comes home from school with her parents, and it is very dangerous to drive in freezing rain. Chen Xiaoyu was dissatisfied. It's so cold, and you still go to school. Bai Yuxia, it's the same for work. My mother went to the hospital last night. Chen Xiaoyu sighed. Life is too hard. What do you think? Tang Tang? Zhu Yuantang was immersed in the world of tanks, driving a tank and fighting against people. The fight was very intense, and he didn't understand Chen Xiaoyu's thoughts at all. Chen Xiaoyu turned her head and saw Chen Kan go to the back row to throw away the garbage. He was holding a book in his hand and was very fascinated. Chen Xiaoyu suddenly felt that it was not good for people to be too smart. They were easy to immerse themselves in their own world and laugh foolishly. Unlike her, she was very sober. After Duan Shigen learned the drifting skills in the morning self-study, he couldn't wait to run to the carport during the break to test drive his electric donkey with a top speed of 80 kilometers. Shan Keikwon and Jiuo Kunan, two buddies, were looking for a chance to be a hero and save the beauty in the ice and snow outside. Jiuo Kunan glanced and asked, Brother Gang, did you ask for leave to go home? Duan Shigen, how can I? I'll just practice drifting on campus. Jiuo Kunan said in surprise, you're going to die. Duan Shigen was so excited that his head was hot and he was confused. What's wrong? Except Jiang Ning, who dares to ride a bike on campus? Jiuo Kunan said, do you want to be expelled? Duan Shigen was angry. I'm the fucking one. His domineering aura swept everything, and he declared domineeringly, he can ride a bike, why can't I? Shan Keikwon smiled and stared at him. You try it? Duan Shigen didn't dare to try it after all. Only those who have worked in a black factory know how wonderful their student days are. If he was really expelled, it would be difficult for his family to find him a high school. With hatred, Duan Shigen pushed the electric donkey back to the carport and rode on it to practice static drift. Jiuo Kunan was surprised. Brother Quan, what is he doing? Shan Keikwon, maybe he is playing the rocking car. The two of them passed the carport and walked towards the square full of ice and snow. Yuan was wearing a plush duckbill cap and posing in the snow. Jiang Yanan held her phone horizontally and took pictures of her. Yuan stood on one leg, raised her hands high, and her smile was dazzling, like putty powder in the snow. Ciyu quietly touched behind her and wanted to pout for her. Jiuo Kunan saw the thrilling scene and hurriedly urged, Brother Quan, aren't we here to be heroes and save the beauty? Come on, it's your turn to appear. After hearing this, Shan Keikwon's mind was determined. Thinking of Yuan's aggressive personality, his vision couldn't help but blur. The snow was no longer snow, but a white and romantic sea of flowers. He used the running skills he had practiced for a year and a half, rushed to Yuan, and saved her at the critical moment. Yuan, thank you for saving my life. Young lady is willing to marry you. Shan Keikwon looked down on Yuan's ordinary appearance, waved his sleeves, and jumped to the roof. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. There are more girls in the world who need his rescue. But Yuan was yelling madly, Shan Keikwon, since you don't care about my love for you, then try my hatred. Shan Keikwon fell down from the building in embarrassment. Brother Quan, Brother Quan. Jiuo Kunan shouted twice in a row. Shan Kaikwon finally came back to his senses, and he got goosebumps. Let's go, brother Nan. In reality, Yuan avoided Cuiu's harassment because of Jiang Yanan's reminder. She screamed and kicked Cuiu. Cuiu's dodge points were full. Not only did he dodge, he also snatched Yuan's hat. Yuan chased him like crazy. 5 minutes later, Cuiu took advantage of Yuan's exhaustion and put the hat on her head again. Yuan was still not satisfied and continued to chase. Another 5 minutes later, Yuan was tired like a dead dog, but still failed to catch up with Cuiu. She even fell down. She returned to the class angrily, gathered her sisters, and complained, "Oh my god, how can there be such a disgusting person in the world? Lukiki, how can such a person enter our high school? Yuan, he should go to a technical secondary school, to the garbage dump." Jiang Yanan did not discriminate against technical secondary schools. Not all technical secondary schools are bad people. There are good and bad people everywhere. Yuan spoke very harshly. Birds of a feather flock together, and people are divided into groups. Those who can't get into ordinary high schools are either lazy or have low intelligence. Chen Xiaoyu poked Bayuxia. Did you hear that? She is a high IQ talent who has passed the high school entrance examination. Bayuxia did not speak. She couldn't refute Chen Xiaoyu. After all, the two of them were admitted to the same class. Jiang Yanan, you are too extreme. Yuan, Kinj, can you judge? Shen Kinj, who was doing questions, felt that she should not be in the classroom. She should be on the balcony outside. If she was not careful and answered this question poorly, she would definitely be criticized by the group. After careful consideration, Shen Kinj said, "What when said is usually right. Those who fail to get into high school are mostly due to laziness and low intelligence, but we cannot ignore the influence of some students' family reasons. In addition, for example, people's talents may not be in learning." She is well versed in the doctrine of the mean, and her words are gradually flawless. Duan Shigang, who had been riding his electric scooter to vent his anger, walked into the classroom and heard the debate between them. He laughed. Apart from anything else, people who fail to get into high school are indeed garbage. Jiang Yanan, how can you be so sure? Duan Shigang said, "Because I didn't get into high school." Jiang Yanan, you are so sincere. Duan Shigang became interested. He acted like he had experienced strong winds and heavy rains, and said, "Little sister, you don't understand the evil of us poor students at all." Jiang Yanan was curious, "What evil?" Duan Shigang looked around, and took the opportunity to say, "Add a friend and chat slowly." Cuiu, who was standing next to him in the distance, secretly said, "Gangzi, you are playing with fire." After adding a friend, Duan Shigang casually opened the chat history and showed it to Jiang Yanan. The person with the note Daimei sent a message, "Brother Gang, can you lend me some money?" Duan Shigang shook his head and sighed. These people used to borrow and pay back when they were in junior high school, but now they never pay back the money they borrow. They are such bad people. Jiang Yanan, how much do you want to borrow? Duan Shigang sent a voice message. DZ, how much do you want to borrow? Qiu replied quickly, also a voice message. Duan Shigang clicked to play. Brother Gang, just lend me 20 yuan. I'm going to top up my phone bill. My phone is about to be shut down. Duan Shigang was very happy when he heard 20 yuan. In order to show his strength to Jiang Yanan, Duan Shigang replied, "No, DZ, are you doing so badly now? How about this? I'll send you 200 yuan, and you don't have to pay it back." After that, Duan Shigang sent a red envelope to Qiu in front of Jiang Yanan. After entering the password, it actually prompted that the bank card balance was insufficient. Duan Shigang laughed dryly and tried to save face. The money is all in another card. He changed to a postal card, but the balance was insufficient again. Lukiki saw through his true nature and mocked him. "You are just pretending to be rich." Duan Shigang laughed. "Cash, I have cash." 2 minutes later, Qiu on the other side sent another message. "Brother Gang, are you still there? I will definitely pay you back. When that bitch asks her family for money, I will pay you back immediately." As soon as these words came out, Su Yuantong, who was playing games, suddenly raised her head and looked at Duan Shigang's phone. The familiar voice and tone made her feel uncomfortable. Jiang Yanan was surprised. What do you mean? Duan Shigan quickly exited the dialogue box and said casually, hey, nothing happened. I guess someone offended my friend. He returned to the front row in a casual manner. Jiuo Kunan said to Shan Keiquan, brother Gang is doing well, isn't he? Shan Keiquan disagreed, just a bunch of trash. As if thinking of the gangsters from junior high school, Shan Keiquan clenched his fists, making a crisp crack sound. Damn it, this new year I'll see if those trash guys come back. It was the third class in the afternoon, and the 4 big students were sitting in a row. Chen Xiao whispered to each other, Tong Tong, do you want to go eat spicy hot pot after school? Let's have a good time. Zhu Yuantang was tempted, but hesitated. If we go outside the school, won't the food in the cafeteria be wasted? She was smart, and came up with an idea. How about you buy me a portion of spicy hot pot, and bring it to the cafeteria? Chen Xiao was stunned by her greed and almost gave up Tong Tong, but thinking of her plan to tease Yang Sheng, she decided, I'll treat you. Zhu Yuantang, go. Chen Xiao, Jiang Ning, are you going? Jiang Ning, no, I'll help Tong Tong eat. Chen Xiao turned her face and invited, Yuxia, do you want to go together? Bei Yuxia's eyes were as calm as the surface of a lake, and her tone was not mixed with a trace of emotion. No. Chen Xiao was a little surprised to be rejected. However, she knew that Yuxia was firm and could not be changed. No matter what, I have my sister and Tong Tong, which is enough. Under Chen Xiao's provocation, Yang Sheng accepted Chen Xiao's letter of challenge before school was over. So when the school bell rang, Chen Xiao and her group of 4 headed south, while Jiang Ning and Bei Yuxia headed north. Outside the school, in a hot pot restaurant, in a corner. It was freezing cold outside, but the aroma was fragrant inside. The twins, Zhu Yuantang and Yang Sheng gathered at a small table. Zhu Yuantang took a sip of the soup, and the spicy taste made her unable to resist biting into the pancake. Chen Xiao picked up the bottle of chili peppers. Little Yang Sheng, eat. Yang Sheng said angrily, enough, enough. Seeing her fearful and useless appearance, Chen Xiao and her sister looked at each other and saw the meaning of victory on each other's faces. Eating hot pot in winter is a very enjoyable thing. It was also after school, so the restaurant was doing a lot of business. It was soon filled with students, and there were still students queuing outside. When Zhu Yuantang and the others were halfway through their meal, they suddenly heard a clamor of cursing. Fuck, there are so many people in the room. Yang Sheng raised his head and found that there were 3 girls with temperaments that were obviously different from ordinary students. They had black hair, red hair, and yellow hair. 3 people with 3 different hair colors. The leader was a yellow-haired girl with an exaggerated silver earring on her left ear. Her overall appearance was above average, much better than Yuan, but she was full of swear words and her face showed a kind of hostility. She looked very difficult to mess with. The second girl was fat and sturdy, only slightly inferior to Pang Jiao, and her facial features were even more ferocious than Pang Jiao. As for the last red-haired girl, she was somewhat familiar. Some time ago, Yang Sheng went to the gym to play tennis with Tang Fu, and happened to see a few female hooligans dragging a girl to the construction site. She was just passing by, but was insulted by several people for no reason. So she took a tennis racket and went up to fight 4 people and beat them all away. The red-haired girl also found Yang Sheng. She was frightened at first and then whispered a few words to the blonde girl. After hearing this, Qiu Dai stared at Yang Sheng coldly. In order to borrow money today, she rode her bike to number 4 middle school to find brother Gang and tuck 100 yuan from him. It was too cold outside, so Qiu Dai and the other 2 decided to eat spicy hot pot first to warm up, before going back to the technical secondary school. Qiu Dai not only found Yang Sheng, but also saw Zhu Yuantang. This little girl was her little servant in junior high school. She helped her copy homework and run errands to buy things. She was quite useful. The only regret was that she didn't exchange the test number with her during the high school entrance examination. Otherwise Qiu Dai would also be a student of number 4 middle school now. Qiu Dai knew that Yang Sheng was very powerful, but she had been through many battles and could fight 4 girls alone, not to mention that the other party was playing with a tennis racket. Qiu Dai walked to the dining table next to their seats. There were two high school girls eating spicy hot pot here. She directly put the spicy hot pot on the 4-person table. The fat girl with black hair often put the bowl on the table, deliberately carelessly, and spilled the boiling hot soup on the table, almost splashing the neck of the high school student who was eating. The fat girl looked creepy. "I'm so sorry." Her hands trembled again. The high school girl was just eating and had never seen such a scene, so she quickly said, "We are done. You sit down." After that, the two schoolgirls put down their chopsticks and left in a hurry. Qiu laughed mockingly. "What a good girl." Chen Xiaoyu looked at Yang Sheng. Yang Sheng recognized the red-haired girl, who was holding the bowl in one hand, with a calm expression. "Eat slowly, don't rush." After Qiu sat down, she picked up the leftover rice of a student and put the bowl on Zhu Yuantang's table and said condescendingly, "Zhu Yuantang, put the bowl down." Before Zhu Yuantang replied, Yang Sheng frowned. "Take your dirty hands away." Qiu laughed exaggeratedly. She ignored Yang Sheng, but her eyes showed playfulness. "Zhu Yuantang, where is the boy who ate with you last time? Did he kick you out?" Haha. Zhu Yuantang took a breath and was a little nervous, but she hardened. "It's none of your business." Qiu crossed her legs, and when she heard this, one of her eyes slowly narrowed. "You know, if you dared to talk to me like this before, I would make you kneel down and slap yourself 100 times. Chen Xiaoyu exclaimed, "You are so awesome, sister." Chen Xiqing was amazed. "Sister, you are so scary." The twins were well protected by their family, so they went to a good junior high school. Their parents protected them well, so they didn't experience the iron storm. As for Yang Sheng, she had seen a lot of such things before, and she was safe and sound. Yang Sheng himself was athletic and ruthless. His father was a talent in the field of sports, and he relied on his hard power. Qiu was irritated by the twins' antics, and almost got angry, but she held back. If they fought in the store, they would have to pay for it afterwards. Qiu's face changed, and finally became cold. She teased, "Xianatong, guess what, if I tell Jiang Ning that you used to be a little slave? She attacked others with a simple worldview. Will he still play with you?" Haha, who would play with a girl like you who is so humble? Yang Sheng got a rough idea from their conversation. Not surprisingly, it should be Qiu's oppression of Zhu Yuantang in junior high school. Yang Sheng opened his mouth and uttered 4 words, "Stupid thing." As soon as the words fell, the fat girl in the black cotton jacket stared at Yang Sheng's smooth and handsome face, full of malice. Qiu held back her anger, and she narrowed one eye even more fiercely, and had already thought of a way to torture Yang Sheng. Qiu suddenly laughed. She leaned forward and said to Yang Sheng in a low voice, "Your hair is quite short. I remember when I was in junior high school, there was a girl in the class next door who was quite coquettish and had hair that reached her waist. Later, I told her something." Qiu smiled brightly, with the most poisonous malice hidden in her eyes. "Xiaotang must remember that my ex-boyfriend praised her for her long hair, and I warned her that I hated long hair. That night, I went to the girl's dormitory and her hair became as short as yours." Qiu narrated, "You can guess who cut her hair?" At this point, Qiu looked at Zhu Yuantang's black hair and suddenly laughed wildly. The funniest thing is that Xiaotang also cut her hair short the next day. Ha ha ha. She wanted to continue, but Yang Sheng fanned his face with his hands, looking impatient. "Your mouth stinks. Didn't anyone tell you?" Chapter 779 Magic Ceremony. Foul Mouth. Qiu's protest speech not only failed to scare Yang Sheng, but also caused him to mock. The twins had little experience and simply did not know how vicious little girls like Qiu were. Yang Sheng was different. She knew very well how vicious these trash were. They were completely offensive. Yang Sheng stared at Qiu, his eyes full of sarcasm. "You are so interesting. You went to the provincial model middle school to show off your power. Do you think this is your trash technical school? Do you have the courage to touch one? Trash should have a consciousness to go back to the garbage dump, understand?" Yang Sheng was not polite. Qiu's temper exploded directly. She could no longer control her behavior and cursed, "Fuck you all." Before she finished speaking, Yang Sheng quickly raised his hand and slapped Qiu in the face, knocking her off the stool with a slap. The crisp applause resounded throughout the store, and the guests in the room immediately looked over. Kyudai was stunned by the slap. Her cheeks were almost numb with pain, and there was a roar in her ears. Yang Sheng slowly put down his hand and shouted, "Boss Hu, someone is making trouble." Boss Hu, who was busy in front of the store, ran over. Yang Sheng pointed at Kyudai and the others and said, "Boss Hu, these three are technical school students. They first drove the customers away and then started to scold me. What should I do?" Boss Hu saw that the three girls were dressed in colorful clothes and looked like gangsters. Boss Hu had a daughter and would never see such things. He was an adult with a lot of experience. He immediately took out 20 yuan and said, "You are not welcome in the store. I will return your money. Please leave." Kyudai woke up with a ferocious face. "Do you want to work?" Boss Hu's face changed. "It's not up to you whether you want to work in my store or not. Please go." He made way for her with a cold expression. Kyudai was so angry that she didn't dare to be angry in front of a strong adult man. She left the table and gave Yang Sheng a beast-like look of hatred before leaving. The fat woman following behind her also had a very scary face. Yang Sheng didn't care at all. After seeing the few people leave, she sat back down. This group of scumbags bully the weak and fear the strong, and they have no brains. Chen Xiao exclaimed, "Little Yang Sheng, you are so cool." She had never seen Yang Sheng take action before. "Yang Sheng, haha, why don't you call me sister?" As she said that, she glanced at Tang Tang who was eating in silence. Yang Sheng sighed. Even Tang Tang's personality has been psychologically traumatized by them. Thinking of Kyudai's vicious bullying, Yang Sheng could not imagine what kind of sins the other party would commit in the technical school, but this kind of thing, has there been any change in thousands of years? Canteen. As Kyudai and the others left number 4 middle school, Jiang Ning slowly withdrew his consciousness. Bayuxia noticed that Jiang Ning was absent-minded and seemed to be worried. She suddenly said, "What's wrong?" "Jiang Ning, after dinner, I plan to go out to do something." Bayuxia, "Okay." Next, Jiang Ning ate as usual. The disadvantage of Tang Tang's absence was that he had to wash the dishes himself now. Fortunately, although it is freezing cold now, the water in the canteen's wash basin is kept at a constant temperature, so your hands won't freeze. After washing the dishes, he and Bayuxia went back to building 3 together. When they passed the carport, Jiang Ning said, "You go back." Bayuxia stopped and said, "The road is slippery, be careful." Jiang Ning smiled, pushed out the electric bike, and rode out of the school gate. After eating spicy hot pot, Chen Xiao and the others returned to class 8 and told Bayuxia what happened during dinner. Bayuxia frowned. Those people went too far. Only Zhu Yuantang asked her, "Where is Jiang Ning?" Chen Xiao was shocked. "By the way, how come Jiang Ning had a meal with you and is gone?" Bayuxia didn't want to talk to her deskmate, but had to explain. "He went out to do something." After hearing this, Zhu Yuantang was sullen and silent. Yang Sheng's expression moved. She occupied Jiang Ning's seat and said with a smile, "That group of people are all scum. If they were outside today, you would not only slap them." Although Chen Xiao was not stupid, she also noticed Tang Tang's low mood and quickly denied it. "No, Yang Sheng, I feel that they are so terrible. If they dare to scold me, I will definitely kneel down and beg them to let me go." Sister Chen Xiking, "Then I must cry." Zhu Yuantang was originally a little sad, seeing the cowardly look of the sisters. In contrast, Zhu Yuantang said angrily, "Then I must drive a tank to bomb them to death." Bayuxia agreed. "Indeed, I will scrape their bones." Yang Sheng, "Close the gas chamber." Chen Xiao advised, "You are too vicious. If Jiang Ning knew, he would definitely not do this." Wu Zhaoqi in the back row was holding a basketball, pounding his arms as he walked, shouting, "They can't stand it." Vocational Education Park, the back. An abandoned building. For Kyudai, this place is an unattended paradise. But for some people with weak personalities, this place is a devil's den. It was icy and snowy outside, and the abandoned building was filled with anger. Kyudai, who had just been humiliated in number 4 middle school, was guarding here with another fat woman and a red-haired female gangster. Kyudai's expression was distorted, and she suddenly asked the red-haired woman, "Have you told them?" Why haven't they arrived yet? The red-haired woman was obviously afraid of the angry Kyudai. I called. I guess that bitch is hiding. Kyudai said to the fat woman again. Yanli, call and urge them. I'm so anxious. She was so anxious that she seemed to have an abacus in her mind. She just waited for the people to arrive and settled the accounts with interest. Damn it. Kyudai kicked the wall fiercely, one kick after another, and she only hated that the wall was not the short-haired woman in the spicy hot pot restaurant. Kyudai said harsh words, her tone filled with dark and strange humor. She is very arrogant, right? If we catch her here, can she still scream? The red-haired woman reminded. She is quite good at fighting. Ha ha ha. Kyudai sneered a little, suddenly stared at the red-haired woman, and warned. Shut up. You think she is good at fighting? No matter how good she is, can she beat more than a dozen people? By then, I will make her cry without a sound. The red-haired woman dared not speak, thinking in her heart that she was in number 4 middle school and could not be contacted at ordinary times. There was a commotion outside, and 7 or 8 men and women, laughing and joking, stepped into the abandoned building. Kyudai looked at the crowd through the hole in the building. Her originally distorted face instantly became excited, and she shouted, "Come up quickly." Half a minute later, the face of the visitor appeared in the concrete house on the 2nd floor that was sheltered from the wind. One side was composed of 6 laughing men and women, 3 men and 3 women. These 6 people escorted 2 people, a pair of timid men and women. Among the 3 men and 3 women, there was a boy with a scoundrel face. He kicked the cowering short boy while cursing. "You son of a bitch, you just ate my leftovers, and you still want to run away, haha." Kyudai ignored the short boy. She stepped forward quickly and kicked the thin girl in the cotton jacket. Then, slaps rang out in the cement house, and Kyudai cursed. "Bitch, I heard that you are going to tell others, right? Bitch." During this time, the screams and pleas for mercy were accompanied by the laughter of bystanders. Some people started to record the video. They didn't think this scene was excessive, but just used it as a tool for fun. After 3 minutes of slapping, Kyudai's hands were tired and finally stopped. At this time, the face of the cotton jacket girl was covered with red fingerprints and palm marks. Kyudai was still not satisfied after beating her, so she made her kneel down and asked the fat girl, the red-haired girl, and several others to play with her. This kind of despair is suffocating because it is difficult to resist. This is exactly what Jiang Ning saw when he arrived at the abandoned building. At this moment, after the intense noise, there was another twist. Kyudai vented her anger, but still could not vent it. Yang Sheng's contemptuous face reappeared in her mind, making her want to tear him apart. Kyudai stared at the short man, and then at the woman in the cotton-padded jacket. The anger that had nowhere to vent gradually evolved into the ultimate evil. Her eyes became weird. Kyudai pulled the ruffian-looking yellow-haired leader and suddenly said, "Do you want to have some fun?" The yellow-haired man was stunned and looked at the woman in the cotton-padded jacket. Then, a bold idea came to his mind. There was a vague boundary in his mind. He could realize that it was not good, but the dark thoughts growing deep in his heart swayed left and right on both sides of the boundary, teetering. Kyudai's bewitching voice sounded like a devil, and her smile became more weird. "Isn't there still him?" Her hand was pointing directly at the weak short man. The ruffian Huang Mao didn't quite understand. "What do you mean?" Seeing that he still didn't understand, Kyudai finally expressed her idea. "Let him do it first, and when he's done, you guys can do it later." The ruffian Huang Mao was surprised. "Can it be like this? He did it first. It should be okay for us to do it again." As he said this, Huang Mao's expression became more greedy, and he was eager to try. "Watch me." Kyudai laughed arrogantly, and she slapped the short man on the forehead and instructed, You go and slap her." Now, the short man didn't move, and was immediately treated more viciously by Kyudai. "Fuck, are you going or not? Are you going or not?" The atmosphere became darker and darker, and suddenly there was a sound of footsteps outside the cement house, and several people hurriedly looked out. I saw a man in a windbreaker slowly walking out. His expression was calm, and his eyes were as cold as a cold pond. The cotton-padded jacket girl kneeling on the ground saw the strange figure of Jiang Ning. Her desperate heart seemed to have opened a crack, and she saw the existence of light. Then, accompanied by Qiu Dai's familiar voice, "You are Jiang Ning." The cotton-padded jacket girl's world fell into a deeper darkness again, like a cold drizzle falling into a snowdrift, silent and quiet. The ruffian yellow-haired man's interest was disturbed. He stared at Jiang Ning's handsome face, wishing to crush it. This person knows Qiu Dai. His jealousy was almost materialized, like a balloon filled with air, about to explode. The ruffian yellow-haired man asked, "Who is he? DZ, where is he from?" Jiang Ning swept the miserable state of the cement house, and he said, "You are quite interesting. What do you want to do?" Qiu Dai said with a chuckle, "They provoked me, so I called them here, to teach them a lesson." She thought of something, pointed to the cotton-padded jacket girl in the corner, and said excitedly, "See, you know Zhu Yuantong. If she hadn't been smart and obedient at the beginning, I guarantee the same thing." She said this with a tone full of pity. Jiang Ning suddenly said, "You are quite skilled." Qiu Dai, "What do you mean?" After a brief shock, she was still a little confused. "How did you find this place?" Jiang Ning, "Isn't it easy? Garbage has a smell, and I came here by smelling it." Qiu Dai's expression sank. The red-haired woman laughed out loud. "Haha, are you a dog?" The next second, the people in the cement house saw a silver lightning, accompanied by the manic sound of the wind, whoosh passed by, cutting the red-haired woman into two pieces, and a pile of colorful and smelly things fell on the gray cement floor, as if putting on new clothes for it. Jiang Ning tilted his neck. "You really can't take a joke." At the same time, the cotton-padded jacket woman and the short man were stunned by the spiritual power. Witnessing the miserable state of their companions, a sharp sound resounded throughout the cement house, and fear almost pierced the roof. The ruffian yellow-haired man was so scared that his eyes bulged out, and Qiu Dai's legs trembled, and her body trembled like a winnowing basket for wheat. Jiang Ning was helpless. "I wanted to play with you guys, but this is it?" He waved his right hand, revealing an iron rod that was more than 1 meter long and as thick as a bowl. In his left hand, he held a glass bucket the size of a household bucket, which was filled with an oily, viscous liquid that was colorless and odorless. Jiang Ning glanced at the people, and said to himself, "Let's play a game. Choose one of 3, whack-a-mole, immersive hair washing, and string strips." Well, the last game is for girls only. Since Jiang Ning appeared, the silver blade cut people in half, and objects appeared out of thin air, which made the people present shudder. A tattooed man who participated in the playing with the cotton-padded jacket girl finally couldn't stand it anymore. He screamed and ran out frantically, wishing that his parents didn't have 2 pairs of legs. Jiang Ning moved, and Qiu Dai's vision blurred. The tattooed man who was running suddenly collapsed, like a piece of tofu, from a convex to a flat surface, and was smashed into pieces of meat on the ground. At this time, a muffled bang sound came into her ears. When her slow dynamic vision caught Jiang Ning again, Qiu Dai saw that the iron rod in his hand was stained with some wet marks. Qiu Dai was going crazy. "Who are you? Who are you?" Jiang Ning did not answer. He said to himself, "You don't want to choose, right?" As he said that, Jiang Ning picked up the iron rod again. The ruffian yellow-haired man knelt on the ground. "I choose to wash my hair. I wash my hair." The scene of the iron rod hitting people was too horrible. In comparison, just washing hair with a glass bucket was too forgiving. Jiang Ning grinned. "Okay." He grabbed the ruffian yellow-haired man and dragged him to the glass bucket. The ruffian yellow-haired man did not dare to struggle. He just wanted to wash his hair quickly and escape from the devil's cave. "You will definitely be punished," the yellow-haired man shouted in his heart. But he never thought about why he had not been punished for the evil he had done and the harm he had done to others. Washing hair was the only way out. Qiu Dai, Yan Li, and everyone present all looked over. However, when Jiang Ning pressed the yellow-haired man's head into the colorless oily liquid in the glass barrel, everyone saw the most terrifying scene in their lives through the glass. The strong corrosiveness turned people's faces from yellow to black, and then there was an even more terrifying scene. Oh my god. Qiu Dai's throat was filled with extreme fear, and her heart was shaking, as if it was about to break. Jiang Ning stood up and asked the yellow-haired man, "Did you enjoy it?" No one replied. Jiang Ning said boredly. Oh, it's time to try the skewers. He carried the iron rod and slammed it on the concrete floor, and the floor shook. Jiang Ning slapped it again, hitting one end of the iron rod. Because of the huge force, the iron rod was embedded in the floor. Because of the tremor, Qiu Dai's feet trembled, and her body swayed from side to side. Jiang Ning waved his hand, and a pair of red hands in the air captured her above the iron rod, and then broke her limbs apart. Jiang Ning asked her, "Are you looking forward to it?" Qiu Dai twisted, struggled, and resisted desperately. Her face was distorted to the extreme, which was the desire for life. She squeezed out a plea from her throat. "Please, let me go, let me go." The red big hand slowly put her down and pushed her away little by little. Finally, Jiang Ning asked her again, "Do you remember the way others begged you? Winter nights always come early." The long street was covered with ice condensed by freezing rain. The sanitation workers were cleaning the ice surface, but not long after the cleaning, the freezing rain began to pour again. Jiang Ning drove the titanium gray battery car and crossed the long street. Only the surprise of others was left. "Are you not afraid of death? You ride so fast." Jiang Ning passed the dream back to tea at the school gate. He took out the 233 yuan change he found in the abandoned building. He ordered a few cups of milk tea. The milk tea girl looked at his clear and handsome appearance across the counter. Her heartbeat accelerated, and her speech was not as fluent as before. "This is a milk tea called Yihui Han Yan. It uses a base of high mountain black tea, with a light coconut top and crispy coconut flakes on top. The taste is very mellow and delicious." Jiang Ning, very good. The milk tea girl plucked up her courage. "Sir, you bought several cups. I'll give you some cream." As she said that, she helped to beat a few small caps of cream. "Thank you." When the milk tea was finished, Jiang Ning went out with a paper bag. The milk tea girl kept looking at his back until Jiang Ning disappeared from the oblique angle of her sight. The slightly older female clerk in the store joked, "He is handsome, right?" The milk tea girl immediately said, "He is handsome, and he is not as gentle as a student. I can't describe it well. Do you like it?" "I like it." The female clerk smiled. "You are new here. You don't understand. Wait until you see him a few more times." The milk tea girl was confused. The big clerk thought secretly, because this guy often comes to buy milk tea, and often brings different girls, all of whom are very beautiful. Jiang Ning carried a paper bag and walked into the classroom. It was a self-study class and the class was very quiet. Zhu Yuantong, who was playing games, heard the noise and looked over subconsciously and then saw Jiang Ning's figure. She complained, "Where have you been?" Jiang Ning, "Just finished my business." As he said, he lifted the eye-catching milk tea bag. After happily dividing the milk tea, Chen Xiaoyu sipped the milk tea, wanting to say something but stopping. Zhu Yuantang signaled her with his eyes. Chen Xiaoyu gave up. She had planned to tell Jiang Ning what happened in the afternoon. After all, Jiang Ning was too strong. He fought alone in the wild during the summer vacation and was safe and sound. According to the twins' idea, with such a powerful backer, I will beat anyone who provokes me. For example, the delicate wife style she loves. Provoke me, right? I will ask my husband to teach you a lesson. However, Zhu Yuantang had warned her not to tell Chen Xiaoyu. She was puzzled and asked her the reason. Zhu Yuantang said that everything was in the past. She was with Jiang Ning every day, and Qiu Dai could not provoke her. Well, she showed some generosity. The twins knew the principle of finishing off the enemy and said that she was stupid and would be harmed in the future. In fact, Zhu Yuantang was just panicking. Some kind of premonition made her very afraid that Jiang Ning would do something. Jiang Ning didn't know what Zhu Yuantang was thinking. Seeing her happily drinking milk tea, she wondered why she didn't tell her what happened in the afternoon. Zhu Yuantang really didn't complain. In this case, Jiang Ning suddenly said, "Tong Tong, let me show you a magic trick." Zhu Yuantang was surprised and excited. "What magic trick?" Jiang Ning smiled and turned his palm over. A big silver earring appeared in his palm. Zhu Yuantang was stunned for a moment. She remembered clearly that this was the earring worn by Qiu Dai. Chapter 780. You remain unchanged. After a brief moment of trance, Zhu Yuantang's expression immediately changed. She opened her mouth slightly, with some confusion. Jiang Ning, what is this? Jiang Ning raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a smile. Oh, don't you know it? In that case. He turned his palm over, and the silver earrings on his palm disappeared. Zhu Yuantang's clear eyes blinked gently, and the innocence of a child almost overflowed as his eyes moved. Huh, isn't it just magic? What's so great about it? Chen Xiaoyu, who was standing next to him, heard the noise, and leaned over to join in the fun. What magic? Let me see. She took a sip of milk tea, and the sweet and light top of her breasts blended with the fragrance of tea. The girl's mood became happy. Jiang Ning bought her milk tea, free of charge. Jiang Ning, do you want to see it? Yeah. Chen Xiaoyu pecked at her forehead. She was so looking forward to Jiang Ning's magic, and it would definitely shock everyone once he performed it. Jiang Ning held Chen Xiaoyu's milk tea cup and said, "It looks so good." Chen Xiaoyu opened her eyes wide and stared at it. Jiang Ning clenched his palms, and the next second, her milk tea disappeared. Chen Xiaoyu clapped her hands. Awesome. So awesome. In order not to miss any details, she didn't even blink, but she was still fooled by Jiang Ning's magic. Zaya, amazing, right? Chen Xiaoyu was proud of it. Bai Yuxia agreed. Yeah, it's amazing. After the magic was over, everyone continued to drink milk tea, but Chen Xiaoyu sat there with empty hands. After a while, Chen Xiaoyu finally reacted and asked stupidly, "By the way, Jiang Ning, where is my milk tea?" Yuan's seat was at the front table of the 4 rows of seats. She heard the noise behind her. Sometimes Chen Xiaoyu and her friends brought too many snacks and would share them with her, but the milk tea at Menghu Cheu was too expensive, so it was not Yuan's turn. Yuan was not happy without milk tea. She thought of Huang Zhangfei by her side. As the saying goes, love is enough to satisfy one's hunger. Yuan did not need to drink water. She was already satisfied. Yuan took out her mobile phone and chatted with Huang Zhangfei, squad leader. "Do you see the photos I took today? Are they beautiful?" Huang Zhangfei took a closer look. He always spoke in a pleasant way. "Well, they are beautiful. The snow sets off your fair skin." Yuan was overjoyed and tightened her throat. "Thanks to the hat you gave me, squad leader." Yuan laughed very ladylike, but she was not a lady because she did not control her breath well. Halfway through her laugh, a sharp and loud sound burst out from her throat. On the north side of the river, Cuiyu was shocked. "My goodness, whose duck is this?" Yuan was furious. "Do you have a brain? Can you speak?" After yelling, she realized that the monitor was beside her. Yuan's face changed, and she became a lady again. "Sorry, monitor, I just missed the ducks in my hometown." Jiang Yanan saved her sister's face in time. She said, "Hey, Zhangfei, didn't you see that when Yuan took pictures today, she deliberately protected her hat very well?" Yuan, "Yes, I slipped once." Jiang Yanan joined in. The moment she fell, she protected her hat tightly, even if her clothes were soaked with ice water. Huang Zhangfei smiled gently. "No, it's too cold, and my clothes are very cold when they are wet." Yuan bit her lip and choked. "It's not cold. I'm not cold." No. Among the 4 spectators at the back table, Chen Xiaoyu was the first to lose her temper. She said, "Although her clothes are wet, Yuan feels warm in her heart." Night. The titanium gray electric car was driving slowly on the river dam. There is no rain tonight. The fields and rivers are immersed in the moonlight. Zhu Yuantang snuggles up to Jiang Ning, and the cold wind runs past her with laughter. They walked through the cold night of midwinter and found the brightly lit bungalow. After taking a bath, Zhu Yuantang wrapped in a small blanket and broke into Jiang Ning's house. As soon as she entered the house, warmth and tranquility wrapped her like a soft quilt. "I'm coming." Zhu Yuantang closed the door to isolate the cold. Jiang Ning was playing with his mobile phone on the sofa, and Zhu Yuantang curled up on the throne and pressed the power button to warm up the computer. Chachu next door was guarding in the deserted house. Tang Tang never sent an invitation message tonight, so she kept waiting. Like the flood season in the summer of her childhood, she stood on the stone bridge in the village and watched the never-ending river. The sudden vibration startled her, as if Tang Tang was shouting on the phone. She quickly picked it up, but it turned out to be a reminder of the mobile operator's phone bill. Zhu Chachu felt lost. She put down her phone and looked out the dark window. An owl was squatting on a poplar branch, singing cuckoo, and a woodpecker was hiding in its nest, sleeping with its eyes closed. Zhu Yuantang played games for a while, and chatted with Jiang Ning. Somehow, the game didn't fascinate her that much tonight. She suddenly jumped off the throne, and ran to the sofa. Jiang Ning turned his head, and found that she was looking at him with a smile. "Aren't you cold?" Zhu Yuantang asked. Jiang Ning was only wearing a thin shirt. Jiang Ning, it's hot. He practiced physical training and magic power at the same time. Because of the existence of electricity in the world, his progress was rapid. With his physique alone, he could fight against the perfection of ki training, so he was not afraid of the severe cold. Oh. Zhu Yuantang moved closer to him again, as if she wanted to pass all the warmth of her body to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning let her move around. Zhu Yuantang pressed close to him, her little head wandering. She thought of many things, the past, the present, the future, and that silver earring. People who are too clear-headed are prone to being unhappy, like Chachu. So Tang Tang didn't want to be like that. No matter what, she would be silly. Even if one day Jiang Ning drove her away, she would pretend to be confused and get close to him. Thinking of this, she shrank her feet, moved her body, and lay on Jiang Ning's chest. Jiang Ning lowered his head, feeling the warmth and tenderness in his heart, and the little girl's black hair exuded a faint fragrance. He put down his phone and hugged Tang Tang. Jiang Ning moved gently, and he was afraid that the little person would be hurt. Zhu Yuantang buried her little face in his arms, and she felt warm, comfortable, fresh and natural. Just like when they were children, she and Chachu ran in the fields, and when they were tired, they lay on the grass together, looking at the blue sky. Her little ears were soft, and she heard the dull and powerful heartbeat. She asked curiously, "Jiang Ning, isn't it said that men's chests are hard? How come yours is?" Somehow, when she talked about this topic, her little face was hot, and the breath from her delicate little mouth was scorching. "Jiang Ning, don't you understand?" Zhu Yuantang hid his little face. "I don't understand. I'm just playing with you." Jiang Ning's mouth curled up. "I'll make it hard for you to see." He exerted a little force, and his muscles tightened. Zhu Yuantang immediately felt it. "Well, it's amazing." "Jiang Ning, really?" Zhu Yuantang was too embarrassed to say a word. She was soft and stuck, and she had no strength. After lying for a while, Jiang Ning suddenly rubbed her soft hair. Zhu Yuantang squinted comfortably and hummed, "What?" Jiang Ning suddenly thought of the bright and brilliant Zhu Yuantang from class 1 of senior 3 in his previous life, whom he saw in a dark corner. Was it her own light, or was it Jiang Ning's gaze that made her shine? The answer is unknown. Jiang Ning's tone was slightly complicated. "I'm afraid that you will grow taller in the future, and I won't be able to hug you like this." Humph. Zhu Yuantang's delicate little nose seemed to be stained with nobility. She wanted to say that "I will grow taller than you in the future and bully you severely," but the arrogant words, when they reached her lips, could not be uttered anyway. Zhu Yuantang's tone was muffled. "Well, then I won't grow taller, okay?" Jiang Ning couldn't help laughing. "Haha, you said you can grow taller." Zhu Yuantang was furious and wanted to teach him a lesson, but was hugged by Jiang Ning again. His voice was clear, like a breeze. "That won't work. I want both of you." Chapter 781 Out of Control. January 30th early morning. Outside the bungalow, the leafless poplar trees had some icicles to make them look more beautiful, in order to avoid looking too poor. The sunrise in the east made them look gorgeous. Zhu Chachu got up early as usual. She tied up her hair and made the bed. The weather was very cold, and her hands were frozen by the iron basin for washing vegetables. Zhu Chachu took the teacup from the honeycomb coal stove, poured hot water into the iron basin, and began to wash vegetables and cook. She cut potatoes and green peppers, and prepared to stir-fry green pepper and potato shreds. She had tried this dish many times over and over again, hoping to reach Tang Tang's cooking skills, but no matter how many times, there was always something missing. Just like the difference between her and Tang Tang in learning, that little gap was like a natural chasm that could not be crossed, no matter how hard she tried. The gap between geniuses is even greater than the gap between ordinary people and geniuses, which is despairing. After Zhu Chachu cut the green peppers, she wiped the knife and cut carrots. 20 minutes later, Jiang Ning and Tong Tong came together, and Chu Chu was bringing food to the wooden dining table. Green pepper and potato shreds, carrot, and egg pancakes, sweet potato rice soup. Oh, there are even pork ribs with bean sprouts and beans. Zhu Yuantang counted them one by one. Zhu Chuchu said, the pork ribs were cooked last night, and I specially left a plate for today's breakfast. Chuchu, you are so nice. Zhu Yuantang didn't wait to sit down. She picked up the sweet potato rice soup and took a sip. There was no sugar in the rice soup, and the sweetness of the sweet potato blended into the rice soup, which was just the right sweetness. After taking a sip, the body was warm. Zhu Yuantang took out his mobile phone again, put it on the dining table, and began to listen to today's weather forecast. There will be freezing rain today, Zhu Yuantang complained. Jiang Ning used his spiritual sense to scan the Hushu River in the north. Under the invasion of the cold wave, the thickness of the ice layer has now reached 5 centimeters, which is still a long way from the thickness that can be walked. Jiang Ning was not in a hurry, as there was continuous cold air behind. Zhu Yuantang was half full and didn't dare to eat any more, fearing that the food in the cafeteria would be wasted. After eating, she pretended to wash the dishes, and Chuchu dissuaded her as usual. I'll wash them together later, with warm water. Zhu Yuantang clapped her hands. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Then she ran out to play. The mud outside the bungalow was frozen hard. A little further south, there were a lot of unmelted snow layers. Early in the morning, Dong Dong was running on the snow with a tire in full swing. Tong Tong couldn't help but feel evil. If Jiang Ning wasn't around, she might have thought of stealing things. Dong Dong was certainly not a good person. While he was staring at Zhu Yuantang's house, he had bad thoughts. Kian once told him that Jiang Ning went to school during the day and only came back after school. Dong Dong only needed to endure until Jiang Ning left, and the bungalow would be his world. Climbing over the wall and removing the tiles, he could do anything. After making up his mind, Dong Dong worked hard to pull the tire to exercise. Jiang Ning's consciousness had already seen through everything. He casually ejected several array materials and dropped them to the 4 corners of the bungalow. Jiang Ning and Tong Tong packed up for a while and prepared to go to school. At this time, Zhu Chuchu went out alone with her cart. When she saw Tong Tong, she smiled nonchalantly with a cold face. Zhu Yuantang glanced at her and was surprised. Chuchu, the ground is too slippery. Why don't you take Jiang Ning's electric car? Zhu Chuchu pursed her lips and said, no need to bother. Although she said it lightly, there seemed to be a hint of stubbornness in her tone. Zhu Yuantang reminded, it's very slippery. Zhu Chuchu said lightly, I have been riding an electric car to school since junior high school. Zhu Yuantang blinked his eyelashes and pretended to be confused and puzzled. Huh? Zhu Chuchu remained calm. Do you know what it means? Zhu Yuantang suddenly realized, it means that you have been riding an electric car to school since junior high school. Zhu Chuchu, she obviously wanted to prove that her driving skills are steady and skilled. What's wrong, Chuchu? Zhu Yuantang asked cutely. If it weren't for Jiang Ning's strong insight, discovering the cunning hidden in the corners of Tong Tong's mouth. Otherwise, in the eyes of others, she really looked like an innocent little girl. Zhu Chuchu stopped talking and pushed the cart forward. She walked very lightly, like the snowflakes in recent days, falling in the quiet wheat fields. Silently, she noticed that Jiang Ning did not say a word to keep her from beginning to end. In this case, Zhu Chuchu got on the electric car and turned the ignition without any reluctance. The next second, Jiang Ning secretly ejected a spiritual power and swam out like a spirit snake. When the black electric car drove in front of Jiang Ning, the wheels slid swoosh, and then the handlebars lost control and tilted suddenly. Jiang Ning reached out at the right time, holding Chuchu's soft shoulders with one hand and the handlebars with the other. He showed a blaming expression and taught, Tong Tong told me that the road is slippery, but you still insisted on being stubborn. After a brief panic, Zhu Chuchu's face turned into shame and anger, and she wanted to get under the car. Zhu Yuantang comforted, okay Chuchu, I forgive you, let's go together. He sent the useless Chuchu to Yushao No. 2 middle school. Jiang Ning turned the ignition switch to the bottom, full power, and rushed to the speed of 60 kilometers per hour, surpassing countless cars on the road, and rushed to the school gate like a gust of wind. You are really not afraid of death. Why drive so fast? In the backseat of a Mercedes-Benz, a woman in a sleeveless down jacket frowned. She also encountered this battery car in the freezing rain the day before yesterday. Aren't you afraid of getting hurt? On the icy road, Boss Yang, who was driving, recognized the figures of Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang. He teased, "Of course, it will hurt my heart." He looked at the dashboard of the Mercedes-Benz, which was less than 30 kilometers, and felt very sad. The woman in the sleeveless down jacket choked up for a moment, then said, "Brother, why are you picking me up so early today?" Yang Fei said with a smile, "Didn't your mother ask me to find you something to do during the winter break? I'll take you to my restaurant." Yang Qian didn't think so. Yang Fei was the oldest cousin in her family. He opened a farmhouse in the suburbs. She had no interest in that kind of small restaurant. Moreover, the day before yesterday, she was on holiday from university. She wanted her cousin to drive a Mercedes-Benz to pick her and her classmates up, but he had something to do. He said he was busy at his father-in-law's house, which made her very embarrassed. They could only take a taxi home separately. Although she was dissatisfied, her cousin was the best in the family, so she naturally did not dare to show her displeasure. "Okay, let's see what store our brother opened." Yang Fei said enthusiastically, "I'll make you some mutton soup, and then I'll send you to the 4S store for training. A friend of mine just opened a big store. That guy is handsome and his family is rich." Yang Qian's eyes lit up, and she began to look forward to it. "Okay, brother." She was just thinking of taking advantage of the college vacation to broaden her horizons, and it would be best if she could meet some young talents. After the morning self-study, the idle boys ran to the balcony to squander their youth. It was very cold, but Yan Tingting was not afraid of the cold. She wore a tight cotton coat that showed her figure, stepped on the snow to play badminton, and moved like a charming fairy, which made people imagine it. The timid Shikai Jin was peeking, the bold Cuiu was cheering, and the brave Kaokun, relying on his handsome appearance and good reputation, actually got to the point of playing badminton with Yan Tingting. Jiuo Kunan was stunned. "Fuck, I always thought that Akun and I were at the same level. Why? Shan Kaokun patted him on the shoulder to comfort him. Cuiu said, "Blessings." Jiuo Kunan was in pain. His heart had loved many people and was broken into many pieces, but now his good brother's success made him feel even more unbearable. Kaokun played a few balls with Yan Tingting and was replaced by Zhao Jinayang from class 7. After all, Yan Tingting was too popular, so everyone took turns. Even so, when Kaokun returned to class 8, he still enjoyed a lot of attention. His steps couldn't help but float. The long lost feeling was back. Just like he and Meng Xian, they were a pair of fairy lovers, enjoying the envy and jealousy of others all the time. Kaokun was proud of his youth, and he chanted a poem in his heart. "One day the sleeping dragon will finally get rain, today the crane will fly into the sky." At this time, a discordant voice sounded, "Akun, I just saw Dong Qingfeng and Meng Xian go out together." Kaokun's face sank, and he kept walking. "Sorry, brother, I'm deaf." "Okay, brother, I didn't think it through." Cuiu apologized. He thought about it, first stretched out his index finger and blew a breath to indicate that Qingfeng, then he took out a piece of purple candy, indicating purple rhythm. Then he used his index finger and the candy to make a sticking gesture, and then kept shaking it forward. Cuiu had a mean look on his face. "Do you understand, Akun?" The classmates around him laughed. For the first time, Kaokun felt that the hearts of people in class 8 could be so vicious. In the classroom, Jiang Yanan talked about the weather, saying that the Hushu River was frozen, and professionals went to test the thickness of the ice. Yuan has been obsessed with taking pictures recently. She wore a plush hat. Hey, taking pictures on the ice must be beautiful. Yuan fantasized that, since she had a plush duckbill hat, she felt that her appearance had improved by several levels. "Yanan, when the time comes, you will come with me and be my exclusive photographer," Yuan invited warmly. Jiang Yanan didn't spoil the fun. "Sisters, let's go together." Yuwen held her face with both hands. The hat is so beautiful, it makes me anxious about my appearance. Lukaki glanced at her infatuated look and said, what are you anxious about? Yuwen, what if I become ugly? Lukaki sneered in her heart. She didn't even want to talk about Yuwen's appearance. Jiang Ning noticed that the atmosphere between the two was not right. She hurriedly said, hey, Kiki, the photo you posted yesterday was really beautiful. Your skin is really white. How did you take it? Involving Lukaki's professional field, she smiled and said, it's very simple. Brightness plus 35, saturation minus 15, contrast minus 15. Jiang Ning was shocked. Lukaki took a sip of milk tea. Recently, although her mother often didn't cook on time because of Mr. Key's generosity, Lukaki went to restaurants every day, eating all kinds of milk tea, coffee and high-end snacks. Her life was so comfortable. When she was immersed in happiness, CUIU outside shouted, Kiki, get ready to receive guests. Lukaki was so angry that she opened her mouth to curse. As a result, Yan Xianpeng, who looked like a polar bear, ran into the classroom from the door. Kiki. Lukaki glanced at him. Compared with the generous Qishao, Yan Xianpeng was simply an inferior creature that had not fully developed. But Lukaki was in a good mood today and said, you came empty-handed? Yan Xianpeng cried poor. Hey, Kiki, I'm poor recently. I can't even afford to eat. Lukaki was not polite. A grown man is so poor that he has no food to eat, and he still has the nerve to find a woman to cry poor. She cursed a few words, and Yan Xianpeng ran away with a comfortable body. Lukaki frowned, always feeling that something was wrong, but she couldn't find what was wrong. After thinking for a while and not figuring it out, Lukaki returned to her original seat. Zhu Yuantang was playing the mobile version of the Tank Online game and accidentally glanced at Ben Xiaoyu and saw that she was holding a mobile phone and editing a picture. Zhu Yuantang was puzzled. What are you doing? Chen Xiaoyu's eyes were excited. Just now Lukaki told me the parameters of her photo editing. If I adjusted in the opposite way, wouldn't I be able to get her natural face? Zhu Yuantang, don't learn the good ones, study this. Chen Xiaoyu showed a brave and studious look. I'm doing this to look better in photos. Zhu Yuantang thought for a second and praised her. You have grown up to look good in any photo. Chen Xiaoyu was overjoyed to hear this and decided to give her sister's chicken leg to Tang Tang at noon. At noon, the sun came out. The river dam bungalow faces south, with no shelter in front, and the sun is warm, not at all hot. Dong Dong was playing with a tire in the snow, and Jiang Ning kicked him into the snow pile. Dong Dong yelled angrily, roaring unfairly, why did you hit me? Jiang Ning looked calm, you blocked my sundae. Dong Dong was stunned, he was angry, wronged, and clenched his fists. Jiang Ning stood on the tire and said, pull me for a walk now, or I'll kick you again. So Jiang Ning happily got a cow and a horse. He stood with his hands behind his back, his windbreaker fluttering, looking very cool. Zhu Yuantang moved a rattan chair to the front of the door to bask in the sun. Teacher Khan came to the door and asked, Tang Tang, where are the steamed buns I asked you to steam? It's been several days, and I haven't seen them. Zhu Yuantang, I'm steaming them. Teacher Khan was irritated by her perfunctory attitude. He turned around and went home. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. The girl who was once lonely and helpless now dared to be so arrogant. Teacher Khan looked at the cow and horse Dong Dong who was pulling the tire at the door. In the morning, he instigated Dong Dong to climb over the wall of Xiaogu's house. As a result, Dong Dong climbed up and was stung by something and screamed. The plan failed in the end. However, adults always have backup options. After waiting for a few minutes, Teacher Khan waved his hand and summoned Dong Dong, giving him a sword. Finally, he encouraged him with words and applied a buff. This is the magic sword that Tazu used to kill the white snake. Today, if you get this magic sword, you will definitely be able to achieve great things and get revenge. Teacher Khan waved his hand and summoned Dong Dong to attack. He sat alone in the main room, drinking tea and listening to the snow. With the magic weapon in hand, Dong Dong ran to the door of Jiang Ning's house aggressively, wanting to settle old and new grudges. Jiang Ning took his wooden sword away with one move. Fool. Jiang Ning slapped him. You are awake now. Dong Dong was stunned. Jiang Ning said, Teacher Khan is the culprit. Only by defeating him can the seal of the sword be lifted. As he said that, he ran his fingertips across the sword, and a flash of light appeared. Dong Dong was shocked, so he took up the sword, to seek revenge on old man Khan. 10 seconds later, Jiang Ning heard screams from next door. Teacher Khan ran out of the house with his head covered. Dong Dong chased after him, swinging his sword. Zhu Yuantang huddled in a rattan chair and sighed. What a beautiful day. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 782 Classroom Debate. Saturday, number 4 middle school, morning self-study. It was freezing rain outside the window, and the cold wind was raging. Although the walls blocked the severe cold outside, the classroom was still freezing cold. The students wrapped themselves in thick clothes, and even with gloves, they still had trouble writing. Yuwen was skeptical. Our school is so rich, and we have built a gym, and upgraded the library. Why don't we install air conditioners? Jiang Yanan also didn't understand. It was too cold, and she covered the stool she sat on with a cotton mat she bought online. Shenkinj, hurry up and install it. Chen Xiaoyu shouted unyieldingly, the severe cold will only temper my heart, and make me become extremely strong. Zhu Yuantang said disdainfully, Xiaoyu, don't squeeze me. Chen Xiaoyu leaned against the warm plush version of Tang Tang, and she was grateful. Thank you for being there, warming the 4 seasons. The quiet Bayuksha did not join in their complaints. She was alone holding a warm electric water bottle and reciting classical Chinese softly. Chen Xiaoyu turned around and saw Bayuksha's calm appearance. She moved her hand over and took away the hot water bottle in Bayuksha's arms. Bayuksha warned her with her eyes and ordered her to return it quickly. Chen Xiaoyu held the hot water bottle in her arms, lowered her cheeks, and coaxed, baby, be good. Mommy is tired of holding you. Let auntie hold you. Bayuksha, the sick deskmate. The sound of reading in the class became louder and louder. Now it is the second year of high school. Almost half of the entire high school career has passed. The power of the college entrance examination is gradually approaching. Amid the sound of reading, the back door of the classroom was pushed open. A gust of cold wind blew in, making the nearby students shiver slightly. Fortunately, Shan Qingrong closed the door in time. He first observed Zhu Yuantang's condition, then strolled around the classroom, and finally went up to the podium. Shan Qingrong raised his hand, and the class was quiet. Jiuo Kanan showed a happy expression. He was afraid that he would not have to read during the morning self-study. It was estimated that the head teacher would talk about some great principles. Although teachers are trapped in campuses all year round and their social experience is not as broad as that of salesmen, they are enough to stun high school students. Everyone likes to listen to the class teacher bragging, especially in this kind of scene, where there is no need to memorize. It's cold recently, everyone should wear more clothes, to avoid catching a cold. Shan Qingrong turned into a weather forecaster. It's the end of January now, and we will have another week of classes before the exam. The word exam is a great stimulus to the students, and everyone is in high spirits. Shan Qingrong, don't just think about the holiday. The final exam is a city-wide joint exam. Everyone should review well, and take the exam well. For many students, the opportunity to change their destiny lies in the college entrance examination. If you do well in the exam, you can jump over the dragon gate and cross the class. Shan Qingrong introduced. For example, get into a 985 university, he said solemnly, and Zhang Kai, who was sitting below, jumped out to refute. 985 is just so-so. Studying well does not necessarily help you cross the class. Shan Qingrong glanced at him and said, do you know what 985 and 211 are? Although everyone is a high school student, many students only have a vague impression of many knowledge, such as universities and volunteering, and they are not very good at talking about specifics. Even everyone's understanding of college life comes from Gao Hishuo's bragging about the years he studied at Nanjing Normal University, which is rich and colorful and enviable. For a while, Gao Hishuo boasted all day long. Later, one time, Cui asked Geo Hishui if it was easy to find a partner in college. Geo Hishui was silent, and since then, he rarely talked. On the contrary, the beautiful teacher Guo rarely talked about college. Everyone was always interested in asking questions. Guo Ran was very kind, and occasionally said a few words, which immediately aroused the curiosity of the students. After Shan Qingrang asked about 985 and 211, the students were still thinking. Chen Kan's voice sounded, and he introduced. 985 was selected in May 1998 to build a world-class university with advanced international standards. There are 39 universities in the country. As for 211, Shan Qingrang nodded. Yes, it's well said. Although there are 985 universities in the country, in our class, at present, there are only Zhu Yuantong, Jiang Ning, Chen Kan, Songsheng, and Bai Yuxia who have the hope of entering 985. Songsheng looked up, and looked around the four golden flowers, thinking, what level? Sit with me. As for 211, well, Deng Qingfeng, Huang Zhangfei, Mao Zhe, Shan Kequin, you four should work harder. Shan Qingrang said. The nominated students enjoyed the attention of other students, while the unnominated students secretly held their breath. Although there are many college students now, being admitted to a 211 university definitely means a promising future. Shan Qingrang confessed, I was only a second-tier normal school back then, but your math teacher Geo Hishui is from a 211 normal school, and you can see how well he is treated. Shan Kequin nodded. Although Geo Hishui has a bad character, he does live a good life. He is young, drives a commercial vehicle, and recently bought a new house in Yuzhou. Zhang Kai jumped out to deny, he is not doing well. There is a shrimp and crab seller in our village, who makes 400,000 or 500,000 a year. Shan Qingrang asked back, do you know what time the shrimp and crab seller gets up? Zhang Kai didn't know. Shan Qingrang explained, there is a difference between earning over 10,000 yuan a month, and earning over 10,000 yuan a month. You can earn 10,000 yuan by moving bricks at a construction site and working hard, but can it be the same as working in an office from 9 to 5 with air conditioning and earning 10,000 yuan? Zhang Kai insisted on his opinion. I don't think studying is that useful. Many people who don't study well can still make a fortune. Shan Qingrang, what you said makes sense. Not being on the list does not mean that there is no way out. But why not take the bright road of studying? Deng Qingfeng smiled. It's just because classmate Zhang Kai is not a good student. The less people study, the more they like the theory that studying is useless. Chen Kan said lightly, it's not that studying is useless, it's that you haven't read enough books. Wang Lang couldn't help but praise, that's right, brother Kan. In order to show his vision, Deng Qingfeng said, if you really want to compare incomes, my dad's classmate studied to a doctorate and is now studying high energy physics with an annual salary of $1 million. Zhang Kai gave an example. There are also people who win tens of millions in the lottery. How long can a doctorate earn? Deng Qingfeng laughed and said to his classmates, now you believe it, you must study hard. If you don't study, you will be like Zhang Kai, making such nonsense. There were bursts of laughter, and Zhang Kai was furious. Deng Qingfeng was serious. His family and his knowledge made him full of confidence. He said, only people with shallow thoughts, like you will simply use money to divide classes. Money is divided into levels. Let me ask you, a young talent who studies hard, is admitted to a top medical university, studies for a master's degree, becomes a chief surgeon at the age of 30, and earns 500,000 yuan a year. Can your villager who sells shrimps and crabs have the same social status? A boss who founded a high-tech company and provided jobs for hundreds of people with a net worth of over 100 million can be the same as an ordinary office worker who won 100 million in the lottery? Even if the amount of money is the same, your level is divided by what kind of person you are and how you earned the money. After Deng Qingfeng said this, he was too lazy to pay attention to the single-celled organism Zhang Kai, and he sat down. Kaokun noticed Meng Xian's moved expression, and his heart ached. After listening to the debate about concepts among classmates, Shan Qingrang was also slightly surprised. Deng Qingfeng was really not simple. He was so knowledgeable at such a young age. Many classmates agreed with Dong Qingfeng's point of view. Zhang Kai disagreed. How could a young man admit defeat? After school at noon, he ran out of the school to stroll after lunch, looking for opportunities. He ran into Shenzhou from the next class 9. Zhang Kai used to love and hate Shenzhou. After his mobile phone empire collapsed, his girlfriend left him again. Shenzhou now has the reputation of a green forest hero. Zhang Kai just wanted to laugh. Zhang Kai shouted, "Shenzhou, hi. Class 8 and class 9 are close to each other." Shenzhou and Zhang Kai are nodding acquaintances. Seeing someone running over with Shenzhou's emotional intelligence, he was naturally happy and handed over a cigarette. Zhang Kai didn't answer. He asked, "Zuzi, do you think studying has a future?" Shenzhou flicked the ash from his cigarette and sneered, "Studying a trivial book. I will go straight to business after graduation." Zhang Kai was like seeing a confidant. Haha, well said. When the business grows in the future, all those college students will come to work for me. The two of them had the same ideas and talked happily. On the way, passing a lottery station, Zhang Kai thought of the 100 million lottery ticket he won in the morning self-study debate. The desire in his heart grew like a demon. Zhang Kai said, "Zuzi, do you want to buy a lottery ticket?" Shenzhou was hesitant. Now he had no way to make money, and he couldn't bring himself to be a peddler. He didn't have much money. Zhang Kai said, "Whether you go or not, I will definitely go. I believe in my luck." Shenzhou thought for a while and said, "I seem to have heard from Xianpeng that you are very lucky. You played the 1 yuan treasure hunt and won an iPhone." Zhang Kai's face changed. He did win, but later he lost too much and even sold his mobile phone second-hand to make money. Zhang Kai laughed. "Indeed, indeed." Shenzhou laughed and teased, "You are so lucky." Zhang Kai said, "I have been like this since I was young." That was when he was in elementary school. One year, the school paid for the textbooks. His parents gave him 10 yuan. On the way to school, Zhang Kai couldn't help but spend the money to buy snacks at a small store. He spent 1 yuan and had 9 yuan left. Well, this is not enough to pay the tuition. He gave up and bought another bottle of iced black tea. Well, now there is even less. Zhang Kai passed by the game hall and couldn't help but went in to play games. In the end, there was only 1 game coin left in his pocket. Shenzhou, what happened next? Zhang Kai recalled a day he would never forget. He said, "The game machine was very dark. The noise was so loud that it made my head hurt, and there was a smell of smelly feet. When I was confused, I saw a slot machine in the corridor." Shenzhou couldn't believe it. "Could it be that you?" Zhang Kai laughed loudly. "Yes, I won 10 yuan with the only coin left." Shenzhou cursed. "Fuck, god of gamblers." Zhang Kai recounted his experience as a teenager. In the cold wind, he was fearless and resolutely stepped into the lottery station. "Boss, where is the scratch card?" 10 minutes later, Zhang Kai lost all his money and regretted it. "Heba, there is no sun today." Jiang Ning moved the chair to the main room, which was spacious and warm, and even the lonely Chachu had a place to stay. Zhu Yuantang was browsing his phone when he suddenly said, "Jiang Ning, if Chen Xiao and Chen Xiqing fell into the river together, who would you save?" Jiang Ning, who would you save? Zhu Yuantang, I can't tell. Jiang Ning was playing with his homemade wooden car, and Zhu Yuantang always talked to him. She asked again, "Then if Chachu and I fell into the river, who would you save?" Jiang Ning, if you keep asking these boring questions, I'll go out and hunt. Zhu Yuantang remained silent. At this time, Boss Yang passed by from the east with a few small green vegetables in his hand. When he saw Jiang Ning, he shouted, "Jiang Ning, I'll kill a sheep this afternoon and bring you a pot of mutton soup." Jiang Ning, "Thank you. Boss Yang, you're welcome." There was a girl in a down vest next to him, about 20 years old, with a temperament that was more than an ordinary female student, and a little more macup. Tong Tong and Chachu didn't care about the female students. Since Boss Yang opened the farmhouse, all kinds of customers often come to Heba. The farmhouse is positioned at the high end, and those who can afford the cost are basically the rich people in Yazhou. Rich people may not be good looking, but most of their wives are beautiful, and their children generally inherit their looks. There are many high-ranking guests among them, so Boss Yang went to pick them up in person. Passing by Jiang Ning's house, Yang Qian asked in surprise, "Brother, do they look familiar?" Yang Fei, "Yesterday, the battery car was riding very fast." "Oh, them." Yang Qian remembered, and didn't ask any more questions. She was just a little confused in her heart. Her cousin seemed to be very familiar with them. On second thought, she probably understood that her cousin had such a personality and was good at dealing with people. Originally, Yang Qian didn't care about her cousin's farmhouse. The reason why Yang Fei was so powerful was because his father-in-law was arrogant, which was recognized by their big family. However, she went to the farmhouse yesterday and observed it for a day. Especially after looking at the account book, she found out how hidden her cousin's farmhouse was. The unit price was high and the profit was high. It was definitely no problem to make hundreds of thousands a year. Of course, what surprised Jiang Qian the most was that she actually met 2 boys. After hearing the background introduced by her cousin, she was secretly shocked. Lin Zida and Zhuang Jianhu seemed to have regarded the river dam as another nest recently, especially Zhuang Jianhu, because he didn't have to go to school because of his illness. Unfortunately, the pond was frozen, and there was no way to fish. "Brother Jianhu." Yang Qian greeted him with a pretty smile after seeing him. Zhuang Jianhu's reaction was flat. "Yeah." Yang Qian continued, "Do you have anything to do this afternoon?" University is a small society, and it is the beginning of contact with the colorful world. Especially for a girl with Yang Qian's appearance, relying on a meal invited by a suitor and a few small gifts is not enough to support a good life. Her living expenses are 1,500 yuan, and her roommate's living expenses are 5,000 yuan. Can a licker give her a living standard of 5,000 yuan? No, if he can do it, he is probably not a licker. Therefore, some girls with quick minds will be forced by the world and subconsciously seek better living conditions. Zhuang Jianhu replied, "Sleep." Lin Zida noticed the small green vegetables in Boss Yang's hand, so he asked, "Where did you get them?" "Boss Yang, I picked them from Uncle Tang's greenhouse." Lin Zida was shocked. How could you pick vegetables from those families? Recently, Lin Zida gradually figured out the composition of the bungalow: the rude butcher, the cunning teacher, the arrogant kid, the sarcastic young woman. Who are they? Boss Yang. Uncle Tang is one of the few good people. Chapter 783 Enslaved. There were people coming and going at the school gate in the afternoon. Today is Saturday, and after 2 classes, the students have a holiday. The pace of the students has become much lighter. In the past, the first year students had a holiday on Friday afternoons. Later, Jiang Ning thought about the benefits such as air conditioning that he had enjoyed after graduation in his previous life, and he felt uncomfortable for some reason, so he told Xiao Shuangshang a few words. Xiao Shuangshang arranged a meeting, called the leaders of Yazhou Finance, and also called the leaders in charge of education. He mentioned that from then on, the holiday time for the first year students of number 4 middle school would be synchronized with the second year students. The heavy snow the day before, and the continuous low temperature and freezing rain made the ground slippery. Duan Shigen rode his electric donkey and drove into the intersection in a mighty manner. "Brother Gang!" Cuiu shouted from a distance. Duan Shigen slowly drove in front of Cuiu, and he swung the handlebars, and the body of the car actually drifted a little. Cuiu commented, "Not domineering enough." He added, "I saw Jiang Ning's drifting curve, sweeping away all the snow." Duan Shigen was originally the eldest brother, and when he heard this, he felt that he was underestimated. "I'll show you how to do a big circle later. Show me." Cuiu, okay. The two were chatting on the side of the road, and Huang Yazhu passed by on a bicycle. Cuiu hurriedly shouted, "Zuzi." Huang Yazhu is an honest man, and he has a lot of tools. Whether he is a good person or a bad person, he always has a good relationship with him, just in case he can use him one day. Huang Yazhu was wearing a thick cotton jacket, and looked a little bloated. He used the foot brake to stop the car. "What's wrong with you two?" Cuiu introduced the situation to him. "You have seen Jiang Ning's drift. Brother Gang is going to show it today. Let's watch the show together." Huang Yazhu was not as playful as Cuiu. His family situation made him more mature and able to consider the consequences. "It's too dangerous. Jiang Ning rides very fast," he said worriedly. CUIU. Haha, it's okay. It's okay if you don't float well. Someone will catch me. Duan Shigen was puzzled. Will you to catch me? Can you catch me? CUIU tonight. No, there is one wearing black and one wearing white. Duan Shigen was puzzled. Who is it? CUIU. Black and white impermanence. From Yazhou number 2 middle school to Yazhou number 4 middle school, Chaoyang Road was covered with thin ice, and a titanium grey electric car was driving steadily. After Jiang Ning sent Chuchu, he went to his own school with Tang Tang. Zhu Yuantang wore a pure white bunny hat. Jiang Ning, how are we going to pick up Chuchu in the afternoon? Number 2 middle school has a later holiday on Saturdays than number 4 middle school. Do we have to stay in the classroom until Chuchu finishes school? Jiang Ning, I won't answer it. Zhu Yuantang's face changed. Then why did Chuchu play games with me tonight? Jiang Ning asked back, won't Chuchu find a way to go home? Zhu Yuantang belittled Chuchu, she won't. Jiang Ning, do you think she is like Chen Xiaoyu? Speaking of Chen Xiaoyu, Zhu Yuantang temporarily put Chuchu behind his mind. There are only 2 classes this afternoon. Xiaoyu and Bayuxia must want to eat snacks. Shouldn't we buy some? After she finished speaking, she acted embarrassed again. Alas, another expense. All my mother's hard-earned money. She was pretending again. Jiang Ning ignored her, and with a glance of his spiritual sense, he saw the lottery shop diagonally in front of him. Lottery is actually making money by taking advantage of human weaknesses. Some people think it is a scam, then it is 10,000% a scam. Some people think it is not a scam, then it is not a scam. This kind of thing that is recognized as legal depends on how you define it. But Jiang Ning thinks it is an ATM. Jiang Ning, let's go and get some money. Zhu Yuantang, huh? Jiang Ning braked and stopped at the door of the lottery shop. Zhu Yuantang immediately understood. It was very cold outside, and the air conditioning in the lottery shop was blowing warm air. 2 young men bought a whole book of scratch-off tickets, sat on a stool, and scratched the prize money with a beer opener, sighing from time to time. Jiang Ning took out 10 yuan and gave it to the middle-aged male shop owner, who casually pulled out a scratch-off ticket. Under the observation of spiritual consciousness, everything is visible. Ordinary people can live happily, even if they only have the non-compatibilities of spiritual consciousness, such as one of the perspectives. Jiang Ning handed the scratch-off ticket to Tang Tang and said with a smile, you are lucky, you come and scratch it. The middle-aged shop owner watched coldly. He has seen many scenes of brothers taking their sisters to buy lottery tickets. He is the owner of a shop. How can he not understand the odds of scratch-off tickets? After Zhu Yuantang scratched the ticket, he was surprised. I won 100 yuan. Jiang Ning said calmly, cash the prize. The shop owner was stunned and asked, do you want to play again? No. After getting 100 yuan, Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang walked out of the lottery shop happily, and the whole process was neat and tidy. The middle-aged boss had an illusion that they came in just to withdraw money. Zhu Yuantang went to the snack shop next door and bought a few chocolate finger biscuits, a bag of hawthorn strips, a bag of spiced peanuts, a bag of cheese freeze-dried strawberries, and a bag of spicy whitebait, spending 50 yuan. I made 40 yuan. Zhu Yuantang calculated in his mind. Jiang Ning, do you want to buy milk tea? It's too expensive. We don't have enough money. Let's buy Xiang Pio. Zhu Yuantang calculated carefully. When they returned to the classroom, Zhu Yuantang carried a big bag and walked proudly to Chen Xiaoyu. Chen Xiaoyu immediately called her the best person in the back row. Zheng Kai saw the snacks in Zhu Yuantang's bag, and he was indignant. If I hadn't lost money buying scratch cards at noon, wouldn't I have bought snacks at will? The more he thought about it, the more depressed he became. He couldn't help but pounding the blackboard. Damn, I lost 100 yuan at noon. It's so uncomfortable. Songsheng, who was throwing away garbage, glanced at him. You are so useless. The milk that was stolen from me before was worth 200 yuan. Isn't it nothing? Zenkai, isn't it more uncomfortable to lose money than to have your money stolen? Songsheng, things are stolen because you didn't make any mistakes, and you lose money because you made mistakes. Of course, it's more uncomfortable to have things stolen. Zenkai retorted, it's because you made a mistake that the crime is aggravated, so it's more uncomfortable. The two of them actually started arguing, and then evolved into a quarrel, and the quarrel became louder and louder. Baiyuksha listened to their quarrel silently, thinking, classmates are really interesting. Such trivial matters can actually cause a quarrel. The saliva of the two people flew everywhere, and Song Sheng became more and more excited as he quarreled, because he was surrounded by the 4 golden flowers, and he was too depressed, and he urgently needed to vent. In fact, Song Sheng and the 4 golden flowers often have conflicts, and have many opportunities to quarrel, but who dares to quarrel with Pangjio? She will launch a chemical attack. After arguing for about 5 minutes, Zhang Kai found Ma Shicheng, who has a certain reputation in the back row, to judge. Ma Shicheng, there is no comparison between the two. What determines the degree of discomfort is how much money you lost. Haha. Song Sheng laughed. I lost 200, I won. He left the back row with his head held high. After losing the argument, Zhang Kai was extremely depressed. It was fine if he lost money, but he also lost the argument. Damn, double disaster. Zhang Kai told everyone, I bought a scratch card today and spent 100 yuan, and I lost it all. Can you guys tell me something about your own business to make me feel balanced? Jiang Ning, today I spent 10 yuan and bought a scratch card and won 100 yuan. Zhu Yuantang testified with milk tea in his arms. Really, I bought a lot of snacks and still had 20 yuan left. Zhang Kai's eyes went dark, and he was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. In the second class in the afternoon, the physics teacher did not go to Ansheng for tutoring because of the inconvenience of transportation. Without the opportunity to make money, teacher Rao Yang was in a bad mood, which was almost engraved on his face. After entering the classroom, the first sentence he said was, I will hand out the test paper today, and I will give it in the first class of the evening self-study tomorrow. Cuiu said sarcastically, oh, you are a rare guest. The physics teacher stared at Cuiu gloomily, turned around and left the classroom. Lukaki turned her head and was surprised. Cuiu, aren't you afraid that he will cause trouble for you? Cuiu leaned against the back table, not afraid at all. It's so funny. Who is he? He is not clean himself and dares to cause trouble for me. Wang Long Long, brother Cui is awesome. Without the teacher, it became a self-study class again. On the surface, it was a self-study class, but after this class, it was a holiday. At this time, many students started chatting. Except for Chen Qian, few people in the class could study quietly. Zhu Yuantang began to unpack the milk tea. She bought red bean condensed milk tea. After putting the ingredients in, she held the cup and went to the front to get boiling water. The boiling water from the 2 water dispensers was just enough to make a cup. Jiang Ning put the snacks on Tang Tang's pile of books and said, if you want snacks, take them yourself. Jiuo Kunan in the south poured a few hawthorn sticks and congratulated, Brother Ning is generous. Wang Lang Lang in the north poured some spicy silverfish and made spiced peanuts for Brother Ma. Brother Ning, I will definitely reward you handsomely. Cuiu also took peanuts, and this guy also took a weird chocolate finger biscuit. Next time, please ask Brother Ning to go online. Jiang Yanan and Yuwen at the front table also took snacks. Yuwen also asked, Kinj, why don't you eat? Especially this frozen dried strawberry with cheese, it's delicious. Shen Kinj's expression remained unchanged. I don't have much appetite. After sharing snacks, the water was boiled again. Chen Xiaoyu ran to get water. Jiang Ning took the opportunity to take out a deck of playing cards and signaled Baiyuksha with his eyes. Play landlord? Baiyuksha was stunned. At first, she thought that playing cards in class was not a good influence. Was it too rampant? What if there was a patrol teacher outside who found her? When she hesitated, Chen Xiaoyu, who was getting water, ran back. Her eyes lit up. Play a landlord. I'll play. She happily fell to her seat, blocking the sight of Jiang Ning and Baiyuksha, forming a dividing line. So, Jiang Ning, Tang Tang, and Xiaoyu played landlord. Soon, 2 sticky notes were posted on Xiaoyu's face. As one of the 4 major people, Baiyuksha seemed invisible. Chen Xiaoyu felt that she was very pitiful and comforted her. Yuksha, next time I will bring an extra deck of cards, and we will play a landlord with 4 people. Baiyuksha's breath was choked. She showed no expression on her face. No, I'm studying. Chen Xiaoyu, what are you studying? Let me see what you are studying. Hey, you are writing a question. Chen Xiaoyu read out. The mother and son are 100 years old in total. The mother is 40 years old. And the question is, how old is the son? Chen Xiaoyu laughed. It's too simple. 100 minus 40, isn't it 60? So the son is 60 years old. Jiang Ning, who turned around to get the peanuts, was stunned. After seeing this, Chen Xiaoyu was proud. You are stunned by my sharp thinking. In the afternoon holiday, Jiang Ning sent Tang Tang home first. Tang Tang ran to his room to play on the computer, and his hands unconsciously opened the computer. Kwei asked me to take her to the qualifying game. Play. Jiang Ning said. Zhu Yuantong, watch me play. Even if she was playing a game, she wanted Jiang Ning to watch her play, so that she would feel at ease. Okay, watch you. Jiang Ning said. After Zhu Yuantang invited Shang Kwei, a game girl, to form a team, she seemed to be afraid that Jiang Ning would be too lonely. She handed her phone to him and said seriously, I'll give it to you to play. I downloaded a lot of fun games. Jiang Ning touched Tang Tang's small phone, and it was indeed full of game icons. Clash of Clans, Hearthstone, Plants vs. Zombies, Defend the Radish, and Asphalt. He didn't play games, but opened Tang Tang's questions. Her network was very small, with only a few friends, such as Chuchu and Xiaoyu, so there was nothing interesting about her updates, and the same was true for WeChat. Jiang Ning opened the browser again, and saw her search history at a glance. Is the sound of knees when standing up a sign of growth? The best height for girls? Tears in her eyes, she still wanted to grow taller. How to drift on an electric car in the snow? What is the most delicious snack in winter? What is the weakness of a mentally retarded girl? What should I do next after defeating the naughty child? Yes, if you don't understand, just ask. She has a good grasp of Beidou. Jiang Ning opened the forum again. Zhu Yuantang followed many forums and read many posts silently, but never spoke. He was the silent majority in the online world. After a long time, Jiang Ning said, Chuchu is about to finish school. I'm going to pick her up. Tang Tang, I want to go too. You play games? Jiang Ning said. Then remember to tell Chuchu that I can't go, because I play games. Tang Tang explained. Jiang Ning pushed the battery car out, and saw Dang Dang running in the snow with a tire. He had a handmade hemp rope whip wrapped around his neck. The boy kept looking at the door of Jiang's house. Jiang Ning approached slowly. Dang Dang ran away, howling, don't come over here. The next second, Jiang Ning's figure flashed and appeared in front of him. Before Jiang Ning could kick, Dang Dang fell down. Jiang Ning was surprised. He had a stress reaction after being beaten. Jiang Ning looked down and asked, what's on your neck? Let me see. After weighing the pros and cons, Dang Dang presented his newly made whip. Jiang Ning took a look and found that the whip was of good quality. This kid really has some talent for handicrafts. After thinking about it, Jiang Ning stepped on the tire and held the whip. Take me for a walk, or I will beat you to death. Jiang Ning swung the hemp rope whip and whipped out a huge sonic boom. Dang Dang tied the rope and hurriedly dragged the tire forward, fearing that he would be beaten. Jiang Ning stood on the tire and walked forward in the snow. He swung the whip, just like an aristocrat. He rushed to the entrance of the farmhouse. Zhuang Jianhu and Yang Kan were playing badminton. In order to make friends with Zhuang Jianhu, Yang Kan actually bought a pair of badminton rackets with gold coins to make friends with Zhuang Jianhu. When Yang Kan saw this scene of exploiting a child, she was stunned. Zhuang Jianhu also stopped the racket in his hand and couldn't believe this extremely arrogant scene. He knew how unruly Dang Dang was. The look in the child's eyes was as fierce as an untamed beast. Lin Zida waved his hand. Jiang Ning, how did you do it? Jiang Ning swung the whip, making a deafening sound. He volunteered. Chapter 784 My Dad. Bungalow. Door. Jiang Ning's tone was neither sad nor happy. Dang Dang, are you doing this voluntarily? Dang Dang's courage trembled when he heard the devil's voice. Fearing that he would be beaten, he howled at the top of his voice. I like to pull carts. What's your business? Lin Zida was silent after hearing this. Jiang Ning thought for 2 seconds and said, Boss Yang opened a farmhouse and a strawberry garden. I decided to start a business. What business are you starting? Setting up a stall to sell things? Zhuang Jianhu came over and asked. He used to be a fried rice stall owner. As for Yang Qian, she was originally playing badminton with Zhuang Jianhu and was getting into the game. Suddenly, she was interrupted and couldn't help feeling a little unhappy. Setting up a stall? Yang Qian was surprised. She didn't say anything else, but a different emotion surged in her heart. Her cousin opened a farmhouse to attract customers at the river dam, but this boy actually wanted to use his cousin's customer flow to do business and make money. Not bad, a little smart, quite good at taking advantage. She commented. Of course, this does not mean that she thinks the other party can succeed. Linzada was also curious. He gradually realized that Jiang Ning was not a simple person. His parents were senior executives of Changqing Liquid and seemed to be able to borrow some of the power of Changqing Liquid. So Jiang Ning was definitely not short of money and was just having fun. What kind of stall are you going to set up? Sell small commodities, snacks, or local specialties? Linzada judged the most common types. Jiang Ning said, I'm going to do the service industry. Zhuang Jianhu was a little confused. Service industry? What? Jiang Ning smiled and said, snow entertainment service. He pointed at the ground, then at the end of the square in the east, and then at Dang Dang, saying, 5 yuan, experienced tire skiing once. Dang Dang was the little bully of the river dam. He stiffened his neck and roared, why do you do that? As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Ning's wrist shook suddenly, and the rope whip cut through the air, making a sharp snap-sonic boom, like a sharp blade, breaking into the ice and snow under his feet, and in an instant, ice chips flew. Dang Dang's face was cold. He looked down, and saw a deep crack cut into the ice and snow on the ground. Dang Dang swallowed his saliva, his face dark with fear. Jiang Ning's expression became smiling again, as if nothing had happened. He said to the few people in a gentle manner, how about it, do you want to experience it once? I'll pull you back and forth. Linzada was dumbfounded. What a genius idea. Zhuang Jianhu's eyes froze for a long time, and he came back to his senses and asked tentatively, is it really fun? Jiang Ning, if you are not satisfied, I will refund you. Zhuang Jianhu looked at Dang Dang. He was dissatisfied with the naughty kid for a long time. If he hadn't been concerned about his body, he would have beaten him up long ago. At this moment, there was a chance to vent his anger. Zhuang Jianhu signaled Linzada. Linzada took out his wallet and took out 5 1 yuan coins from it. Dang Dang's eyes widened instantly when he saw the money. The naughty kid also knew the benefits of money. After Jiang Ning received 5 coins, he took out 1 coin. Driven by money, Dang Dang tried to fight for his interests. Why only give me 1 yuan? Jiang Ning heard this and reached into his pocket with his left hand. Dang Dang was delighted, thinking that the other party would split it 50-50, but Jiang Ning took out a 10-cent coin, which was the change given by the cashier when Dang Dang went to the supermarket to buy vegetables. He put the change in Dang Dang's hand and said, go to work. Dang Dang looked at the 10-cent coin with a confused expression. Jiang Ning arranged the passengers. Okay, you can get on. You can play standing or sitting. Zhuang Jianhu wiped the tire and sat directly on the tire. Jiang Ning whipped the whip again, crackling, and threatened, if you dare to go on strike, I will hang you up and beat you. Dang Dang tied the rope, turned his grief and anger into strength, and ran wildly while dragging the tire. 3 minutes later, Dang Dang, who was as tired as a dog, ran back while dragging the tire. Jiang Ning asked, is there anything else you want to play? Linzada was eager to try. Zhuang Jianhu was still full of meaning. He commented, not bad, very cool. After the certification of his good brother, Linzada no longer hesitated, and Jiang Ning received another 5 yuan. He calculated the time, and it was time to pick up Chachu to come home. Otherwise poor Chachu would have to wait for the bus. Before leaving, Jiang Ning warned Dang Dang, I will be back soon. If you dare to strike, just try it. Yang Qian watched Jiang Ning go away and murmured, does his business cost anything? Jiang Ning rode on the battery car and sped towards the city. He was dressed in dark colors, a black coat and black pants, but with a red scarf tied around his neck. This was the scarf that Dang Dang knitted for him. There were 3 in total, 1 pink, 1 white, and the current red. Chachu usually took more than 20 minutes to drive to school, but now even if the road was icy, Jiang Ning still rushed to the vicinity of the school within 10 minutes. He didn't pick up Chachu at the school gate. When school was over, it would definitely be full of students. He waited in front of a street side store about 200 meters away from the school gate. He sent a text message to Chachu. "I'll wait for you at the door of Amy Skin Management. This place is a distance away from the school, and there are many shops for face washing, shaving and massage. Most of them are 1 or 2 storefronts, and there are no private rooms." Jiang Ning scanned them with his spiritual sense. Well, they are formal places. However, although they are formal places, most of the customers who can consume in these places are rich and have time. Ordinary office workers, especially men, rarely ask for services such as face washing and shaving. The nearby roads are wide, and there is a spacious parking space in front of the store. A Cadillac is parked on the concrete ground, and Jiang Ning's titanium grey electric car is parked next to the Cadillac. 5 minutes later, the door of the beauty salon was pushed open, and a man in his early 30s walked towards the Cadillac under the gaze of a young woman in the beauty salon. The man squinted his eyes slightly, with a pampered temperament. When he walked to the car, it seemed that his eyes were wandering, and he caught a glimpse of the young man riding the electric car. More handsome than when I was young. This was the first thought of the Cadillac owner. Immediately, he felt a sense of superiority. So what if he's handsome? If he's not extremely handsome, he will eventually lose to money after entering society. The male car owner felt much more balanced. He lazily took out the car key and pressed the button. The Cadillac responded. This was the car he bought in full, and the price was more than 300,000. After hearing the sound of the car, the male car owner gave another casual look to the young man riding the electric scooter. Jiang Ning noticed the guy's eyes. He pressed the horn, and the electric scooter also made a sound. The male car owner was happy. He pressed the button again, and the Cadillac's lights flashed. Jiang Ning's electric scooter was more advanced. He turned on and off the lighting, and the lights also flashed. The male car owner grinned, and said to himself, "The kid is quite interesting." After thinking about the countermeasures, he pressed the remote control again, and the trunk popped up automatically. He saw that the trunk was full of goods, boxes of Huazi, Red Bull, milk, and some groceries, which seemed to be prepared for the new year. The male car owner raised his mouth and thought, competition, why not? In this exchange without any words, he finally won. At this time, a pleasant female voice sounded around. "Jiang Ning, I'm sorry to bother you today." Jiang Ning turned his head and saw Zhu Chuchu, who was wearing a light blue down jacket and had a cold and wonderful face. She was able to attract people's attention just by standing there. "It's not a problem, get in the car," he said. "Okay." Zhu Chuchu gently adjusted her clothes with her hands and got on the electric bike with gentle movements. She chose to sit sideways. After she sat down, some of her long black hair fell on Jiang Ning's coat. Zhu Chuchu found that the expression of the 30-year-old man opposite her was a little dull, and she was slightly puzzled. Jiang Ning deliberately whistled and reminded, "Sit tight." The next second, he glanced at the male owner and started the electric bike. The male owner was stunned beside the Cadillac for a long time. He had a complicated expression, and the face of the cold white girl was still in his mind. He was indignant. "Damn, I lost." Zhu Chuchu stayed behind Jiang Ning. She was very reserved. She deliberately kept some distance from Jiang Ning. As a result, Jiang Ning braked, and she couldn't help but slide forward and hit Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning taught her, "Don't move, it affects my driving." Zhu Chuchu pursed her lips, feeling a little resentful. She and Tang Tang were best friends. Tang Tang had boasted about Jiang Ning's driving skills countless times in front of her. How could she affect his driving? It was clear that the Saturday afternoon at Jiazhou No. 2 middle school was full of classes. In winter, it gets dark early, and it was almost dusk. It was the time between school and get off work, and there were many cars on the road. Jiang Ning didn't take the usual road. He chose a secluded road, rode slowly, and enjoyed the sunset. The winter sunset lit up the sky, and the last afterglow was blooming. Zhu Chuchu also found the beauty of the sunset, and she admired it quietly. Jiang Ning suddenly thought of Tang Tang. If he was riding with Tang Tang now, she would definitely cheer and take out her mobile phone to take pictures. She always seemed to be like this. Although they were together every day, Tang Tang would always send him messages when she saw something beautiful or interesting. The puppy on the roadside, the leaves on the trees, the ripples in the water. Jiang Ning and her chat page were full of various messages from Tang Tang. In contrast, Chachu was much colder, and most of her replies were 1 or 2 words. Jiang Ning rode the bike with one hand. He took out his mobile phone and handed it to Chachu behind him. "Help me take a picture of the sunset." "Oh, yeah." Chachu took the phone, swiped the screen, and pointed it to the west. At this time, a noisy voice came. "Haha, the beauty is beautiful." An electric motorcycle passed by quickly, and he shouted to Jiang Ning, "Brother is too bad, play head tilt." As he said, the young man on the bike and the brother behind him cooperated to lift the front wheel of the electric motorcycle, and now it is a one-wheeled stunt. Jiang Ning cleared the ghost fire boy several times, but this thing can't be burned out by wildfire, and it will grow again in the spring breeze. However, thinking of the fact that a certain provincial capital in the future could still gather a large number of ghost fire boys 10 years later, he felt relieved. Moreover, in this era, the prevalence of ghost fire is so high. Jiang Ning had no intention of taking action today. He gave a thumbs up and praised, "Great." After being praised, the ghost fire boy not only ignored it, but also raised his middle finger to Jiang Ning, and then slowly moved it down. This move even exceeded Jiang Ning's expectations. Is this a normal person? The world is like this. A common man is innocent, but he is guilty of holding a treasure. Jiang Ning asked, "Chachu, have you taken the photo?" Chachu, "Yes, it's done. Hold your phone, and hold me tight." Jiang Ning instructed. Chachu did as he was told. At this time, another ghost fire rushed from behind. Their electric motorcycle obliquely passed Jiang Ning's battery car, and finally blocked in front of him, braking several times in a row. If it were an ordinary person, if the distance between the cars was not properly controlled, there would be a high probability of collision. Well, even if the temper was a little bad, it would probably have collided. Suddenly, another electric motorcycle rushed over from behind, pointing the finger, and said provocatively, "Trash, your girlfriend is pretty good." 6 yellow-haired boys, 3 electric motorcycles, blocked him firmly in front of him, and made a head-turning gesture. Chachu frowned. Jiang Ning silently took the homemade rope whip from the handlebars. He turned off the ignition switch, and the car body accelerated suddenly. The 3 ghost fires in front were still head-turning, and Jiang Ning's speed was very fast, reaching 55 km/h. He surpassed them in an instant, and left them behind. The ghost fires were furious and stopped head-turning. The modified electric motorcycles roared, and chased Jiang Ning at a high speed. The road was icy and the snow was slippery, and several electric motorcycles were speeding. The ghost fire boys took advantage of the speed of the modification and once again leveled with Jiang Ning's battery car. Just as they raised their middle fingers again and started to provoke, they saw Jiang Ning pulled out a whip. Jiang Ning drove with one hand and raised his other arm high. The next moment, he suddenly swung it down, and the whip cut through the air, carrying a heart-pounding force, and hit the provocative yellow-haired man. The fierce force whipped the 2 yellow-haired boys, and the car and the people were knocked over. With a loud bang, the people and the car, which were driving at high speed, rubbed and rolled forward along the asphalt road, and blood stained the ice and snow. Jiang Ning accelerated again and quickly caught up with the next electric motorcycle. He whipped it again, and the car turned over, and the people were injured. Until the last electric motorcycle, the 2 young men witnessed the tragic situation of their companions. Their faces were terrified, and they shouted in a cowardly manner, "Get out, stay away from me." They were so scared that they even forgot to brake, and just wanted to escape in a hurry, desperately pulling the accelerator to escape. Jiang Ning held the whip, controlled the battery car, and chased from behind until the electric motorcycle reached a speed of 100 per hour. A piece of broken ice on the ground directly twisted the body of the car violently, and the 2 yellow-haired youths directly used the ultimate ground sliding tackle. To be honest, according to Jiang Ning's observation, a sliding tackle at this speed might really kill a tiger. Unfortunately, the two young men kicked the iron guardrail. Zhu Chuchu was sitting in the back seat of Jiang Ning, witnessing the whole exciting scene. Her body trembled, and her eyes were full of disbelief. Isn't he afraid of the consequences? In one's life, there are many things you can do, but some things, once done, can't be turned back, can't be regretted, such as what Jiang Ning did just now. He got into trouble. Jiang Ning looked calm, and even had the leisure to smile. Chuchu, look, I didn't touch them, did I? Zhu Chuchu's voice trembled, but, Jiang Ning, well, there were no cameras along the way just now, and no one knew it was me. Zhu Chuchu, they are not stupid. Jiang Ning said, my dad is a senior executive of Changqing Liquid. Chapter 785. Do whatever you want. After the hustle and bustle, it turned into tranquility. The color of the winter sunset covered the light blue tone of the girl's down jacket, bringing a subtle coolness to the purity. Even though covered by the sunset, Zhu Chuchu was still radiant. However, this tranquility did not last long. The afterglow in the sky gradually dissipated, and was eventually replaced by layers of deepening blue-purple. Such changes seemed to hide the deep mood. The street lights were bright, and vehicles occasionally passed by. In the distance, the surface of the Hushu River was swaying with reeds and birds singing. Jiang Ning's atrocities just now finally affected Zhu Chuchu. She said, in fact, you can ignore them. After the voice fell, she looked at the silent sky in the distance, and a faint grey shadow lingered in her heart. Jiang Ning knew very well that compared with Tang Tong, who trusted him 100%, or Bai Yuxia, who was calm on the outside, but bold in her heart, and willing to accept new things, Zhu Chuchu's temperament was more stubborn. She had something to stick to in her heart. With her looks, she has undoubtedly encountered a lot of bad things, bad people, and even many rich, greasy middle-aged and elderly men, since she was a child. As long as she made a little promise, there would definitely be countless people willing to give money and immediately change her family's life, but she has always persisted. Jiang Ning asked back, do you think that, if I ignore them, they will leave? Zhu Chuchu relied on her past experience. They have had enough of the trouble and feel bored, so they will probably leave. In order to add credibility to her words, she mentioned, you should be able to see through their nature, right? Jiang Ning could of course tell the difference. He said slowly, those yellow-haired guys just think that it's cool and exciting to step on others in front of their brothers and beautiful girls. Zhu Chuchu, so we can't be like them. Jiang Ning agreed, indeed. So I beat them all. Zhu Chuchu was speechless for a moment. Benefiting from her past life experience, she continued, when encountering such people, we should actually remain calm, and not be angered by the other party's provocation, and don't let jade touch tiles. For normal people, Zhu Chuchu's approach is right. Jiang Ning slowed down the car and drove steadily along the roadside, but they scolded me, called me trash, they were happy, and I have to bear all the consequences. Zhu Chuchu suddenly asked, just now, were you angry? Jiang Ning said, I'm not angry, but they provoked me, I can't just ignore it. Obviously I was angry, Zhu Chuchu thought. Her voice was gentle, even if she was speaking reason, it was still as gentle as a spring breeze. I have always believed that we can't fight them in a way that others are familiar with. For the group of people just now, the cost of causing trouble was very low for them, but it would be a big trouble for us. It's like, we can't quarrel with people who know how to quarrel, we can't fight with rich people for money, we can't. Jiang Ning said, then I will beat to death those who cause trouble, those who know how to quarrel, and those who are rich. Zhu Chuchu saw his arrogant look and thought, childish ghost. She moved her lips for a long while before she managed to say, Jiang Ning, you are too extreme. She has her own unique values. If she keeps fighting, she will only meet stronger people and end up being destroyed. He is Tang Tang's best friend. I should correct him. Zhu Chuchu told herself. Jiang Ning asked, do you think the fault lies with them or me? Zhu Chuchu said without hesitation, them. Jiang Ning, since they made the mistake, why should I avoid them? Zhu Chuchu, sometimes, keeping things quiet is not cowardice, but wisdom. In her heart, Jiang Ning's life is very precious. Jiang Ning, am I powerful? Zhu Chuchu was stunned for a moment. Why did he suddenly ask this, when they were talking so well? However, she thought of Jiang Ning's bravery in driving and whipping the whip just now, and still answered, awesome. That's fine. Since I'm awesome, why should I endure it? Zuchachu still suggested softly. In fact, we can try another way. Jiang Ning shook his head. In the current environment, small evils are difficult to be punished. They can only be restrained by morality, but they have no morality, so I must use strength to make up for it. His voice was not much fluctuating, and he said slowly, in my opinion, they are just a few wild dogs who want to steal my meat. Do I have to compete with them to see who is better at gnawing bones, instead of beating them away with a stick? Someone once cursed Jiang Ning on the internet, and asked about his ancestors. Should I debate with netizens, instead of using magic power to pull him out, and crush his jaw? Or, if someone stole the business of chanking liquid in the past, should I play tricks with them, and go to a formal business war instead of beating them all to death with one punch? Before I cultivated immortality, I needed to abide by the rules. Now that I'm cultivating immortality, I still abide by the rules. Isn't my cultivation in vain? Zuchachu said, but once you use your strength to solve it, you will pay a price. Jiang Ning just said, if this little thing can make me pay a price, then my father's efforts are in vain, right? Zuchachu was listening. Although she was sitting behind Jiang Ning, she seemed to be able to imagine how high-spirited Jiang Ning was when he said this. People will always avoid the strong light. Zuchachu couldn't help but recall her childhood experience. A beautiful girl from a poor family is not lucky, but represents countless troubles. The endless darkness will swallow her at any time. She can only rely on herself, constantly compromise and avoid, in order to survive. Zuchachu was silent for a long time, with some inexplicable loss in her voice. She said, well, maybe you are right and I'm not you. Jiang Ning restrained his arrogance, and his expression was gentle. It doesn't matter, we are in the same group now. In the same group? Zuchachu was confused for a moment when he heard this. Then, she pursed her lips and said, yeah. 10 minutes later, Jiang Ning parked the car at the door of the bungalow. The reason why it took so long was that he saw an old man selling roasted sweet potatoes on the roadside in the cold wind. After scanning with his spiritual sense, he found that the roasted sweet potatoes were relatively clean. Thinking of Tang playing games at home, he spent 5 yuan and bought 3 roasted sweet potatoes. After parking the car, Zuchachu held the cushion and tapped the ground with her toes. She got out of the car in a very ladylike manner. After she stood still, she saw the naughty child Dang with a rope tied to his shoulder, dragging a tire on the snow. A young woman was sitting on the tire, making bursts of laughter. Zuchachu was slightly surprised. At this moment, she felt that the world was pretty good. She said, actually, Dang is not that bad. Jiang Ning, haha. When Dang saw Jiang Ning, he ran away like a rabbit seeing an eagle, and his speed was even faster. Jiang Ning did not enter the house first, but rode an electric car to the door of the farmhouse. Linzada took out a 10 yuan bill and 2 5 yuan bills and explained, the children of a table of guests want to play, so I collected the money for you. Jiang Ning said, yes, I'll take the money. I'll treat you to a round of tubing later. Linzada, you're welcome. Jiang Ning collected 20 yuan and went back home to find Tang. He had previously set up a magic array for Tang to reduce the volume so that she didn't hear anything. Jiang Ning unwrapped the oil paper wrapped around the roasted sweet potatoes, and a sweet potato fragrance wafted out. When Zhu Yuantang smelled it, she suddenly turned around and saw Jiang Ning staring at her with a smile. She was surprised and said, Jiang Ning, you're back. Then, she was confused again. Why didn't I hear it? Jiang Ning took the opportunity to teach her a lesson. It's because you were obsessed with playing games. Zhu Yuantang didn't have the confidence to resist, so she shamelessly moved closer and said, did you buy roasted sweet potatoes? Eat it. Jiang Ning gave her one. The baked sweet potato was still hot. Zhu Yuantang carefully peeled off the skin to reveal the red flesh inside. She took the first bite very carefully. She exhaled and praised, it's so sweet. Jiang Ning, of course it's sweet. The old man sells it outside. He is wearing a military coat and guarding the oven. It's so cold. The colder the weather, the more delicious the baked sweet potato is. Zhu Yuantang held the baked sweet potato and ran to the snow in front of the bungalow. She rubbed her hands and ate the hot, sweet and sticky baked sweet potato. She was so sweet that her eyebrows curved. It's delicious. You eat it too. Jiang Ning opened the oil paper. His baked sweet potato looked good. The skin was baked soft and syrupy. Zhu Yuantang was very envious and thought his was better. Jiang Ning said, "This is Chachu's." Zhu Yuantang pouted. The two of them were eating roasted sweet potatoes at the door. Dong Dong was still pulling the cart with a load. When he saw Jiang Ning as a supervisor, he was afraid and angry. He howled and kicked his thick legs, rushing towards the farmhouse like a calf. When they arrived, Yang Kan got off the tire. She smiled. "Thank you, Jian Hu, for treating me." Zhuang Jian Hu didn't care. It's a small matter. But Yang Kan seemed very serious and made up her mind. "I must treat you back next time. 5 yuan per time for tire skiing is very cheap." If it was those poor boys in the school who treated her, she would not take it seriously at all. But if it was Zhuang Jianhu, she would act very formal. Facing Yang Kan's performance, Lin Zida has been watching coldly. Although he is 3 or 4 years younger than Yang Kan, his vision and experience are completely different. He knows the other person's mind too well. There are too many people who want to fit into the small circle of Lin Zida, Zhuang Jianhu and Ding Xuan. Even if they don't ask them for help, they can use it as a topic of conversation. Dong Dong rested for a while, dragging the empty tire, and passed in front of them. Lin Zida shouted, "Boy, Jiang Ning said you still owe us one." Dong Dong was furious, and swung the rope. Then he glared and growled fiercely, "Sooner or later, I will beat Jiang Ning to death." "Beat him to death." Lin Zida looked at him and said, "Why don't you say this in front of Jiang Ning?" Dong Dong shouted to intimidate him, "I dare not." Lin Zida thought to himself, "I thought you were so awesome." He thought that, now that Jiang Ning was threatening, he would introduce more business to this kid and torture him. Who made Dong Dong steal his chicken legs, causing him to be embarrassed in front of others. Dong Dong, who had no business for the time being, thought that he had worked hard and was paid. "Where is my money?" Dong Dong was arrogant. Lin Zida pointed to Jiang Ning at the door of the bungalow in the west and said, "I gave it all to him. Go and ask for it." "You don't dare, do you? Why did you give him all my money?" Dong Dong was very dissatisfied. Seeing that he was involved, Lin Zida said happily, "Go quickly, otherwise Jiang Ning will spend all the money." Dong Dong was furious. He was anxious when he thought that the wages for his hard work would be cheated. For the income from his labor, he hurriedly dragged the tire and rushed to Jiang Ning's house. So, Zhu Yuantang and Zhu Chuchu, who were eating roasted sweet potatoes, saw Dong Dong running over aggressively. Dong Dong shouted, "Pay back the money, pay back the money." Tong Tong and Chuchu were puzzled and looked at Jiang Ning together. Jiang Ning took out a 50-cent coin and handed it to Dong Dong. "Your salary." Dong Dong originally thought that the salary collection project would be difficult, and he made several plans in his mind, but Jiang Ning actually gave it to him easily. He took the coin and was still a little unbelievable. At a certain moment, he actually felt that the other party was quite conscientious. Zhu Yuantang didn't understand. Why give him money? Jiang Ning explained his business plan and then took out a pile of scattered money, including 10 yuan bills, 5 yuan bills, and 5 coins. Zhu Yuantang was shocked. 25 yuan. Zhu Chuchu saw a pile of money and felt that the world had become psychedelic. It turned out that Dong Dong was starting a business by recruiting people. Jiang Ning said, "To be exact, it was 30 yuan. I spent 5 yuan to buy the sweet potatoes in your hands." Zhu Yuantang, "Then how much did you give Dong Dong in total?" Jiang Ning, 50 cents now, plus the 10 cents I gave him before, a total of 60 cents. He said it lightly, but Dong Dong, who had been staring at him, was almost green with jealous eyes. The tire was his, he was the one who pulled the tire, and the rope whip used to beat him was also his. But he could only get 60 cents. Dong Dong, a primary school student, felt the oppression of evil deeply at this moment. He wanted to fight. Stand up, stand up. Don't be patient anymore. The anger filled Dong Dong's mind. His eyes were red. Why only give 60 cents? All the money is mine, mine. He knew he couldn't win, so he picked up the tire and threw it to the ground. "I quit. I don't want the tire anymore. Beat me to death. If you dare to hit me, I'll tell my grandma." He sat on the ground and went on strike. Zhu Yuantang knew how hateful Dong Dong was. When she was in junior high school, Dong Dong made his own slingshot and bow and arrow, aimed at her, and caught mice, snakes, and chili peppers to throw at her, and other evil things. The key is that he can't be disciplined. Dong Dong has an extremely shrewish grandma. When she thought that the opportunity to make money was gone, how could Zhu Yuantang let Dong Dong run wild? She glanced at the slacking Dong Dong, her eyes lit up, and suddenly tiptoed to get closer to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning tilted his head slightly downward. So, Tong Tong's pink lips were close to Jiang Ning's ear and said a lot of words. Zhu Chuchu watched their close cooperation and ate the roasted sweet potatoes silently. After hearing what Tong Tong said, Jiang Ning walked forward and Dong Dong rolled aside in fear. "Don't worry, I won't hit you." Jiang Ning stood in front of the black tire. He slowly raised his foot, and several people could see the concentration of Jiang Ning's leg movements. The next second, his right foot left the ground, drew an invisible trajectory, and hit the tire brazenly, and then it was like a heavy artillery bombardment, blowing the tire into the air. The tire turned into a cannonball and flew, crashing into the Dagwon poplar tree 50 meters away. The branches and leaves of the tree trembled wildly, and the birds in the bird's nest flew away. Jiang Ning looked at Dong Dong, slowly retracted his feet, and twisted his foot joints casually. He had no sadness or joy on his face, and said lightly, "Go pick up the tire, or it will be your turn next." Dong Dong had already been shocked when he saw his tire being blown away. He was so scared that his eyes were wide open, and his breathing almost stopped, as if he was nailed to the ground. Hearing Jiang Ning's words, he ran to pick up the tire with a sad face. Zhu Yuantang crossed her arms and said proudly, "Humph, I have used this trick before, and I still don't know how to deal with you." Chapter 786 Heading to the ski resort. On the snow, Dong Dong tied a rope and continued to run with the tire. Jiang Ning tasted the roasted sweet potato and said, "Not bad. I really appreciate employees who volunteer to work overtime." Zhu Chuchu thought to herself, how can it be voluntary overtime? It's obviously you who threatened him. Tong Tong helped the evil. If he doesn't obey, beat him with a whip. But she turned and gave instructions. It must hurt him, but it can't leave wounds. Jiang Ning waved the rope whip. "Don't worry, I know how to strike." After hearing this, Zhu Yuantang happily came closer and raised her snow white face. I gave you an idea. Can you give me some money? 5 yuan per trip." Zhu Yuantang thought that, if the business was good, he could buy a lot of snacks over time. Jiang Ning deceived. "Sure, I'll give you half, but you must deposit the money with me first. When you find a big business in the future, I will invest again, and we will become bigger and stronger." Zhu Yuantang was very happy and kept saying, "Okay, okay." Zhu Chuchu ate the sweet potato silently. The two chatted about business, and Zhang the butcher rode his day-end motorcycle and returned home in a domineering manner. He had been slaughtering pigs for 20 years, and he was fierce and strong. At this moment, he was wearing a winter coat, which made him look like a tough guy. Zhang the butcher parked his motorcycle at the door and noticed that Jiang Ning and his friends next door were talking about business. He said, "Why are you doing evil things at such a young age? I think you should study hard." Zhang the butcher was in a good mood today and boasted, "Although it has snowed recently, my business is good. I can make 1,000 yuan every day. Pork is the most popular in winter. Once the temperature drops, many people buy meat to make dumplings with meat filling." As he said this, he took out a small stack of red banknotes and swung them, which attracted people's attention. "This is called doing business. What can you make from your little tricks?" Zhang the butcher saw several young people next door staring at him, and his inner vanity was satisfied. In terms of making money, who among the residents of the bungalow can compare with him? Zhang the butcher? With Uncle Tang, Teacher Kan? Or women like Hua Feng Mei? Bugha used to be awesome, but now he's locked up. What's the point of being so arrogant? As for Boss Yang, Butcher Zhang ruled him out, because he's not from Heba. After taking stock, Butcher Zhang suddenly realized that he was invincible, and he himself was a powerful person. Jiang Ning praised him. "You're so good at making money." Zhu Yuantang gritted his teeth. "Uncle Zhang, don't make money anymore. You're almost making all the money from the vegetable market." Butcher Zhang went into the house with satisfaction. Zhu Chuchu thought they were both mean and obviously sarcastic. Not long after Butcher Zhang entered the house, he came out with a vegetable basin. In the basin was a big stewed bone. He always loved to eat this, and he would eat it every 2 or 3 days. No wonder he likes to kill pigs so much. It turns out he likes to eat it. Butcher Zhang held the hot and steaming big bone and chewed it fiercely. The big black wolf dog ran to him from the door of Jiang Ning's house, squatted beside him, and waited for the bone reward. Butcher Zhang cursed, "You son of a bitch. What's the point of raising you?" The big wolf dog lowered its head after being scolded. Butcher Zhang became more and more angry. He took the trouble to raise this good dog, but it ended up guarding other people's houses every day. He kicked it angrily and cursed, "Damn it, eat, eat. If you eat again, I will chop it up and stew it in a hot pot. Useless thing," he cursed. Jiang Ning said, "Xiaoban is okay, it's quite useful. Butcher Zhang is now the man who can make the most money in Heba." He retorted at the top of his voice, "What's the use? Tell me, what's the use of it?" Facing the aggressive neighbor, Jiang Ning was not annoyed. He smiled and said, "Xiaoban, come here." The majestic big wolf dog ran over immediately. Jiang Ning sat on the stool. He took out a 5 yuan bill and put it in front of the big wolf dog. "Smell it." Xiaoban quickly remembered the smell of money. Jiang Ning pointed to the west and said, "Go, find some." The big wolf dog ran out quickly and ran to the snow pile dozens of meters away. He kept digging the snow with his 2 front legs and soon dug out a piece of white stuff from it. The big wolf dog held the white thing and ran back quickly. After Jiang Ning took it, he shook his palm and shook off the broken snow on the surface. It turned out to be a red 100 yuan bill. Zhu Chuchu beside him was confused. Tang Tang was celebrating. Jiang Ning deliberately flicked the banknotes and said, "Real money." Butcher Zhang's eyes almost popped out. He couldn't believe this incomprehensible scene at all and questioned, "Jiang boy, are you kidding me?" Jiang Ning said leisurely, "Money can't fool people." Butcher Zhang ran over to verify it and found that it was really real money. He looked at Xiaoban with a different look. Butcher Zhang called out, "Bei Wang." The big wolf dog ignored him. Butcher Zhang quickly offered a big bone with meat to honor his dog. "This is not a dog, this is the ancestor." Butcher Zhang is showing filial piety to the big wolf dog. Boss Yang called and told Jiang Ning to get the pot quickly. He stewed mutton soup today. Jiang Ning hung up the phone and arranged, "Tang Tang, prepare the pot and the steamed bun basket." Tang Tang received the order. "Okay." She immediately swung her cute legs and ran to her kitchen. "Chuchu." Jiang Ning continued to arrange, "You help Tang Tang." Zhu Chuchu was obviously much more reserved. "Okay." She looked for Tang Tang's figure. After preparing everything, Jiang Ning led the 2 of them to the farmhouse together. Tang Tang was very excited along the way. Uncle Tang also said that Boss Yang killed a lamb again today and the stewed soup must be very delicious. Zhu Chuchu didn't say anything. She thought that Boss Yang sent soup to Jiang Ning, so Jiang Ning owed him a favor. If he owed too much, it would not be good. After all, favors must be repaid. But thinking of this, Zhu Chuchu thought of how much she owed Jiang Ning. It was inevitable that she was a little worried. How could she go back? In her wild thoughts, the 3 of them arrived at the entrance of the farmhouse. Looking inside, there was an 8-person table in the brightly lit main room. Linzida and his friends were drinking soup at the table. Each of them had an enamel bowl, drinking soup and eating pancakes. So happy. Linzida saw the thing in Jiang Ning's hand and greeted him, "Come and drink soup." Jiang Ning smiled and said, "Pour some." Boss Yang ran out of the kitchen and said enthusiastically, "Come on, Jiang Ning." Jiang Ning took the pot and the steamed bun basket and walked towards the kitchen with a smile. Tang Tang and Chuchu were left waiting in the main room. Yang Kan's eyes were on Zhu Yuantong, staying for 2 seconds, and then moved to Zhu Chuchu's face. After a careful look, she couldn't help but be shocked. She had been in Heba for 2 days and had only seen Zhu Chuchu's figure, but had not noticed her face. Who would have thought that it was like this? Yang Kan thought that she looked good, but after seeing Zhu Chuchu's flawless face and her cold and elegant temperament, her mentality was instantly unbalanced. She could only comfort herself that flawed beauty was the best. If Zhuang Jianhu, Yang Kan suddenly thought, and could not help but stare at Zhuang Jianhu. Zhuang Jianhu and Ding Xuan were good friends, and they had a certain resistance to beauty. Besides, he had seen Zhu Chuchu many times. He only glanced at her at the beginning, and did not look at her at this time. Yang Kan's confidence was boosted immediately. After Jiang Ning served the mutton soup, he left the farmhouse with the warm farewell of Boss Yang. Yang Kan finally saw the little girl jumping around, and even she, a woman, felt that she was a little cute. However, she did not quite understand her cousin Yang Fei in her heart, and always felt that her cousin's attitude towards Jiang Ning was no less than that towards Zhuang Jianhu and others. Aunt Gu did not work overtime today and came back very early. Zhu Yuantang had just finished her soup when her mother came back. She was so happy that she gave up the work of washing dishes and pots to her dear mother. She rushed to Jiang Ning's house. Aunt Gu scolded her daughter, "You are playing games again, right? Come back." Zhu Yuantang's crisp voice was full of denial. "No, I went to Jiang Ning's house to participate in the military management." At this moment, Aunt Gu felt as if she was old, and she didn't know how to understand this sentence. Zhu Yuantang took the opportunity to run away. After she ran to Jiang Ning's house, she found Chuchu reading a book on the sofa. Zhu Yuantang started the computer and clicked on the CF icon. In the middle of winter, after drinking mutton soup, she felt warm all over and urgently needed a hearty battle to relieve the heat in her body. In biochemical mode, choose Silent Village. At the beginning, find a teammate with a cannon and use the silver killer she got from brushing boxes to exchange cannons and snipers with others. Then, she was cruelly rejected and the other party scolded her on the microphone to look in the mirror. Zhu Yuantang was furious. She ran to the entire game map, and the only way to the highest platform was blocked there, stuck in position. The teammate holding the sniper gun was originally planning to seize the high ground and have a great sniper game. In the end, he couldn't get up no matter what, and his teammates were almost mad. How could there be such a wicked person? The sniper gun teammate didn't believe it and kept pushing and shoving. Then, Zhu Yuantang was selected as the Terminator, and he was directly electrocuted and mutated. Then the whole field began to hunt. After a great game of biochemical mode, Zhu Yuantang ran to the transport ship again. She took the melee sword she got from the box in the challenge mode. Then, while scolding the teammate who was sniping for being a coward, she insidiously slipped to the opposite position through the side passage. Then he held down the left mouse button and didn't let go, waving it non-stop, turning into a melee dog that everyone hated. Jiang Ning was whittling wood and occasionally looked up, only to see Tang Tang killing 3 people in a row with a melee weapon in the constantly shaking picture. He had to sigh that Tang Tang's dynamic vision and reaction ability was so excellent. When the screen shook, ordinary players couldn't see clearly, but she had already accurately locked the opponent and judged how many people were there. Then she performed a series of sword swings and killing actions. The enemy didn't know what happened until he died. It was just like the game scene of professional FPS game players that Jiang Ning had watched before. With this level of game skills, in all fair competition games, he is definitely a godlike existence, and the game experience is so good. No wonder Tang Tang likes to play games, but Chuchu doesn't like it so much. Jiang Ning looked at Chuchu on his left hand. Zhu Chuchu, who was studying hard, was puzzled. What does his eyes mean? Tang Tang and Chuchu have their own tasks, and Jiang Ning also has his own tasks. He opened the dynamic page of questions and clicked into his questions space. He recently found that the number of views on his dynamics always increased inexplicably. This afternoon, Jiang Ning specially posted a message and set it to be visible to some friends. It was a picture. During the physical education class in junior high school, he brought a table tennis racket and prepared to play badminton with Shenkinj, but she ran off to play badminton with the celebrities in the class. Jiang Ning brought a keypad phone that day and took a blurry photo of the table tennis racket. Today, I happened to post a message. Now I see that the message I posted in the afternoon has been viewed over 100 times in the evening. Jiang Ning thought to himself, it's quite good. One person has given me over 100 views. He thought about it, deleted the message, and locked the question space. February 1st, 8:30. Tang Tang got out of bed reluctantly. When she ran to Chuchu's house, she saw Chachu opening the pot, and white steam rose up all over the room. She said to Jiang Ning proudly, "It's better to come at the right time than to come early, right? Jiang Ning, let's eat quickly. The river dam is very lively today." Zhu Yuantang was curious. "What's wrong?" Zhu Chachu took the buns from the steaming tray and said, "Teacher Khan said outside early in the morning that many city people came to the dam to play in the snow. There is a lot of snow near the river dam, and few people clean it up. Due to the special terrain and slope of the river dam, a natural ski resort has been formed. It is not surprising that it can attract people to ski." After hearing this, Zhu Yuantang could imagine the scene. She was surprised and said, "Yes, there were also many people a few years ago. I almost forgot about it." After that, she hurried to eat. This morning, she cooked red taro rice soup and heated up a few buns made by Aunt Boo. Chachu also fried a plate of pickled mustard greens and shredded pork and boiled 3 eggs. Although it was simple, Jiang Ning stayed in the kitchen where the residual heat was still there, eating around the table, listening to Tong Tong and Chachu chatting, and still felt very happy. For many people, perhaps this is just a very common scene, something that happens every day. But Jiang Ning has been a left behind child since he was young. Except for the new year, he hardly felt the warmth of his family. After graduation, he also wandered alone. So much so that just eating and talking around the table like a family is a precious thing for him. Just like the most expensive things in the world are air, sunshine, and water. Jiang Ning moved slowly. Tong Tong felt uncomfortable and urged him to hurry up. Jiang Ning was still dawdling there. Tong Tong glared, pouted, and wished she could eat Jiang Ning. Zhu Chachu secretly pursed her lips, but she couldn't escape Tong Tong's eyes, so she accused her. "Chachu, you are still laughing." After Zhu Chachu was discovered, she defended herself. "Which eye of yours saw me laughing?" Tong Tong, Jiang Ning, did she laugh? Jiang Ning, she laughed. Zhu Chachu was isolated. After dinner, she said she didn't want to wash the dishes. Zhu Yuantang was not afraid at all. "Haha, your unwillingness to wash the dishes must prove that you are laughing." She and Jiang Ning worked together to wash the dishes and pots. After cleaning up, the three decided to go to the river dam to play in the snow. After Zhu Yuantang closed the door, he did not forget to say, "Should we call Dong Dong and supervise him to exercise?" "Exercise? Obviously you want someone to pull the cart." Zhu Chachu couldn't help it and criticized her. "You are so vicious," Zhu Yuantang said angrily. "Forget it. Let's spare his life for now." Chapter 787 Snow Day. Climbing up the dam, Zhu Yuantang put his hands behind his back and looked down. The low temperature and snowfall for several days dyed the earth white, but in this white ocean, countless bright colors swayed, and laughter came one after another. It turned out that there was an endless stream of men, women, old and young, skiing and having fun along the slope. The lively atmosphere was contagious, and Zhu Yuantang couldn't wait. "Let's go skiing." Zhu Chachu's eyes drifted across the crowd and suggested. They brought basins and mats as skiing props. "Should we go home and prepare them first?" They had nothing in their hands. "Humph, no need." Zhu Yuantang raised her little face with a dignified expression and said solemnly, "The Supreme Emperor will descend on his own dam at this moment. People, cheer." She raised her little hand diagonally and performed the Emperor's etiquette. Jiang Ning's consciousness swept over and found Dong Dong, who was mixed in the crowd and dominated several children. He sent a voice message remotely on the spot. Dong Dong was having fun when suddenly there was a bang in his ear. He came back to his senses in horror and met the terrifying eyes of the Demon King. Dong Dong was so scared that he trembled all over and almost fell to his knees. Jiang Ning said calmly, "Bring your people and come here to declare your surrender." Dong Dong was strong and healthy because of his early development. He has been the leader in the class since he was a child. Even when he came to the river dam to ski at this moment, he still relied on his deterrent power to oppress several children, even though these children came with their parents. Now hearing the call of the Demon King, Dong Dong, who had been beaten many times, dared not disobey. He immediately called a few men and ran to the dam. Seeing that they were about to climb the dam, Jiang Ning stopped them in time. "Okay, stop. If they really climbed the dam with Tong Tong's height, it would definitely reduce a lot of majesty. Dong Dong stopped at the slope of the river dam. He raised his hands and took the lead in shouting, "Long live the emperor." Then he bent down and knelt. Behind him, several children imitated the shouting. For a moment, the pedestrians around him cast their eyes. Zhu Yuantang was still majestic. She waved her hand calmly. "Everyone, please stand up." The children shouted, forming a wave of voices. "Thank you, your majesty." Tang Tang was bathed in the glory of the emperor, like an orthodox empress. Zhu Chuchu couldn't hold it anymore. The expressions of the people around were too strange. She silently moved a few steps to the side. Jiang Ning sent a message to Dong Dong for a second deterrence. Dong Dong immediately took out the tire. It was not enough. He also presented a ski mat that he had snatched from another child. Zhu Yuantang nodded slightly. "Such treasures are rare, and I'm very pleased." Jiang Ning waved his hand and asked them to get out. Dong Dong was pardoned. Although the tire was gone, it was a blessing in disguise and escaped the fate of being a cow and horse. Zhu Yuantang became a widower again. She was a little dissatisfied. They were obviously her subjects. Why did Jiang Ning drive them all away? Zhu Yuantang looked at the spoils in front of her. She still maintained the majesty of the emperor and said to her beloved concubine Chuchu, "It's just a tool. What's the difficulty?" Zhu Chuchu questioned in a low voice. "You robbed it." Zhu Yuantang raised the corner of his mouth. "Humph, take it from the people and use it for the king. Why not?" She was addicted to acting, with her hands behind her back, and took a step forward with the momentum of sweeping across the wilderness. Unexpectedly, the snow was too slippery, and her feet slipped, and she fell backwards. Fortunately, Chuchu was quick and supported her. Jiang Ning commented, "You deserve a reward for saving the emperor." Zhu Chuchu was used to their unorthodoxy. As the only normal person, she straightened Tang Tang and carefully combed her hair. "Not bad, you know how to maintain the emperor's appearance." Zhu Yuantang praised, "Appoint you as a female general." After preparing the baggage for the expedition, Zhu Yuantang dragged the mat and Zhu Chuchu pulled the tire, looking for a suitable place to ski along the river dam. "Jiang Ning?" A refreshing female voice sounded. After another 2 seconds, it seemed that there was another discovery. "Hey, Zhu Yuantang?" Jiang Ning looked at the girl in front of him who was dressed quite beautifully. She was Tan Mealing, a student in the next class 9. She was famous for her bold dressing style, and was one of the girls Jiuo Kunan fell in love with. Even when playing in the snow, she was still fashionable enough. She wore a pink corduroy jacket on the upper body and a short pleated skirt on the lower body. Her 2 slender legs were wrapped in clothes similar to the bare leg artifact in later generations. When Zhu Yuantang saw a familiar classmate, she restrained her imperial majesty and greeted him slightly stiffly. "It's me," Tan Mealing said in surprise. "What a coincidence, you two." At this point, Zhu Chuchu in front turned around. Tan Mealing paused, her eyes slightly widened, and she couldn't say the rest of the words. A little further away, Lin Zida and Zhuang Jian who were together. They kicked the snow with their feet and listened to Wang Yang from class 8 talking non-stop. Wang Yang was talking about Wu Yunzi's current situation. Wang Yang's family naturally discussed the prestige of the Wu brothers. At that time, his parents expected that it would be over sooner or later. Who could have thought that it would be ended by the Zhuang family in the end? Wu Yunzi has been very low-key in school recently. Qi and Heng spent some money from time to time to find someone to black him and spread all kinds of rumors. Now it has even developed to the point where Wu Yunzi and the cafeteria are flirting with each other. Lin Zida's mouth twitched. Wang Yang said, since his classmate was expelled, he seldom plays basketball. Last time in physical education class, he just touched the basketball and was teased by Cuiu and Wu Zhaoqi from our class. In the end, Wu Yunzi left in shame and gave Cuiu a look before leaving. Who would have thought that Wang, who was once tall and handsome on the court, would be bullied by someone like Cuiu? Lin Zida asked, is the look very vicious? Wang Yang. At that time, Wu Yunzi glared at Cuiu. Cuiu said that his eyes looked like the widow abandoned by Wang Mazi in the village. Wu Yunzi immediately stopped looking at him. Lin Zida smiled. Yang Kan listened to their conversation, not understanding why. While Wang Yang was talking, he glanced at Yang Kan from time to time. He thought the girl was good looking and seemed to have put on makeup, but he didn't know that she was a college student. Zhuang Jian, who has experienced the storm and is now quite calm, he will have a good life in the future. No matter how powerful his family is, they can't kill or maim Wu Yunzi under the attention of all parties. But, slowly cutting off everything he relied on and watching him fall into despair is also cruel. They chatted for a while about Wu Yunzi, and Wang Yang asked, "Brother Hui, you won't go back to number 4 middle school this semester, right?" Zhuang Jian, who, no, at the end of the next cycle. Yang Qian had a good impression of Wang Yang at first, as he came to Heba in an Audi A6. But gradually, she began to dislike Wang Yang. He always flattered Zhuang Jianhu, which made her quickly distinguish the difference in status between the two, and he kept nagging, affecting her conversation with Zhuang Jianhu. At this time, Jiang Ning and Tan Miling passed by. Yang Qian, who was absent-minded, suddenly caught a glimpse of the girl in stockings. She was obviously stunned and looked at her carefully. Yang Qian thought, what she wears is really hot. Finding a sloping snow slope, Zhu Yuantang arranged the tires. Take off. Then, she sat on the tires, lowered her vision, and looked at the downhill road that stretched more than 30 meters below, and she stood up silently again. Tan Miling came to the river dam with her mother and sister to join in the fun. She and her family couldn't stay and happened to meet classmates, so they chose to play with Jiang Ning and others. Tan Miling was puzzled. Why is it not sliding? Zhu Yuantang, I'll adjust the tire. Tan Miling didn't understand, but thought it was very high-end. After a while, Zhu Yuantang was still adjusting the tires. While adjusting, he said to Tan Miling, "You really know how to dress, unlike me, who only wears a cotton-padded jacket." Compared with the flamboyant Tan Miling, Zhu Yuantang's clothes are more rustic, and he wears a small cotton-padded jacket all day long. Tan Miling smiled brightly. Who doesn't like to hear compliments, especially compliments from the top of the grade? If you want to look better, I can help you pick a few clothes later. Tan Miling was very generous. She said, but, clothes are one aspect, and the most important thing is a person's demeanor. Zhu Yuantang was curious, why? Tan Miling said, no matter how good the clothes are, if they are put on a person with bad appearance, the effect will not be good, such as hunchbacks, etc. Zhu Yuantang immediately straightened her chest and raised her head. Indeed. Seeing that she was so willing to listen, Tan Miling's vanity was satisfied to a certain extent. In her class 9, teachers often boasted about Zhu Yuantang's genius. Who wouldn't want to get along with a top student? The most important thing is manners. If a girl is recognized as a beauty, then her manners must be good. Tan Miling emphasized repeatedly. Don't be surprised by praise or criticism. Tan Miling said, I can teach you this. I'm good at it. After chatting for a while, Tan Miling found that she was still debugging and asked, is it ready? Let me try. Zhu Yuantang agreed immediately. Tan Miling sat on the tire, facing the big slope. She couldn't help but become nervous. Due to its geographical location, Anhui province does not have a ski resort, and most people have no experience in skiing. Well, although what they are doing now can't be considered skiing. Zhu Yuantang, are you ready, Miling? Tan Miling, okay, push. Zhu Yuantang pushed, and the tire was pushed forward, and it flew down the slope whoosh. Tan Miling felt that the speed was getting faster and faster, and the wind whistled past her ears, sending a piercing chill. Tan Miling felt that she was out of control, and she screamed, stop. She cried to the sky and the earth, but no one answered. In fear, she kicked her legs suddenly, and directly ejected from the tire. Then, under the action of inertia, she swung her legs and ran quickly, and finally fell into the pile of dry grass. The pedestrians walking their dogs on the dam laughed so hard that they fell over. After a while, Tan Miling climbed onto the river dam in a mess with the messy white snow on her head. A skiing game directly ruined her skiing skills. Tan Miling said embarrassedly, why don't you ski? Jiang Ning, I just watched you skiing, not bad, you run very fast. After Wang Yang finished talking about the campus life of number 4 middle school, Lin Zida ran to Jiang Ning to borrow ski equipment to play with. Zhuang Jian, who walked eastward, the snow and ice under his feet, made a squeaking sound. He chatted with Wang Yang casually. Yang Kan looked down at the crowd below and said, just now our official media published an article claiming that Heber is a small ice city. How can it be compared? Real skiers must have gone to the ice city to play. We are just having fun here at most. Wang Yang said. Yang Kan said, well, but the threshold for skiing is very high, the equipment is very expensive, and you need to hire a coach. Wang Yang's family is not bad, and he has serious skiing experience. The equipment is actually not bad. I bought a set of ski clothes, ski shoes, gloves and so on before, and the total cost is less than 3,000 yuan. As for the board, you can borrow it from the ski resort. Wang Yang said slowly, of course, this is basic equipment. Brother Hui, do you have a few full carbon boards? Zhuang Jianhu, well, actually there is no need. He is very talented. He mastered dunking in his jeans. His physical fitness and coordination are definitely outstanding. Such a person will achieve great success in any sport. Yang Kan secretly memorized the full carbon board. She said, given the price of entry-level equipment, it's not a sport that ordinary people can play. Zhuang Jianhu pointed out, equipment is okay, but skiing costs a lot of money. It's too easy to break a bone. The cost of the fracture plate, surgery, hospitalization, and lost work are the most serious. Having experienced this fracture, he deeply knows how torturous it is. Zhuang Jianhu simply refused to do dangerous sports such as skiing. They wandered to the east and saw Linzada dragging a tire and struggling to climb up. Zhu Yuantang and Chachu shared a mat, and Jiang Ning was guarding under the dam because Tang Tang claimed that she would be hit by a tree. Jiang Ning stood in the snow, and Zhuang Jianhu said, I don't know if Jiang Ning can ski. I think he is quite good at sports. When Yang Kan saw him, she said, I don't think so. Zhuang Jianhu's expression was much kinder than before. If he is interested, I have 2 sets of unpacked equipment that I can give to him. After skiing for a morning, Zhu Yuantang and Tan Mealing said goodbye and took Jiang Ning and Chachu home. As for the tires and mats, they were all returned to Dandang. After crossing the ice and snow, she stepped into the house and was greeted by the aroma. She jumped to the kitchen. Her mother was cooking. She sniffed and immediately announced the name of the dish. Pork ribs with dried beans and a pancake, right. Zhu Yuantang swallowed her saliva. Aunt Gu looked at her daughter and saw that her face was red and her forehead was sweating. She couldn't help but disdain. Where did you go crazy? Are you so tired? Wipe your face. Zhu Yuantang said proudly. I skied very fast. Hearing this, Aunt Gu checked her clothes. They were quite clean and there was no mud or water. She was sure that her daughter didn't fall. You skied? You are just showing off. Although she said disdain, Aunt Gu used a spatula to skillfully scoop a small rib from the pot and handed it to her daughter. Try it and see if there is less salt. Zhu Yuantang quickly took it with her hand. The hot rib danced in her palm and was finally held in her mouth. With salt, delicious. Zhu Yuantang was silly. His mother's cooking was always delicious. Jiang Ning came in from outside, and Aunt Gu picked a piece for him. Zhu Yuantang quickly moved a stool and sat down with Jiang Ning. She stared at the ribs, got closer, and blinked. Jiang Ning, let's play a game. Jiang Ning, think about it. I'm very good at playing games, and even if I lose, I won't give you ribs to eat. As he said, he stuffed the ribs into his mouth. Jiang Ning asked, do you want to play again? Zhu Yuantang's face sank. No more. Chapter 788 A World of Difference. In the evening, in the cafeteria of number 4 middle school, at table number 26, Huang Yazu held the steamed bun basket with both hands, stepped on the floor, and walked steadily. Wang Lang praised him. Wow, Yazu, you are really capable, and you are a first-class level in grabbing food. Huang Yazu smiled with his teeth showing. He looked at the table. Shan Keiquan, Lu Ye and others had arrived, but there was only one vacant seat in the middle. Oh, it turned out that the king of cold jokes Jiuo Kunan was not there. Wang Lang, brother Quan, where is our brother Nan? Shan Keiquan took a steamed bun. Today, everyone was lying in the dormitory, but he said it was too decadent, so he ran out alone, saying that he wanted to make progress. Wang Lang said, it's incredible, brother Nan has awakened. Tan Mealing wrinkled her nose. Your boy's dormitory is really decadent. Don't mention the smell. Liu Chuandao, who was at the next table, stuck his head out and asked obscenely, Mealing, how do you know the smell of the boys' dormitory? Did you do it before? Tan Mealing said frankly, yes, I slept in the boys' dormitory. Liu Chuandao was about to tease, but suddenly choked. Is this girl so reckless? Shan Kaiquan was shocked. You? Tan Mealing said with disgust, the dormitory building I lived in when I was in the first grade of junior high school was occupied by boys from the previous year. Some dormitories were stinky. Less than 2 minutes later, Jiuo Kanan returned from a dusty trip. He was full of smiles. He first looked at the gentle and virtuous Liu Ye, and then shouted, brothers, did you miss me? Shan Kaiquan, where did you go? Jiuo Kanan said, I went out to do something. Seeing that Liu Ye didn't pay attention, Jiuo Kanan had an idea and began to liven up the atmosphere. A little boy imitated the TV and asked his father, Dad, where have you been? The father ignored him, and the mother next to him smiled. The little boy looked at his mother and said something. What did he say? As soon as he finished speaking, the table fell silent and everyone looked at him. Wang Lang saw that no one said anything, so he stepped forward to save face. What did he say? Jiuo Kanan, he said, Mom, what are you laughing at? After saying that, Jiuo Kanan laughed. He was the only one laughing at the whole table. Tan Mealing was so embarrassed that she drank her soup silently. Liu Ye ate in silence. Huang Yasu smiled awkwardly but politely. Wang Lang, laugh. Why don't you laugh? Table number 29. Xiaoyu posted on her question space today that she went to the strawberry garden and picked some big strawberries. Zhu Yuantang said to Bayuxia, yeah, I saw it. She hasn't come yet. Guess what she will say when she comes? Zhu Yuantang crossed his arms. Bayuxia wondered, how could she guess what Chen Xiaoyu would say? Tang Fu, who was drinking porridge, raised the corners of her mouth and said, isn't this simple? When she comes, she will definitely stare at the dining table first. Tang Fu made a surprised expression and said exaggeratedly, oh my god. Whoever served me the rice was so nice to me. Let me tell you, I picked some super big strawberries today. They are so sweet. Bayuxia glanced at her and continued to eat the steamed buns. At this time, the twin sisters appeared at the entrance of the cafeteria. They walked hand in hand and trotted to table number 29. Chen Xiaoyu stared at the full bowl of rice at her position. She was surprised and said, oh my god. Who served me rice? That's great. I tell you, After Chen Xiaoyu finished speaking, she looked at her friend strangely. Why are you looking at me? She touched her face unnaturally, thinking that there was something dirty on her face. Tang Fu crossed her legs, quite proud. Bayuxia, I'm surprised that you and Tang Fu are similar. Chen Xiaoyu didn't think it was an honor to be on par with Tang Fu. She thought her status was lowered. Evening self-study. Chen Xiaoyu was generous and shared strawberries with everyone. Even Niu Wen and others in the front row also got two. Zhu Yuantang happily browsed his phone, eating strawberries while browsing, and asked Jiang Ning questions from time to time. Jiang Ning, do you know what a piece of ginger becomes when it is cut into 4 pieces? Jiang Ning was silent. Zhu Yuantang smiled and said, it's Jiang. Jiang Ning, she asked again, if one day, Chachu and I get lost in the city, I send you a message and ask you to come find me quickly, and Chachu sends you a message and asks you to wait at home. If you can only reply to one message, what will you reply? Jiang Ning didn't understand why she could always come up with such stupid questions, and she always asked him the answer with such questions. Jiang Ning thought of the end of many spam messages, which often indicate reply TD to unsubscribe. He said expressionlessly, TD. Zhu Yuantang was stunned, and then angry. You are so good, Jiang Ning. Today, I'm so tired that my waist is sore because I accompanied you to go skiing. Chen Xiaoyu caught the key words, tired waist. She immediately stuck her face out and said proudly, I, Chen, am a famous gynecologist. Come on, I'll give you a massage. Zhu Yuantang was skeptical. Will it work? Chen Xiaoyu, I'm an old master. My sister is massaged by me every day. Thinking of this, Zhu Yuantang decided to open his defense. Chen Xiao's flexible hand slid along the hem of Tang Tang's clothes and flexibly got in. She pressed Tang Tang's waist and asked, "Does it feel sore here?" Zhu Yuantang answered honestly, "Sore." Chen Xiao moved to her butterfly bone. "Here." Zhu Yuantang, "Sore." Chen Xiao changed the position of her hands again and touched the cleavage. She pressed, "Here." Zhu Yuantang, "Sore." Chen Xiao was puzzled. "Why is it sore? Is yours so serious?" Zhu Yuantang complained. "You pressed it, and it felt sore." Chen Xiao's magic hand failed. In order to compensate, she mortgaged her mobile phone to Tang Tang to play. Zhu Yuantang first observed Xiao's screen homepage and found that there was no game icon. She opened questions and browsed the space for a while. When she exited, she accidentally clicked on Baidu NetDisk, but the software was locked. Zhu Yuantang was suspicious. "Why is it locked?" Chen Xiao said calmly, "The photos are backed up in it to prevent the naughty kids from accidentally deleting them." Zhu Yuantang understood. She understood the hatefulness of the naughty kids very well. The two happily exchanged a few words about how to deal with the naughty kids. Then, Zhu Yuantang opened Xiao's browser and found it strange. "Hey, Xiao, why is your browsing history empty? Don't you usually use Baidu?" Chen Xiao thought about it and fooled her. People who are good at using mobile phones all use the incognito mode of the browser. Zhu Yuantang, "Is it true?" Chen Xiao suddenly had an idea and made an excuse. "Of course it's true, because you can force yourself to remember it after searching it once and never search it a second time. It emphasizes efficiency. Look at those workplace elites. Aren't they all very efficient?" Zhu Yuantang thought about it and felt that it made some sense. During the break of the second class, Ko-kun and Jiuo-kun were arguing about knowledge in the field of mobile phones. Ko-kun said, "Mobile phones don't need to have cases at all. Jobs spend tens of millions of dollars to make mobile phones 1 mm thinner." Jiuo-kun said, "What if it breaks without a case?" Tang Jing said, "If it breaks, just buy another one. What's the big deal?" After saying this, she grabbed the water cup and stood up to the water dispenser in the northwest corner of the classroom. Tang Jing comes from a well-off family and is an only child raised in wealth. If it was summer, she would drink bottled water. Now it's too cold in winter, and bottled water is too cold, so she started to drink boiled water in the classroom. Tang Jing is very proud in her heart. She thinks she has a high IQ. She easily played with rubbish like Zankai twice, and Zankai could only be helpless and furious. This feeling of being in control made her quite happy. That's right, from childhood to adulthood, Tang Jing could get revenge with her IQ, even if she couldn't get something. For example, Tang Jing and Meng Xian were good sisters, but Ko-kun chose Meng Xian instead of pursuing her, which made Tang Jing very uncomfortable. So she deliberately used means to become the best sister of Meng Xian and got involved in everything between them. As a result, Ko-kun pursued Meng Xian for nearly a year, but the progress was almost stagnant. This was Tang Jing's plan. But since coming to class 8, Tang Jing began to be frustrated. She faced the 4 golden flowers and had almost no power to fight back, so she could only be humiliated. So, she placed her hopes on Huang Yasu and prepared to drive the dog to swallow the wolf. As a result, the process lasted for several months, and Tang Jing was almost confused. She wanted to consult her sister Meng Xian, but Meng Xian was called out by Dong Qingfeng to buy milk tea during the big break. Oh, by the way, compared with Ko-kun, Dong Qingfeng was simply too hateful. At the beginning, when he was trying to please Meng Xian, he was still okay to Tang Jing. However, later, as the favorability increased, Dong Qingfeng kicked Tang Jing away in order to save costs, and from then on he was only good to Meng Xian. Tang Jing desperately spoke ill of Dong Qingfeng in front of Meng Xian, trying to expose his true colors. As a result, the shameless Dong Qingfeng claimed that it was his preference for Meng Xian, and women love preference the most, and Tang Jing's slander was invalid. In fact, Dong Qingfeng's level is very high, and Tang Jing didn't know that Yuan used to be good friends with Shen Qinge. After Dong Qingfeng launched the attack, he tried to please Yuan in the early stage, and then kicked Yuan away when the favorability was enough, and only favored Shen Qinge and Jiang Ning, thus creating a split between the sisters. Tang Jing's mind was full of thoughts, and she was almost ready to get water. Suddenly, the fat Pang Jiao intervened and pushed Tang Jing away, and appeared in front of her arrogantly. Tang Jing's face changed, and the past and the present overlapped. Just like the morning reading class, Pang Jiao yelled arrogantly, and finally complained in dissatisfaction, and finally lost to Pang Jiao's shame. Hatred, jealousy, evil, all kinds of evil thoughts turned in her mind. Tang Jing smiled. In the countless days of trying to win over Huang Yazu, she had already developed a strong patience. In countless observations of the enemy, she had already seen through Pang Jiao's weaknesses. Tang Jing stared at Pang Jiao and sarcastically said, "Don't think that you can jump the queue, just because you are beautiful." Pang Jiao heard this, and glared at him. What did she say? Tang Jing was aggressive. "What's the use of your eyes being so big? Do you think you are thin, and don't take up space?" Pang Jiao was stunned for a moment. She had never heard such praise before. Her huge faceplate of fat shook, and she was actually a little shy. Pang Jiao opened her mouth excitedly. "Raw, I just came to the front to take a look. Why are you so vicious?" "Yes, I'm thin." Pang Jiao covered her faceplate and ran away shyly. The water dispenser was suddenly quiet, and Tang Jing could finally get some water. The students waiting for water stared at Tang Jing in disbelief. How could she say such a thing against her conscience? After Tang Jing got the water, she slowly walked back to her seat. She was a little dazed. Pang Jiao, who she thought was difficult to deal with before, actually only needed a few nice words to make her lose her mind. So, what was the point of her trying so hard to convince Huang Yazu? Tang Jing stood in the aisle holding a water cup. Huang Yazu was studying. He had been working very hard and spent most of his time studying. Tang Jing used to think that he was pretending to work hard because he worked so hard and his grades were at least in the top 10 in the class. As a result, Huang Yazu was just in the middle. Later, Tang Jing found out that he was really studying hard, but he just couldn't learn it. Huang Yazu noticed Tang Jing next to him, and he quickly gave up his seat and smiled honestly. Tang Jing looked at his dark and honest face, and suddenly felt that at least he was honest and loyal, not a scumbag like Dong Qingfeng who was good at sweet talk. The last class of the evening self-study, Song Sheng, who was tortured by Pang Jiao in the past, finally breathed a sigh of relief tonight. He can finally study well. Song Sheng's desire to learn has never been so strong. He loves reading now, and he will study well. Pang Jiao was lying in the pile of books, like a meat mountain. Song Sheng was immersed in math problems. Suddenly, the desk shook and the mountain rose from the ground. Pang Jiao's face was squeezed with a few pieces of meat, and she trembled twice. She held her face with both hands and said, "Actually, I have some bad points too." Song Sheng thought to himself, "You are not living right." When he was angry, the door of the classroom was suddenly pushed open, and Shan Qingran walked into the class. The classmates who were originally chatting together moved away in an instant, and the atmosphere became quiet. However, students like Dong Qingfeng who were explaining the questions to Meng Xian were not surprised when they saw the head teacher coming in. He didn't feel scared at all. He still stayed close to Meng Xian, as if he was deliberately showing off. Shan Qingran gave a few instructions and called a few classmates out, including Yuan, Duan Shigang, Cuiyu, and Jiang Ning. Everyone went to the office together. Yuan fell behind, feeling anxious. The head teacher called us to the office. Is he going to cause trouble for us? Cuiyu disagreed. How is that possible? If he really wanted to cause trouble, why did he call Jiang Ning? Duan Shigang judged. Indeed. Although he thought he was not inferior to Jiang Ning, there was no doubt that Jiang Ning was a good student. After such speculation, Yuan's uneasiness disappeared, and she smiled and said, "Maybe there will be good news." The office is located on the first floor, and the air conditioner is turned on in the room, with warm air and a suitable temperature. Jiang Ning looked up, and saw that the office for evening self-study was quite lively. There were students who came to ask the teacher questions and class representatives who handed in homework. At this time, they noticed that several students appeared and everyone cast their eyes. Jiuo Ran, who was doing a table, saw Jiang Ning. She blinked, stood up, moved a stool for Jiang Ning, and summoned him to her side. It turned out that Guo Ran asked Shan Qingrong to call him. On the surface, it was about the chemistry subject, but in fact it was to admonish this close disciple. Shan Qingrong cleared his throat. I called you three here because of study problems, especially Duan Shigen. You have a big problem, and you lag behind in all subjects. If you continue like this, the class average score will be. And you Wen, I heard that you have been very active recently. I'm thinking about changing your seat. Shan Qingrong scolded. When Wen heard about the seat change, her face turned pale. At this time, at the podium of class 8, Xin Yaoling was reading quietly, thinking, disrespecting the class monitor, a first class punishment. And CUIU, what are you looking at? What are you looking at? Shan Qingrong's face was unhappy. CUIU withdrew his eyes from a young teacher, who was playing LOL, and he said honestly, teacher, please speak. Head teacher Shan Qingrong caught 3 students, and scolded them severely. Jiang Ning leaned back in his chair, enjoying the fragrant tea brewed by Guo Ran, cracking the melon seeds she gave him, and watching quietly. Duan Shigen and the other 3 were scolded so hard that they turned around and saw the leisurely Jiang Ning, and they felt really bad. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 789. What a coincidence. The office during the evening self-study was very exciting. There were students asking for help with homework, people trying to make friends, and the funny and amusing female monitor of class 11, Zhu Yan, one of the girls Guo Kunan had loved before. She ran to the office. Teacher, I will tell you something next, which may sound incredible. The head teacher of class 11 was very calm. You tell me. Zhu Yan, Luo Jun from our class, ate the math test that Wang Meng was supposed to hand in tomorrow. The head teacher of class 11 was confused for a moment, and then he angrily said, Wang Meng. She made up this excuse to not hand in the test paper. Chen Shui, the monitor of experimental class 3, ran to the office and claimed that he had suffered an unprecedented isolation. Zhao Jinliang from class 7 said that he wanted to study sports. Jiang Ning witnessed one little thing after another. He sipped tea, chatted with a gentle and generous teacher Guo Ran, and listened to Shan Qingrong next to him scolding the trio of class 8. Duan Shigen, how many points did you get in the English test? I threw your answer sheet on the ground and stepped on it, and I got a higher score than you. Shan Qingrong scolded. Can't you take an hour every day to memorize English words? Shan Qingrong scolded. Wen, smile. How dare you smile? Wen stopped smiling immediately. Shan Qingrong stared at her and said, your brain is half water and half flour. Once you use your brain, it becomes a paste. Then spread it in a hot pan, spread some sauce, and put some vegetables in it, and it becomes a pancake. CUIU, haha. Shan Qingrong immediately stared at him again. Do you think you are better than her? You have a head for thinking, you have a pair of legs for running, and you have a mouth for eating. What else do you know, except running to the cafeteria to eat after school? One of you is a dish, and the other is a glutton for eating. Wen felt that it was quite low to compare with CUIU. She advised, Teacher Shan, can you please stop comparing like this and respect me? Shan Qingrong, why, do I work in a nursing home? After scolding for most of the class, Shan Qingrong waved his hand. Go back and read books. The 3 fled in panic, as if they were pardoned. Shan Qingrong drank a sip of tea, looked at the top student Jiang Ning, and felt relieved. He smiled and said, Jiang Ning, you are living a good life, just like the student who was recommended to the university in the 2nd year of high school. What do you think? Are you interested in participating in the competition? You can be recommended if you rank first in the province. He began to show the prospect. Being recommended will not affect your attendance at school. You can do whatever you want every day. He felt that with Jiang Ning's talent, maybe he could give it a try. Maybe he could get first place in the province. In addition to Tsinghua and Peking University, it would be no problem for him to be recommended to other famous universities. Jiang Ning waved his hand. Forget it. It's not easy to choose a major if you are recommended. Shan Qingrong sighed. You and Zhu Yuantang are the top students in our school, and no one is willing to participate in the competition. However, thinking of Zhu Yuantang's amazing results, he didn't think it was a pity. This is a seedling that may compete for the provincial champion. Although being recommended to Tsinghua and Peking University by competition, and being the provincial champion are equally impressive, Shan Qingrong still wants to choose the provincial champion. Jiang Ning played in the office until the end of get out of class. He sent a message to Tang Tong, asking her to go out. The night was as dark as ink, and the moonlight was as silver. The titanium grey electric bike traveled along the asphalt road of the river dam, and its sharp streamline broke the airflow. Jiang Ning opened his spiritual shield to weaken the influence of the cold on Tang Tong. Riding a bike in the winter night was very cold, but Zhu Yuantang didn't feel cold at all. She raised her little hand and talked about what happened in the class when Jiang Ning was not there. Her voice was crisp. Chen Xiaoyu said that her computer was particularly prone to virus infection and she often reinstalled the system. She said that she now has the skills to install the system. In the future, if there are classmates in the class who want to install the system, they can always find her. Zhu Yuantang proudly said. But I think she is too stupid because my computer has never been infected. Jiang Ning asked, do you know why her computer is always infected? Zhu Yuantang, I asked, but she didn't say. Okay. Jiang Ning thought, Xiao is still quite conscientious and only likes to induce the corruption of plain girls like Bayuxia. My mother said she will make me delicious food in the evening. Midnight snack, she grinned, smiling innocently. However, my mother can't cook for me this weekend. She went back to her hometown to give gifts. Zhu Yuantang said, although we have moved to the city, gifts should still be given at home. However, according to Zhu Yuantang's observation, her mother should be happy. In the past, her mother didn't like to go to such occasions very much. One reason was that she felt sorry for the money. After all, a gift now costs at least 200 yuan. If a relative is getting married, it may even be 500 yuan. The second reason is that she is busy with work, and because of her family, she will always be gossiped about when she returns to the village. But now it's different. Her mother is an employee of Changqinghai, a large company, with a super high salary. Once she is laid off, countless people will have no food to eat. It can be said that she is very proud. Returning home in glory is a long cherished wish embedded in the bones of the Chinese people. One is for face, the second is for etiquette, and the third is for filial piety. How many people can resist such temptation? Zhu Yuantang lowered her voice and secretly told Jiang Ning, my mother wants to buy a car, saying that it can carry a lot of New Year's goods at a time. I blamed her for being too vulgar, and she glared at me. Thinking of the scene at that time, Zhu Yuantang seemed to feel that her mother was no longer the mother who worked hard, worked to earn money, and raised her, but a woman with real freedom. Jiang Ning, bye. It's good to have a car. Zhu Yuantang asked again, then do you want to drive a car? Jiang Ning, I'm not old enough. Will you want to drive in the future? You don't have to drive a car, but it's better to have one. Jiang Ning answered. Zhu Yuantang crossed her arms and said, I will buy you a Mercedes-Benz in the future, okay? She only knew about the Mercedes-Benz and heard that it was a luxury car driven by a big boss. Jiang Ning thought, let alone anything else, with her little brain, maybe she can really afford it. After all, he has earned thousands of yuan just by deceiving Tang Tang to play for him. So good to me. Jiang Ning pretended to be flattered. Zhu Yuantang, I have to. She looked embarrassed again, but I definitely can't afford it now. It takes time. I'm good to you, right? Can you buy me a cup of milk tea tomorrow night? Jiang Ning, I suddenly don't want to drive a Mercedes-Benz. Zhu Yuantang saved him. No, I really buy it for you. Class 8 balcony. Dong Qingfeng spent 10 days using his handsomeness and knowledge, gentleness, and thoughtfulness, emotional intelligence and means, to become the opposite sex with whom Meng Xian has the best relationship. He is very powerful and worth being happy. But for another person, it was a bolt from the blue. Kao-kun pursued Meng Xian for a year, giving her gifts and snacks, taking care of her emotions every day, and thinking about her everywhere. Now, he stood and looked at Meng Xian and Dong Qingfeng walking together. He watched them go away for a long time without moving. It hurts. It hurts so much. He didn't say a word, but the atmosphere of depression lingered around him, attracting classmates in the class. CUIU, hurry. The girl I like went out with another boy in front of me at night. I'm so miserable. Jun said generously, it's okay, just think of her as practicing her skills. Kyo-kun's mouth twitched, and he wanted to destroy the world. Shan Kei-kun patted Jun's shoulder. By the way, Junzi, are you going online tonight? Jun shrank his neck. It's cold. How comfortable it is for me to go back to the dormitory and wrap myself in the quilt. Jiuo-kun, what do you know? Playing games in cold weather is fun. Several people walked away, talking and laughing. Shenzhou, the hawker, mobile phone king, and hero of the Green Forest of Class 9, passed by the door of Class 8 and saw the lonely and absent-minded Kyo-kun. He looked strange. He had heard about some disturbances recently. Perhaps out of some thoughts of a person who had experienced it. He said, there is no obstacle in life that cannot be overcome. After saying this, Shenzhou walked away with a certain spiritual abundance. He once fell from the peak. His lover left, and he also stepped into the trough. Now, all those who hurt him have become his nutrients, making him stronger. Shenzhou walked past Class 8 and saw the lights of experimental Class 1. Finally, he walked down the stairs and walked towards teaching building 2. He went to find his new junior high school girl. He said to himself, a new life has begun. Although Shenzhou's grades were a mess, he was good at communication, eloquent, and good looking. He was once a bully in Tizhang. He was not as gentle as ordinary boys. In front of girls, he can talk a lot, speak freely, and be humorous. Ordinary boys are boring, but Shenzhou is unrestrained and can give girls the ultimate emotional experience. This charm is very attractive to girls. With these advantages, Shenzhou almost got the junior high school girl. Thinking of the junior high school girl's clean face and pure voice, Shenzhou was very moved. Haha, those boys are competing with me to chase girls? Shenzhou was disdainful. He even sympathized. This is indeed the case. Boys who study hard and endure depression for many years finally get into college. As a result, when they graduate from college, they are first hit by housing prices. Those who are unlucky will be hit by the bride price when they go on a blind date. The most ridiculous thing is that the girl who asks him for a high bride price may be in love with someone like Shenzhou at the best age. It's very unfair, but it really exists. Hey, Zuzi. Zhao Xiaofeng stood at the door of Class 2, with Deng Xiang and Jihao behind him. After Shenzhou found Zhao Xiaofeng, he restrained his wildness and greeted him with a smile. Brother Feng, what are you doing? When he first entered school, Zhao Xiaofeng was a pure idiot who liked to play a low-level social dance. At that time, Shenzhou was so popular that he didn't even look down on him. Now more than a year has passed. Shenzhou quickly walked to Zhao Xiaofeng and took a quick look. He saw that he was wearing branded clothes, wearing edges, holding the latest iPhone, and even a Longines watch on his wrist. Even at the peak of Shenzhou's career, he was still not as cool as him. Zhao Xiaofeng looked at Shenzhou, who was famous in the same grade, and said calmly, I called Deng Xiang and Jihao and others. Let's have hot pot and play games together later. Zhao Xiaofeng helped Qishan hang with things and got to know all kinds of people. He is now familiar with people like Deng Xiang and his group. It happened that Brother Shine was not in Yuzhou recently. He was free again. He was used to being humble. Zhao Xiaofeng also needed the happiness of being praised by others. Shenzhou was a little embarrassed at first, but then he thought of Zhao Xiaofeng's generosity. What if he refused now and was bullied in the future? The loss was all real money. Many people don't care about the rich because the rich don't give them money to spend. If someone is willing to give them tens of thousands of yuan a month, 90% of people will definitely say good morning, dad, and good night, dad, respectfully every day. Since Brother Feng called me, I must show my support. Shenzhou said with a smile. Zhao Xiaofeng raised his mobile phone. Well, wait, I'll call a car. Shenzhou and his friends saw his momentum and had different thoughts for a while. Zhao Xiaofeng often took taxis, so he saved several taxi numbers. After calling at this moment, he immediately received a response. Several people went to the hot pot city to eat happily, and then Zhao Xianfeng treated them to a bathhouse for a shower and massage. After enjoying it, Zhao Xianfeng picked an internet cafe, got a private room, and ordered various drinks and snacks. After a series of consumption, Shenzhou and his friends felt very comfortable. The lights in the box were dim. Zhao Xianfeng lay on his back in the gaming chair, feeling sad and sighing over the years. Brothers, my family was poor back then, and my classmates laughed at me. I remember clearly that a classmate bought a bag of spicy strips and I shamelessly asked him for it, but he ignored me. Later, he ate the whole bag of spicy strips and only one was left. He threw it on the ground and said he gave it to me. Haha, he didn't expect that I would end up like this. Zhao Xianfeng was proud. Jiao raised the Rio wine bottle and shouted heroically, "You didn't accompany me when I was down. Who are you to help me when I'm back on my feet?" Zhao Xianfeng is a senior young man in society. These words touched his heart and Zhao Xianfeng shouted, "Good, good, good, good." Deng Xiang also began to perform his talent. Brothers used to bury each other in our hearts and endure the suffering alone. Today I understand that we had already said goodbye to each other. Shenzhou's mouth twitched. Damn, are you being sentimental? The atmosphere was lifted by the brothers shouting. Shenzhou thought about it and used his signature skills. He shouted affectionately, "There are too many tough guys in the world. I will no longer fight against the sky. I have achieved a lot. I'm sad, and I'm sad." Everyone was excited. Zhao Xianfeng waved his hand. "Brothers, follow me to the battlefield." He opened LOL and played games with his good brothers. There were only 4 of them. Zhao Xianfeng lit a cigarette. "I'll call another girl." The campus had previously evaluated the most beautiful female players. The top-notch ones were all given to Qianheng, but Zhao Xianfeng was able to get some benefits and found a few girls who were not as good as him. Zhao Xianfeng's skills were not exaggerated. He quickly called a girl who was willing to play games. Jiao boasted, "Brother Feng is so resourceful." Zhao Xianfeng said proudly, "You can chat with these girls while playing games, but remember not to be tempted. They are all here for money. Their intentions are not pure, and you can't control yourself." Deng Xiang said solemnly, "I've learned my lesson." Soon, the girl joined the team. Shenzhou saw the girl's game nickname and was stunned on the spot. Isn't this the best friend of the schoolgirl he is pursuing? Deng Xiang took her to play games a few days ago. Damn. Shenzhou was stunned. Zhao Xianfeng turned his head. "What's wrong?" Shenzhou hurriedly covered up. He was calm. "It's okay. The girl has a nice voice." Zhao Xianfeng laughed. He pinched the cigarette. "Haha, as long as you like it. I tell you, she has a best friend. The voice is more pure." Chapter 790 Forgetting the Old People. Night. In the coldest days of winter, from school to the door of the house, under the light is the kind face of her mother, and Zhu Yuantang's mood is even better. She jumped out of the car quickly and jumped in front of her mother with joy. "I'm back." Aunt Gu looked at her daughter's clumsy appearance and blamed. "Why are you in such a hurry? The car hasn't stopped yet." Zhu Yuantang didn't care at all. "Don't you know my skills, Mom?" Jiang Ning stopped the car and greeted Aunt Gu. Aunt Gu was very relieved to see Jiang Ning riding a bicycle. The house she lived in was relatively remote, and the nearest bus stop was on Nanhang Road. Even if she got off there, it would still take a long time to get to the bungalow on the river dam. When Tang Tang was in junior high school, she would always take time to pick her up. If she really couldn't make time, she would let her take the bus back, because there was no evening self-study in junior high school. Although life was a little difficult, she could still take care of it. Now she is in high school and has evening self-study. If her work remains the same, and if Jiang Ning does not appear, Aunt Gu does not even want to think about how to take care of her daughter. So when she looked at Jiang Ning at this time, Aunt Gu's expression became more and more satisfied. The house was worth renting, and even the daughter's problem was solved. However, Aunt Gu looked at Jiang Ning and felt that he was handsome and tall, which made her quite satisfied. Then she looked at her daughter who was short and felt that she was not living up to expectations. Aunt Gu could not help but feel melancholy. She did not ask for a high height, as long as she could grow to 1.6 meters. Aunt Gu said, "We have cooked shrimps and heated milk at home." Jiang Ning, Come and have some. Jiang Ning knew that this was Tang Tang's exclusive children's growth night snack set. He replied, I'll park the car and come right away. Tang Tang ran to the kitchen and found that her mother took a large plate of shiny and rosy boiled shrimps from the steaming tray. A rough count showed that there were more than 30 shrimps, neatly arranged, with 2 bowls of dipping sauce next to them. Zhu Yuantang's index finger was excited, and Aunt Gu knocked her and told her to wash her hands first. My name is Chachu. Zhu Yuantang is very loyal. When there is a benefit, she will never forget Chachu. She ran to Chachu's house and first saw Aunt Gu wrapping up the quilt and watching TV. Aunt, I want Chachu to come to my house for food. Aunt Gu's slightly indifferent face softened a lot after seeing Tang Tang. Tang Tang is here. She used to care about her own Chachu and hoped that she would study hard and make a name for herself. During that period of time, Hua Fengmei had some opinions about Tang Tang. No one wants to see their girls running around and playing all day long without going home. Now Aunt Hua has changed a lot. After all these years, the 2 little guys can still play so well, which is a rare thing. Moreover, she was able to get a job at Changqing Liquid Company because of Sister Gu's relationship. Otherwise, she would still be working night shifts in the textile factory. For the sake of 200 yuan for full attendance, she dare not even take a day off. She smiled and called out, Chachu, stop studying. Tang Tang is calling you. In another small room, Zhu Chachu took off the blanket on her legs and stood up to greet Tang Tang. Chachu, let's go and eat shrimps, they are delicious. Tang Tang led the way in a hurry. Jiang Ning is here too, let him peel shrimps for me later. Zhu Chachu smiled knowingly, bent her slender waist, and followed Tang Tang in a light step. Soon, the noise in the courtyard disappeared, and Hua Fengmei continued to watch TV. 2 minutes later, Hua Fengmei thought, is Jiang Ning still peeling shrimps for Tang Tang? Is he so nice to her? My Chachu Jiang Ning, you eat. You eat. Zhu Yuantang smiled particularly brightly. She stretched out her little hand and pinched the white and tender shrimp meat. You're welcome. Jiang Ning took the shrimp meat, dipped it in the dipping sauce, and put it in his mouth. The shrimp was very fresh, crisp and refreshing, and the dipping sauce was also matched. It was late at night, and he didn't feel sick at all. First to please Jiang Ning, Zhu Yuantang could finally look directly at his mother. Mom, the dipping sauce you made smells so good. How did you make it? She began to ask for advice. Zhu Chachu, who was peeling shrimps, slowed down her movements and prepared to steal her skills. Tang Tang learned cooking from Aunt Gu, which means that Aunt Gu's cooking skills must be better. Without waiting for her mother to answer, Zhu Yuantang took stock. There are onions, ginger, garlic soy sauce, vinegar, and sesame oil. Aunt Gu, you won the sesame oil from Teacher Kyan. Zhu Yuantang, no wonder it smells so good. Jiang Ning, Teacher Kyan is a good person. Yes, I'll find a chance to cheat some more sesame oil next time. She was thinking of a bad idea. The ribs from Zhang the butcher's pig stall, the sesame oil from Teacher Kyan, all rare and fine products, and the black slave stuff by the way. Jiang Ning, how is Dang Dang doing today? Zhu Yuantang asked. Ever since she knew she had an employee under her, she immediately took on the role of the boss. Jiang Ning, Linzida should have sent me a message, but I don't have hands to hold the phone. Zhu Yuantang was curious and suggested, simple, I'll peel the shrimp for you. After Jiang Ning freed his hands, he took out his phone. He opened WeChat and sure enough, Linzida sent a message. The first one was a photo. In the photo was a $20 bill, 2 $5 bills, and 5 coins. I'll collect the money for you. I'll give it to you tomorrow at noon after school. Linzida said so. Zhu Yuantang counted, and her eyes lit up. Wow, 35 yuan. I can't spend so much on food in a day. She smiled and felt that her career was stable and making progress. Jiang Ning, to be exact, it's 34.3 yuan, and Dang Dang has to be paid 70 cents. Zhu Yuantang felt distressed. Why do you have to pay wages? Can't you let him work for free? Jiang Ning, you are too black-hearted. Aunt Gu was stunned for a while and refused to speak. Zhu Chachu ate shrimp silently, as if their oppressive behavior had nothing to do with her. Seeing the 3 children eating happily, Aunt Gu did not stay in the kitchen. She went back to the room to watch TV. After her mother left, Zhu Yuantang imagined maybe Kun can buy a ski board. Jiang Ning looked at her. The question is, can you ski? Zhu Yuantang felt that she was underestimated. She immediately stood up from the small stool, moved to the open space next to the dining table, and then demonstrated the left and right swaying movements of skiing on TV on the spot, and asked Jiang Ning, is it professional? Jiang Ning, not professional. Zhu Yuantang twisted her waist left and right, like a flower swaying in the spring breeze. Is it professional? Jiang Ning, are you noodles? Zhu Chachu, ahem. Chachu, what are you laughing at? Demonstrate to Jiang Ning. She invited. Like me. Zhu Yuantang provided her with action guidance. Zhu Chachu thought she was too crazy, and she weakly refused. I don't want it. Zhu Yuantang was heartbroken. Chachu, do you want to destroy this family? Zhu Chachu was accused of a false crime. In order to conquer Jiang Ning, Zhu Yuantang kept demonstrating to Jiang Ning, and she twisted her body playfully. Aunt Gu heard the noise and came to visit, only to find her daughter was like a lunatic, while Chachu was a gentle lady. In contrast, Aunt Gu said disdainfully, wipe the wall with your, but when you have time. After finishing the boiled shrimp, Jiang Ning moved to the hut, and Tang Tang followed with Chachu. Tang Tang wanted to call Jiang Ning to play games together, but Jiang Ning received a call and went out. 10 minutes later, he came back from outside. Who is it? Jiang Ning. Tang Tang was still waiting for him. Jiang Ning smiled and said, my mother called. Zhu Yuantang. Oh, the image of Jiang Ning's parents immediately emerged in her mind. Well, she had never met Jiang Ning's parents. Without waiting for Tang Tang to ask, Jiang Ning continued the call. The new year is coming soon. There are some weddings and funerals in my family. My parents are busy in other places and have no time to go back. They ask me if I would go back to my hometown to participate. Zhu Yuantang. Oh, then do you want to go home? Jiang Ning. Some are not going to go back, but some need to. My aunt's son is getting married, but I saw the time. It will be after the holiday, and there are still 10 days. Jiang Ning just came to the city to seek refuge with his uncle. In fact, he had been living in the township for the first 14 years of his life, where he had a complete circle of relationships. After coming to the city, he had almost no contact with his playmates and elementary and junior high school classmates in the village, and he didn't even have contact information. Because Jiang Ning didn't have a smartphone at the time. I wonder if they can recognize me when they see me again. Jiang Ning thought so. How is the middle school he attended now? Their township middle school, junior high school and high school are integrated. Normally, most of them go to high school step by step after graduating from junior high school. But Jiang Ning and Shen Qinjia are out of line. Zhu Yuantang blinked. Can I go to the banquet? I heard that the banquet dishes in each town are different. Zhu Chachu raised her face and looked at Tang Tang. She is so stupid. Isn't she afraid that relatives will ask questions when she goes back to the village with Jiang Ning to have a banquet? Zhu Chachu was almost numb to such occasions just by imagining. I don't know how many acquaintances she will meet, relatives, friends, classmates. Zhu Chachu asked, can two people go to the banquet in Guiyang County? In their village, usually only one person goes to the banquet, and Jiang Ning must be considered an adult. Jiang Ning, generally not, unless an adult brings a child. Zhu Yuantang was insulted and started playing games in anger. Jiang Ning said leisurely, but, after all, it's my aunt's wedding, so there will be no problem for two people. Are you sure? When it came to the decision point, Zhu Yuantang was timid. The game match was successful. Let's talk about it another day. It was just as Chachu expected. Not to mention the weak Tang Tang. Even if she and Jiang Ning had a feast together, I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to handle it well. Those aunts and uncles were too hard to handle. Jiang Ning made a plan. After the holiday of number 4 middle school, I should go back to the village for 2 days before the new year. Zhu Yuantang pretended not to care. Go back. Anyway, you're going to Jiang province for the new year. Last year, Jiang Ning didn't spend the new year at her house and only came back on the 5th day of the new year. Thinking of this, she pouted her lips and then remembered that Jiang Ning suddenly appeared in front of her on the night of New Year's Eve, and the beauty of the two of them releasing calming lanterns together, and the corners of her mouth rose again. Chachu, who observed the whole process, felt that Tang Tang was probably crazy, and her expression was changing. Jiang Ning was too lazy to pay attention to her. He closed his eyes, and his consciousness slowly spread like ripples, covering the wall, the river dam, and the thick ice of the Hushu River. With the help of the formation, the ice has now reached 10 centimeters due to the low temperature for several days. This thickness is just enough for people to walk. Well, the thin Wang Yan'an can walk safely, but Pang Jiao will break the ice and fall into the river. Jiang Ning estimated that today is Sunday, and the next week will continue to be cold, even reaching -10 degrees. With the help of the formation, the thickness of the ice in the Hushu River is expected to reach 40 centimeters in a week, which is enough to carry a car. His consciousness followed the formation and found the big fish that swallowed countless formation source spirit crystals. He found that this fish has become the overlord of the river bottom and the king of the waters. He was a little relieved that everything went well. When the ice breaks, it is time to kill the fish. It's time to prepare some necessary items. Jiang Ning thought. Tang Tang said before that, if we invite the twins and Bayuxia to the river dam to play, they probably won't stand us up. As for Chachu, it's hard to say. She will probably focus on the final exam. Well, by then, the Yazhou News will definitely report the abnormality of the Hushu River, and many people will probably come to the city to play. He slowly opened his eyes. Zhu Chachu was holding a wrong answer book and studying on the sofa, while Tang Tang was killing people. Chachu, wait for me to finish this game and play games together? Zhu Yuantang invited. Sure, but I will only play one game. Zhu Yuantang sped up the progress and quickly ended the battle. She switched to counts. Chachu and Tang Tang joined forces again to fight in the arena. Tang Tang immediately selected Fizz as the jungler, but after the game started, the nickname of the female police on the opposite side was 4 pigs fighting 5 dogs. Tang Tang was very angry. Why did she give such an insulting nickname? Tang Tang, the internet justice defender, immediately spoke. Opposite ADC, how many times do you plan to die in this round? Before the policewoman replied, the opposite mid laner, the enchantress, said domineeringly, haha, try to touch her? Leading 4 pigs to fight 5 dogs, she is actually a girl. As for the enchantress, he is very confident, because the enchantress is a hero that restrains the little fish man. As long as he can trick the little fish manzi, he can easily beat him. 25 minutes later, Zhu Yuantang killed everyone on the high ground and clicked on the battle record list. The policewoman's record is 0/8/1. The enchantress's record is 0/10/0. Zhu Yuantang typed on the public screen. People are bad and talkative. Outside the 4th middle school, Zengd Internet Cafe. In a dim house. CUIU played the game with ease. Shanjie didn't play games recently. CUIU returned to the state of ordinary leveling, and he felt a little lonely. Jiuo Kunan, who was standing next to him, picked up his phone and took a look. He sighed and tried to find a topic. Brother Ma, there are rumors that number 4 middle school may investigate internet cafes outside the school again. We won't be exposed, right? If they are really caught, parents will be invited. Jiuo Kunan wants to be happy, but is also worried about his safety. Ma Shicheng, where did you hear the news? Jiuo Kunan, BBS. Ma Shicheng, it's okay, Lang Lang will take action. Lang Lang, who was eating instant noodles, responded, it's fake. Jiuo Kunan's uneasy mood finally calmed down a little, but he was still uneasy. He took out his phone again and looked at the chat page. The entire page was full of messages he sent. At 8:30, he sent a message to the senior sister he met on the number 4 middle school love post. What time will you be back after dinner? No one replied. Okay, it seems you are busy. I will continue to study. Later, at 9:30, he sent another message to the senior sister. Don't your friends at the party allow you to play with your phone? It's now 11 o'clock in the evening, and there is still no reply. Jiuo Kunan is very anxious, but it's useless to be anxious. At 1 in the morning, the screen suddenly lit up, and the senior student suddenly sent a message. Anan, you are a good person. Jiuo Kunan was stunned. What do you mean? Chapter 791 My Career. 2015, Monday. This week will usher in the exam day. For high school students, the final exam is very important. To a certain extent, it means whether they can have a good year. It was freezing cold, and the reading voices of class 8 in the morning self-study were much louder than before. After the morning self-study, a group of boys formed a team to go to the cafeteria. The large group of students hurried. CUIU laughed and exhaled a large cloud of mist. Our sister Jiro didn't come this morning. Kyang Lee, who was working out, asked, "What's wrong with Jiro?" Liu Chuandeo spread rumors. Kyangzi, what's wrong? Do you care so much about Jiro? Are you in love with her? Kyang Lee hurriedly distanced himself from the matter, but was ridiculed by everyone again. CUIU smiled obscenely. I asked the class monitor, and she said Jiro was sick, and asked for leave. Several people suddenly remembered that last night, Pang Jiro asked everyone in the group about the shortcut to losing weight. She was really working hard. Others were discussing the final exams and how to have fun during the winter vacation, but only Pang Jiro was asking about losing weight. Later, Zhang Kai laughed at her, saying that she only knew how to talk all day and never put it into action. Pang Jiro and Zhang Kai cursed at each other for 5 minutes, and after CUIU added fuel to the fire, the two cursed at each other for another 5 minutes. Later, CUIU claimed that taking a cold shower is very effective in losing weight because heat expands and cold contracts, and cold water makes the skin shrink inward so that fat comes out. If the fat is gone, won't you lose weight? CUIU just made a small suggestion, but as a result, Pang Jiro had a fever this morning. Poison, or you are poisonous. Liu Chuandeo praised. He gloated, now is the critical moment of the exam. If Pang Jiro asks for leave, it will definitely delay her studies. In this case, she will definitely be ranked last. When Liu Chuandeo thought of his enemy Pang Jiro's bad luck, he was in a good mood and was afraid that he could eat 2 more big steamed buns for breakfast. Wu Zhaoqi, who had been silent all the time, heard the joy of the boys, and he suddenly said, if Sister Jiro is ranked last, wouldn't it be more dangerous to divide the seats? As soon as these words came out, everyone's laughter stopped, as if they were crows being strangled. Liu Chuandeo was terrified. It seems to make sense. If Pang Jiro chooses first, they will fall behind and have a chance to avoid it. But if Pang Jiro chooses later, they can only leave it to fate. For a moment, everyone looked at each other. Duan Shigen was shocked. In this case, if I deliberately do poorly in the exam and get the last place in the class, wouldn't I be able to choose after Pang Jiro and avoid it? Wu Zhaoqi, no, if you are the last, it means there is only one vacant seat in the class. What if it is Pang Jiro's deskmate? Liu Chuandeo was anxious. Then what should we do? Yes, with the example of Song Sheng in front, just improving grades may not be able to avoid her. Duan Shigen was worried. When he said this, Wu Zhaoqi was also a little panicked because he had been relying on cheating to keep his grades from falling behind. With Song Sheng's previous experience, he was really panicked. CUIU analyzed rationally. The best way is to improve Pang Jiro's grades and put her in the middle. Fuck, can we control Pang Jiro's grades? Everyone just felt it was difficult. The future is like a dark fog. CUIU, I have a plan. The first class of the evening self-study. On campus, the night is deep and the cold wind whispers. A layer of mist condenses on the windows of the classroom, and the outside world is blurred, with only hazy light and shadow. Shan Qingrang came to the corridor of Class 8, and was about to enter Class 8, but he saw Gao Hishuai standing in front of the window of Class 9 next door. Gao Hishuai stretched out 2 fingers like a spy, and tried to wipe off the white mist on the glass. Shan Qingrang knew his intention at a glance, and felt that he was too wretched, and damaged the image of a teacher. How is he like him? Bright and majestic. Shan Qingrang walked into Class 8 from the back of the classroom with a plastic bag, first observing Zhu Yuantang's condition, and then offering snacks. Then patrol the class again. Shan Qingrang discovered a surprising scene. Song Sheng was actually tutoring Pang Jiro, which was rare. Shan Qingrang was actually somewhat relieved by such a harmonious and mutual help scene. Which teacher doesn't like to see top students leading poor students and making progress together? Shan Qingrong went up to the podium and publicly praised Song Sheng, praising everyone for learning from him. It was just an ordinary praise, but unexpectedly, Duan Shigang, Liu Chuandao, Wu Zhaoqi, Cuiyu and others responded and applauded. For a while, the classroom was filled with thunderous applause. Originally, it was because of Cuiyu's words. You don't want to sit at the same table with Zhao Jiao next semester, do you? Song Sheng pinched his nose and took on the hard work. Unexpectedly, he would be praised. It was a pleasant surprise. Chen Kan's eyes changed. After the noise, Shan Qingrong said, "Everyone stop and talk about the exam. The final exam is a city-wide exam. The 3 counties and 1 city use the same set of test papers to facilitate city-wide evaluation. In our entire Yuzhou city, the number of students admitted to Tsinghua and Peking University is generally in the single digits every year. The significance of the city's unified examination is to let everyone see their current position clearly. For example, in the unified examination, whoever can get into the top 5 in the city is generally a seedling for Tsinghua and Peking University." At this point, many classmates looked at Zhu Yuantang in the last row. She always ranked first in the city in the unified examination and never fell. The world is actually very big. In our entire Yuzhou city, there are less than 10 students admitted to Tsinghua and Peking University every year, but the middle school in Ansheng, a high school, can admit 30 to 40 students from Tsinghua and Peking University every year. Deng Qingfeng whispered, "Ansheng No. 1 middle school. This is the strongest high school in Ansheng, without a doubt." Shan Qingrong heard Deng Qingfeng's voice, and he said again, "Ansheng No. 1 middle school is amazing. But compared to Hengshu, the number of students admitted to Tsinghua and Peking University is only a fraction of it. Hengshu Middle School has been very famous in recent years. It is ranked among the top 3 high schools in the country, and its reputation is even the first. Countless schools have tried to replicate and promote the Hengshu model." Shan Qingrong, I told you about 985 a few days ago. There are 39 top schools in the country. Each university admits thousands of new students every year. Can you calculate how many students this is? But do you know how many universities there are in the country? Shan Qingrong raised 3 fingers. 3,000 universities. Can you calculate how many new students are admitted every year? It's not just a saying that thousands of people are crossing a single plank bridge. There are nearly 10 million candidates every year. Many students are still vague about college after graduating from high school and don't know the specific concept. As a class teacher, Shan Qingrong always likes to talk about these things. The students also love to listen, and they are so excited that they can't wait to be admitted to a famous university and stand at the top of the world. He talked about the whole city, the whole country, and the whole world. Finally, he changed his tone and said, "Although our No. 4 middle school is not very eye-catching in the whole country, it is not impossible for a small place to produce outstanding people. In the past few years, we were the provincial champion in science." The classmates opened their eyes wide, expecting that a No. 4 middle school had once been. Shan Qingrong said expressionlessly, "We are the experimental class of Yuzhou No. 2 middle school." There was a burst of boos in the classroom. I thought it was No. 4 middle school. Shan Qingrong had gone too far and started to pull it back. The first semester of the second year of high school is over, which means that half of high school has passed. I heard that the principal intends to take some actions, which may involve the division of classes in the third year of high school. As soon as these words came out, there was a commotion. Yuan interrupted, "Didn't you say that there would be no division of classes in the third year of high school?" They had divided classes into arts and sciences, and promoted and demoted classes. It has not been determined yet. The possibility of dividing classes is not ruled out, and the possibility of not dividing classes is not ruled out. Shan Qingrong's words were ambiguous. Is it still promoted to the experimental class? Jiang Ning was curious. Shan Qingrong, not necessarily. Maybe we can do it alone for the Tsinghua and Peking University class. But he felt that it was unlikely to succeed, because in that case, Zhu Yuantang, Jiang Ning, Chen Qian, Song Sheng, Bei Yuxia, wouldn't they all go to the Tsinghua and Peking University class? As the head teacher of class 8, Shan Qingrong swore that he would take the lead in the resistance. What's more, Hu Hao, the head teacher of experimental class 1, would definitely not want to be picked peaches at this time. After all, he was a student brought up by Hu Hao, and he would definitely resist. Wait, what if the principal promised that Hu Hao would be the head teacher of that Tsinghua and Peking University class? Thinking of this, Shan Qingrang's face changed. The classmates were looking forward to Shan Qingrang's answer, but they saw him leave the class in a hurry. After being encouraged by the head teacher, many students were pumped up and began to study hard. Jiang Ning stayed in his seat, leisurely cutting wood, a typical poor student. Chen Xiao was flipping through a book. She threatened Tong Tong, who was playing games. I plan to study hard. Tong Tong, do you feel threatened? Are you afraid? Zhu Yuantang's panic did not seem fake. Really? Your grades won't be better than mine, right? Chen Xiao was confident. I will step on you. Just wait and see. Hehe. Zhu Yuantang felt that her status was threatened. She handed her phone to Jiang Ning, flipped through the book, and studied hard. Bai Yuxia looked at the two of them and made a judgment. Tong Tong felt that, as long as others worked hard, they might be the same as her, or even surpass her. Xiao felt that, as long as they worked hard, they could be the same as Tong Tong, so the ignorant were fearless. It's hard to judge. There are some problems between the two. Immediately, Bai Yuxia thought that she could become good friends with such a hard-to-judgment person. Could it be that she was just a woman of this level? Jiang Ning drove a tank to kill the tank on the opposite side. He looked at Tong Tong, who was studying hard, and said leisurely, why, did Xiao make you feel pressured? Yes. She sighed. You only saw that I got the first place in the exam, but you don't know the pressure I was under. Xiao has room for improvement, but I don't. I can only retreat. Jiang Ning, it's easy to conquer a country, but it's more difficult to defend it. Zhu Yuantang was satisfied. She put her little hand on Jiang Ning's shoulder. I'm very pleased. I will appoint you as a minister of state. Many people are studying hard, but some people are also making jokes. Jiang Ning was browsing his phone. In the questions dynamics, Yuan posted a message. I'm very depressed, but we broke up anyway. Thank you. It's February 2nd now, 500 words omitted. It was quite touching, so I copied it casually. The exam is coming soon. This trick is called the method of reviewing together. I wasted 2 minutes of your time again. Grin. A bunch of people scolded her below, and Yuan confronted them passionately. Although Yuan loves to make a fool of herself and fantasize, she is still quite funny in some ways, isn't she? During the third evening self-study class, the atmosphere of class study became more and more solemn. Xin Yaoling wrote on the blackboard, throw away your cell phone. Keep your head down, and fight to the death. Fight till sunrise and sunset, fight to the death, and do it without regrets. The students looked up and saw the encouragement and continued to study hard. Jiang Ning said to Tong Tong, let's go to the office to drink. Teacher Jiuo bought a juicer, and she asked us to drink juice. Zhu Yuantang hesitated. The office was a more majestic place for her. She was entangled. Everyone else is studying, but the two of us are playing. Isn't this not good? It makes us look like villains. Jiang Ning glanced at her. Have you become stupid? Whether you are a villain or not is not a matter of your words. Zhu Yuantang couldn't believe that she had such prestige. She seized Xiao, who had worked hard for 2 classes and was now a little depressed, and defined her. Xiao, you are a bad student, and I'm a truly good student. After hearing this, Chen Xiao was heartbroken. You are a good student. You are amazing. Her hollowed out body was immediately filled with energy, and she only wished she could call her sister to write 100 test papers together. With the strength of affirmation, Zhu Yuantang and Jiang Ning slipped into the office together. Entering the warm office, oh, there are 2 students asking the teacher questions. Zhu Yuantang didn't know them, probably they were unknown. The 2 found teacher Jiuo at the corner. It was winter, but teacher Jiuo was still beautiful and charming. At the age of 23, she looked like a college student. Jiuo Ran was peeling oranges. When she saw them, she smiled and said, it's almost done. She peeled 15 oranges, 5 oranges in a group. When she squeezed the orange juice, she also poured some Sprite. After squeezing the orange juice, she poured some Yakult. Zhu Yuantang stared at the orange Lido Is it drinkable? Jiang Ning took a sip. It's okay, not bad. With the help of the miracle Dr. Jiang Ning, Zhu Yuantang's bold attempt was indeed not bad. Ji Yuan chatted with them and started peeling oranges again. As a teacher, if you have a good relationship with your colleagues, it will be convenient to change classes when encountering problems. After all, many teachers stay in one school for their entire lives. Ji Yuan made 2 more cups of orange Lido and asked Jiang Ning to help him deliver them. Jiang Ning first handed it to a female teacher in her 40s. After receiving it, she thanked him repeatedly, looked at Ji Yuan's position, and smiled at her. Zhu Yuantang was also given a task. She took the juice, walked a few steps, and gave it to another young female teacher. This female teacher had a good reputation in the forum, and taught very well. Zhu Yuantang said, "Teacher, here you go." The female teacher was playing games, playing Timo, and the record was 0-2. She was originally in a bad mood, but after receiving the juice and having dessert, she smiled and said, "I know you, Zhu Yuantang. First in the grade, and your chemistry paper is very beautiful." Zhu Yuantang was more modest, not bad. The female teacher drank a sip of orange Lido and continued to play the game, but was killed by the barbarian king on the opposite side again. She entered the break time and found Zhu Yuantang watching next to her. Seeing her staring at the screen, the female teacher tried to hide her embarrassment by finding a topic. "You study so well, you don't have time to play games normally, right?" Zhu Yuantang, "Play. I like playing games the most. Have you played LOL?" she asked. Zhu Yuantang, "I play it often." The two of them chatted for a while, and Timo died again. Now it's 0-4. Timo beat the barbarian king so badly that even a dog would shake his head. Zhu Yuantang is still very much a spectator. When facing strangers, she just watches and never speaks to guide. She knows how to keep a distance. The female teacher suddenly asked, "What's your rank?" Zhu Yuantang, "King." "Oh, huh, king?" The female teacher was stunned. "She is a distinguished gold player. You are king?" Zhu Yuantang, "Yes." She opened the mobile league to show the teacher her rank. The female teacher was shocked. Facing the ridicule of the barbarian king, she was not as face-saving as other boys. She made room on the spot and let Zhu Yuantang play for him. Now the barbarian king has a big advantage and is very arrogant. Zhu Yuantang uses Q&E from time to time. When the opponent's barbarian king chases her, she uses A and Q at the same time and actually kills the opponent. With the help of replenishing soldiers and pulling hatred, she gradually equalized the advantage. Then it went much more smoothly. The barbarian king who was being kitted was very frustrated. In the end, she became the hope of the whole team and won the game. The female teacher was stunned and called her a great master. Zhu Yuantang showed off her skills and won a fan from the teacher. The female teacher was a senior gamer. She sighed. "If you were to substitute with your skills." Jiang Ning interrupted. "Tong tong, time is up. Let's go home." Tuesday, review day. It was cold and Dang Dang was exhausted. After school at noon, Jiang Ning moved out the recliner, spread the blanket, and basked in the precious sun. Linzida came to the door of Jiang's house and sorted out the accounts for him. Yesterday afternoon and this morning, there were a total of 11 customers, mainly concentrated on last night. I exempted a customer's child from one order, so the total charge was 50 yuan. He handed the scattered money to Jiang Ning. Linzida looked down on this little money, which was not enough for him to buy a game, but watching Dang Dang being abused, the comfort in his heart was far beyond the money. Jiang Ning smiled. Yes, the business of soliciting customers is gradually getting on track. He thought about it, picked up the whip, found Dang Dang who was resting, and gave him 1 yuan as a reward. Dang Dang dared not speak. Jiang Ning's expression was formal. "Well, I declare that the first shareholders meeting will be officially held." Zhu Yuantang clapped his hands and applauded. "Support, support." First of all, Jiang Ning highly praised Linzida. As the butler, this business depends on him, which is very powerful. Secondly, it is the spiritual shareholder Tang Tang. Her existence provides the driving force for the company. Zhu Yuantang told Dang Dang's past sins on the spot. For example, 2 years ago, Tong Tong wore a new dress, and Dong Dong often had convulsions and threw mud at her, which was very hateful. Linzida's belief was strengthened. He hated naughty children the most. Jiang Ning swung the whip. Finally, we should also thank Dong Dong. As the cornerstone of the company, everyone can see his efforts. He works hard and never complains. He is really great. Okay, my speech is over. Zhu Yuantang immediately applauded. Jiang Ning threatened Dong Dong with his eyes. He laughed uglier than crying and also clapped his hands. Linzida, wait. He said, finally, we should thank Jiang Ning. He has cleared the unhealthy trends for the people in Heba and brought a happy game experience to the guests who came to the farmhouse. The applause was thunderous and enthusiastic. Zhuang Jian, who saw the celebration from afar, he was puzzled. Lin Xiaopang was addicted to playing. Yang Kan saw the atmosphere over there and joked, they are quite childish. After saying this, she asked again, do you know the owner of the 4S store in the city? Zhuang Jian, whose eyes did not change much. After a few days of contact, he already knew the topics that Yang Kan was interested in. He also figured out her people. In terms of family background, let alone compared with Ding Xuan and Wei Zishan, evenly she is countless levels behind. Although Yang Kan has been guiding the topic towards the lofty during the conversation, Zhuang Jianu can still see that her family background is average because she looks decent and there must be no shortage of sweeters. So Yang Kan is a little arrogant, but the cover-up when facing herself highlights the inferiority deep in her heart. There are too many people like this, whose personalities seem sunny, but in fact they are inadequate. Zhuang Jianhu replied indifferently, I don't know them, I haven't heard of them. After the meeting, Linzida returned to the entrance of the farmhouse and said to Zhuang Jianhu, Wei Zishan, you and Lin and some friends have returned to China. Do you plan to go back to Ancheng? Zhuang Jianhu shook his head, forget it, my father is in Yazhou, I don't want to go back this year. Okay, I will definitely go back. Linzida said that their big family always gets together every year to pay respect to the elders, deepen blood ties, and then discuss the development of their respective fields. The younger generations are also very friendly with each other. The Lin family is developing very well. Of course, there are conflicts, but they are generally united. Linzida smiled and said, if you don't go back to Ancheng, I guess they will come to Yazhou to play with you. Changqing liquid is now very famous. His nearsighted peers are using evergreen and are very praiseworthy and even fanatical about Changqing liquid. After the meeting, Chairman Jiang Ning drove Totem Tong Tong to school for further studies. Classroom. When Chen Xiaoyu, who was studying hard, saw it, she said anxiously, Tong Tong, do you have any jelly left that the head teacher gave you yesterday? Can you lend me one? I'm going to give it to my sister. Zhu Yuantang has been studying business recently. She said, I don't have any jelly now. You can give one to your sister first, and then pay me back when you have jelly. Chen Xiaoyu was confused for a while. What do you mean? Do I owe you a jelly now? Zhu Yuantang was slightly surprised. Strange. How did you become smart? Chapter 792. Exposing Strength. Tuesday afternoon, the last class. Chinese teacher Dai Yangquan handed out the Chinese test papers and told the students to do the test papers, and then he hurried to the calligraphy classroom in the number 4 teaching building. 4 rows of seats in the back row. In order to achieve the contest between women, Chen Xiaoyu persisted in studying hard for a day, and now, she is still persisting. This perseverance moved Tong Tong, and she almost wanted to continue to compete with Xiaoyu to see who worked harder. Jiang Ning scanned with his spiritual sense. Oh, it turned out that it was not Chen Xiaoyu who was studying in class 8, but her sister Chen Xiqing. What a cunning woman. Now she dared to plan a false impression, and I don't know how she will dare to play with fire in the future. Without the dumbest Xiaoyu, the 4 rows of seats were quite lonely. Sister Chen Xiqing's personality is not as active as her sister. She is a passive and introverted type. She often needs her sister to help her do anything. The exam is approaching, which makes the class atmosphere a little impetuous. Jiang Ning was whittling wood again. Zhu Yuantang's eyes were bright. She said, Jiang Ning, I have a question. Facing Tang Tang's mental retardation, Jiang Ning's eyes jumped over the window and looked at the sunset in the west. He replied, "If you feel bored, we can go out for a walk." Jiang Ning has always been a good student who abides by the rules. He attends classes well every day and rarely skips classes. Zhu Yuantang noticed that Jiang Ning's expression changed slightly. She crossed her arms and hummed, "I really have no choice but to accompany you for a walk." So, the two of them quietly left the classroom and walked to the square outside. Recently, due to the school's cleaning, all the ice and snow on the ground melted, leaving only the cold air, announcing the severe winter season. Number 4 middle school now advocates diversified development. Even during class time, scattered students can still be seen in the square, some going to calligraphy classes, some art students practicing their voices, and some sports students exercising. Where are we going to play? Zhu Yuantang became confused after going out and could only follow Jiang Ning honestly. Jiang Ning, let's go to the gym opened by the school. I heard there are sofas and sausage grills inside. Zhu Yuantang's eyes lit up. Let's go. With a goal in mind, she dragged Jiang Ning and walked towards the school gym with all her strength. The gym is easy to find, located on the first floor of building 4. Passing by the stairs, 7 or 8 sports students were jumping up and down the stairs. Even though the weather was freezing, they were still sweating on their foreheads. Zhao Jinliang from class 7 was exercising among the sports students. He saw Jiang Ning enter the gym. Zhao Jinliang used to be in the same class with Tang Fu and was a general in the sports meet. He and Tang Fu had known each other for a long time and were rivals, and they had unknowingly formed a bond. He once tried to establish his prestige in class 7. Originally, relying on his strong physique, Zhao Jinliang almost got involved in the position of the male leader of class 7. Later, he met a man, Cuiyu. He made a bet with Cuiyu and won the dance performance rights of the 4 beauties of class 8. He thought he had become the strongest in class 7. That day, he saw the dance of the 4 golden flowers. Zhao Jinliang's brilliant dream was shattered by the 4 golden flowers, and he became a joke from then on. After the end of the first year of high school, Tang Fu was promoted to the experimental class, and Zhao Jinliang lost his partner. In the subsequent distribution of small dining tables, Tang Fu was assigned to Jiang Ning's table, and he suffered another blow. I don't know if the school's gym was intentional, but there is a sausage machine at the front desk, which contains tempting volcanic stone sausages. Who can resist such temptation? 3 yuan for 1, 5 yuan for 2. Zhu Yuantang spent 5 yuan on the spot, and each of him and Jiang Ning got a volcanic stone sausage, and then asked the front desk staff to sprinkle spices. Zhu Yuantang sighed, "For me, it's just 2 sausages, but for Dang Dang, he needs to work hard to pull it back and forth." Jiang Ning, "Give some to Dang Dang." Zhu Yuantang denied it. "No, you go back and urge him to work harder." Jiang Ning took 2 cans of warm Assam milk tea from the thermal cabinet and spent 8 yuan. The two sat on the sofa to rest. The indoor heating was sufficient, which was much more comfortable than the classroom. Jiang Ning was enjoying herself while drinking milk tea and eating grilled sausages while watching the students in the gym exercising. The passage of time seemed to slow down. After Zhu Yuantang finished eating, she clapped her hands and said, "It's time to exercise." She raised her feet and walked slowly to the equipment area. Because her steps were so master-like, the female classmates who were taking pictures next to her made room for her. Jiang Ning followed her slowly. He pointed his finger, and wherever he went, his magic power swept over the equipment, sweeping away all the dust, bacteria, and sweat stains on the surface. Zhu Yuantang was more discerning. She chose the bench press area. The wheat-skinned female classmate next to her looked at her seriously and couldn't help but say, "Do you want to try?" She was Hu Menqing from class 4 of senior 3. She had lost to Yang Sheng in the women's 800 meters at the school sports meeting. Zhu Yuantang, "Just give it a try." "Okay." Hu Menqing found a Smith bench press next to her. Zhu Yuantang was thinking about how to exercise. There was a noise outside. The sports students who had been exercising at the stairs before rushed into the gym to keep warm. The richer ones bought sausages and milk tea, while most of the poor ones just watched and prepared to go to the cafeteria to eat after the class. Zhao Jinliang is not a sports student at present because the teacher thinks that his academic performance is okay and suggests that he specialize in academic performance. But Zhao Jinliang is interested in sports because Tang Fu is in the sports team. Now that Zhao Jinliang has entered the stage of being a quasi-sports student, in order to make up for the situation, he reluctantly spent 20 yuan to equip his brothers with volcanic stone sausages and became a leader for a while. There were thunderous cheers around him, and Jiang Ning seemed a little lonely. Zhao Jinliang felt that he won a little. He showed that he was very good at making friends. Brothers, have you ever played with equipment? A short and strong boy responded, of course, I can bench press 50 kilograms now. For high school students who are not good at strength training, this weight is not bad, better than many adults. What about Brother Yang? The short and strong male classmate asked. Zhao Jinliang smiled and said, it's okay, barely 70 kilograms. He is strong, so it's not surprising that he has this result. Brother Yang is awesome. The classmates were very supportive. This result was really amazing. Zhao Jinliang wandered to the bench press area. He saw the wheat-colored Hu Menqing and said, hello, senior sister Hu. Hu Menqing was not very familiar with him. Who are you? Zhao Jinliang was very familiar. You know Tang Fu. We used to get along very well. Hu Menqing understood what he said. Tang Fu is now on the sports team and is extremely strong. After a few words, Zhao Jinliang's network of contacts seemed to be more extensive. It was really a place where he talked and laughed with great scholars, and there was no ordinary person around. How happy. In contrast, Jiang Ning seemed to have no popularity. So Zhao Jinliang was in a good mood. Zhu Yuantang originally wanted to try to exercise, but now that a group of strangers came, she decisively gave up. Jiang Ning had nothing to do, so he sat on the bench press chair, with 10 kilogram barbells on each side, plus the bar itself, a total of 40 kilogram weight. Jiang Ning pushed it up easily, and his movements were very standard. Zhu Yuantang held a 5 kilogram barbell and acted as his assistant. Jiang Ning, are you going to add more? Okay, help me add more. Zhu Yuantang immediately added the barbell plates. 50 kilograms was very challenging for Jiang Ning. It was enough to force him to use less than half of his strength. He deliberately pushed very slowly this time. Zhao Jinliang knew that Jiang Ning had excellent sports performance and could break 3 campus records, but as the saying goes, everyone has their own specialty. Being strong in track and field events does not mean being strong in strength. The two do not exercise the same muscle group at all. Moreover, he could see that Jiang Ning seemed to be under pressure with the 50 kilogram weight. Zhao Jinliang thought about it and confidently stepped forward to say hello. Hi, do you want to practice together? Jiang Ning smiled and said, I'll push one more set to finish. Tong, add another 10 kilograms on each side. Jiang Ning said. Zhu Yuantang received the order and immediately brought the barbell and placed it on both ends of the pole, bringing the total weight to 70 kilograms. Before Zhao Jinliang had time to change his mood, he saw Jiang Ning pushing up a weight of 70 kilograms. He was stunned. Is his strength the same as mine? How can he show off? Suddenly, Jiang Ning's cell phone vibrated in his pocket. He freed one hand, took out his cell phone, and glanced at the message from Jiuo Ran. Jiang Ning put his cell phone back in place and put the 70 kilogram barbell back on the bench press rack with one hand. He stood up and said to Tong, let's go to teacher Jiuo's office and sit down. The two left leisurely. Zhao Jinliang rubbed his eyes, turned around and asked, brothers, am I dazzled? The wheat-skinned Hu Menqing said confidently, you are not blind. He just used one hand. At this time, the crisp voice of a little girl came from the front of the gym. Oh no, Jiang Ning, you just exposed your strength. Jiang Ning said lazily, it's okay, just do it. Zhu Yuantang, you're too high profile. Jiang Ning, just do it. The conversation between the two gradually disappeared in the gym. Zhao Jinliang and a group of sports students looked at each other in disbelief. One hand supported a 70 kilogram lever. Is he a human? When everyone was hit hard, the short and strong sports student who had just eaten the free sausage said, it's useless to be good at bench press. There is no bench press in the physical examination. senior high school student Hu Mengqing, couldn't help but say he ran 10.86 seconds for the 100 meters. Those who have studied sports know the meaning of this number. The short and strong sports student changed color on the spot. The atmosphere was a little bad, and another sports student said angrily, the college entrance examination is not just about sports performance. Cultural courses are equally important. Hu Mengqing was puzzled. Jiang Ning's grades have always been second in the grade, don't you know? Everyone was silent. Calligraphy room. Shenzhou was confused. The schoolgirl he was chasing recently participated in the ceremony of choosing a concubine because she yearned for Qi Heng's wealth. That night, Shenzhou, who was humiliated, did not tell Zhao Xianfeng the truth. He was already an adult. Even though he was extremely sad, he still had to consider his life. Like many office workers, even if they were pointed at by their superiors and ridiculed, they still went to work as usual the next day. This is the pain of growing up. Today, the schoolgirl still sent him messages, and Shenzhou replied as usual. It was just that the depression in his heart was difficult to resolve, so Shenzhou came to the calligraphy room to practice calligraphy, hoping to cultivate his sentiments and relieve his mood. He sat in the last row, and Shanzhao also sat in the last row. Shanzhao was practicing calligraphy and looking for new business by the way. It was winter, and Shanzhao's coat was a worn-out cotton jacket, and the school uniform jacket inside, which looked a little bloated, not as trendy and handsome as Shenzhou. But Shanzhao's honest smile was as warm as the morning sun, shining into Shenzhou's heart. Shenzhou sighed deeply. Shanzhao glanced at the Casio watch on Shenzhou's wrist, and put down the brush in his hand. At this moment, the rising sun shines on Shenzhou. Classmate, is your life not going well recently? Honest people are always reassuring, not to mention such an honest Shanzhao. Shenzhou said, I can't find the meaning of life. Shanzhao, I remember that you often came to our class to sell things before. You are a person with strong expressive ability. Shenzhou laughed bitterly. Yes, that was my most miserable day. After the conversation started, Shenzhou talked about his entrepreneurial history and his love history. He asked, if my girlfriend, behind my back, plays games with rich boys, then am I cheated? When people are down, they often seek some hope. Shanzhao smiled. He picked up the brush in his hand and asked Shenzhou, is this a brush or a pen? Shenzhou was stunned at first, and then he said firmly, of course it's a brush. Shanzhao took out a coin again. Is this $1 or $100? Shenzhou, of course it's $1. Shanzhao smiled. So, the answer is in your heart. Shenzhou was surprised. Master, what do you think? Canteen. Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang arrived very early. Chen Xiaoyu followed behind, running breathlessly. Jiang Ning, why are you dragging Tang Tang to run? Zhu Yuantang, I'm obviously driving him. As they talked, they found that there were crystal shrimp dumplings for dinner today. The appearance was extremely delicious and mouth-watering. The evil Zhu Yuantang tried to deceive. Xiaoyu, I ask you a question. If you can answer it correctly, I will give you my shrimp dumplings. If you are wrong, your shrimp dumplings will be given to me. Chen Xiaoyu resolutely accepted the challenge. Excuse me, Zhu Yuantang, if you surpass the second place in the 800-meter race, what place will you be? Chen Xiaoyu's eyes were frivolous. That's it? Haha, are you stupid? I surpassed the second place, so of course I'm the first. Zhu Yuantang stretched out his chopsticks and took away Xiaoyu's shrimp dumplings. Chen Xiaoyu argued, I surpassed the second place, so I'm the first place, am I wrong? Bei Yuxia saw her so confident, she asked, what place is it, if I surpass the first place? Chen Xiaoyu, of course I'm the first place, if I surpass the first place. Bei Yuxia, then if I surpass the second place, shouldn't I be the second place? Chen Xiaoyu was defeated. Seeing the crystal shrimp dumplings being eaten by Tang Tang, Chen Xiaoyu burst into tears. She silently vowed, I can't be an ant for the rest of my life. One day I will stand at the top. Tang Fu was often the last one to arrive at the table, and tonight was no exception. Chen Xiaoyu thought about it and stood up from where she fell. She negotiated. Fufu, let's make a bet. Let's bet on your shrimp dumplings. Come on. Tang Fu raised her lips. showing the murderous aura of a sports elite, and was extremely aggressive. Chen Xiaoyu, if it's an 800-meter race, Tang Fu crossed her legs and said proudly, "First place." Chen Xiaoyu, why didn't you hesitate? Tang Fu raised her face and said seriously, "Because I've never been second. You're great, but you lost." Chen Xiaoyu took Tang Fu's crystal shrimp dumplings. PS. Extra chapters for those who made up 1,000 monthly tickets in the last 2 days. Chapter 793, How to Choose. Wednesday noon. Today, the Yazhou government reported the strange behavior of the Hushu River in the Yazhou section, especially the river nearly 1,000 meters east of Nanhang Road. The river surface was completely frozen, and the thickness of the ice layer reached 18 centimeters, reaching the level where people could walk on it. Experts analyzed that after the Hushu River flowed into the Yazhou section, due to the changes in the riverbed, the up and down drop was very small, almost lying flat on the ground. Therefore, under the low temperature for several days, the factors of ice formation were relatively many strange things in the world. Changqing was busy promoting its annual new products recently. After people were amazed, they did not pay much attention to the abnormality of the Hushu River. Some curious people wanted to go to the ice surface to play, but they were persuaded by the personnel arranged by the government around them, saying that the current ice surface was unstable and too dangerous. If the ice surface breaks, the difficulty of the rescue work will be hell level. The weather was gloomy today, and Zhu Yuantong, who was not shining in the sun, chose to go back to his nest to sleep. When Tong Tong fell asleep, Jiang Ning carried the small chair to the main room. He ejected a spiritual fire, lit the charcoal stove, and placed the copper pot on the stove. The teapot continued to heat up under the scorching flame, and the body of the pot was filled with hot air. Soon, steam slowly rose up. Jiang Ning slowly pinched some tea leaves and put them in the cup. This was the tea he planted in Huqi Mountain. He picked up the copper pot, and the boiling spiritual spring water poured out from the mouth of the pot and fell into the cup. A fresh and refined tea fragrance instantly dissipated. Jiang Ning sat at the table, picked up the teacup, and drank it. Its fragrance was fresh and slightly sweet, and then, the sweetness was tinged with a hint of elegant floral and fruity fragrance, refreshing. In the cold winter, he drank tea and watched the scenery of the fields outside the house, leisurely and contented. Jiang Ning didn't enjoy it for long. Lin Zida came from the farmhouse. Seeing Jiang Ning's ease, he couldn't help but smile and said, "You really know how to enjoy yourself." Jiang Ning knew that he was here to give money. He pointed to the chair opposite the square table and said, "Sit down." No matter what Lin Zida's selfishness was, Dong Dong didn't go on strike these days, and Lin Zida must have made a lot of efforts. Jiang Ning took out the disposable teacup for entertaining guests. He put some tea leaves in it, picked up the teapot, and poured a cup of boiling hot spiritual spring water. "Try it." Lin Zida took a look and found that this teacup was not an ordinary paper cup. The shape was nearly half shorter than that of an ordinary paper cup. He took it in his hand and found that it was a special disposable teacup made of rice husk. "It's quite exquisite," Lin Zida thought to himself. He glanced at the color of the tea. It was a very beautiful light green. Just the fragrance of tea gave people a sense of elegance. Lin Zida didn't drink tea first. He took out some small change and put it on the table. There were actually 100 yuan in total. This means that Dong Dong has run at least 20 times. Jiang Ning thought, wouldn't Dong Dong's feet be numb from running so much? The share of money he has to give to Dong Dong alone is as much as 2 yuan. If he continues to do this, Dong Dong will probably become rich. Jiang Ning remembered his experience of working in an e-commerce company in his previous life. The normal operation in the industry is that a new store will give you a 2% commission on sales. When you make the store bigger and stronger, and your monthly income exceeds 10,000 yuan, the boss will even immediately cut it to 0.5% in the next quarter. However, Jiang Ning is not an evil boss after all, and he has not become the most annoying person. Not bad, he is very capable. Jiang Ning was kind-hearted and took out 10 yuan from the 100 yuan. Give all of this to him as a reward. Lin Zida accepted it, and this trick made it easier for him to control Dong Dong. He continued, "Jiang Ning, have you ever heard of ice fishing?" "Jiang Ning, I have some impression, but I haven't learned much about it." Lin Zida said, "Ice fishing is to drill a hole in the ice and then put bait to fish. It is more popular in the north. The Hooshu River has frozen recently. I looked at the weather forecast for the next few days, and it is estimated that it will continue to freeze in the future, so I prepared a set of ice fishing equipment and a tent. It's just right for you. At this point, he picked up the teacup and tasted the tea. As soon as the tea went into his mouth, there was no bitterness or astringency at all, but a pure fragrance. The charm of it was like walking in a sea of flowers and fruit trees in spring, surrounded by fragrance, which instantly calmed people's mood. Linzada stared at the teacup and fell into deep thought. Oh, this tea Jiang Ning was calm. How is it? Linzada took another sip. It's so damn good. Linzada left and got a small bag of tea from Jiang Ning. He was going to return to his residence and show off to Ding Xuan and his aunt. But he was still struggling over whether to give it to old Master Lin during the New Year's greetings. After all, the older generation of people mostly like to show off their tastes, and his grandfather happened to be a tea lover. After Linzada left, the bungalow was not quiet. Uncle Zhang, wearing a military green coat, got on his day-end motorcycle and had another cigarette in his mouth. If he had a big knife on his back, coupled with his fierce and arrogant face, people might suspect that he was a gangster who was ready to fight with others at any time. But Uncle Zhang is generally a good person. He is going to pick up his son Zhang Ruan, who is going to college today. With the roar of the motorcycle, Uncle Zhang passed by Jiang Ning's house. Seeing the boy's comfortable look, Uncle Zhang sneered and couldn't wait to set off. At Xiao's house station, taxi drivers shouted hard, Guiyang, Guiyang, Xinhang, Xinhang. Uncle Zhang successfully met his son Zhang Ruan. After not seeing each other for half a year, Zhang Ruan has become more energetic. He has a permed haircut and wears into sneakers. His body is a little more symmetrical than before. He was moving the heavy suitcase to the trunk of the taxi. A girl with ordinary looks beside him was talking to him with a smile. After the taxi drove out, Zhang the butcher came up to him and patted him on the shoulder. Good boy, you are dating someone. When will you bring him home to show us? Zhang Ruan smiled and said, we haven't confirmed the relationship yet. Zhang the butcher said in a deep voice, I think it's almost certain. Zhang Ruan didn't expect that his father, a rough man, actually understood these things. Zhang the butcher tied his son's suitcase to the backseat of the motorcycle and smiled. This is the look your mother gave your father back then. You should wear something nice, now that you are dating someone. Zhang the butcher took his son to the men's wardrobe, Helan home. He spent more than 1,000 yuan to buy his son a set of clothes. Zhang Ruan is quite filial. He wanted to buy some clothes for his parents, but dating is more expensive, and he didn't have the money. Finally, he could only go to the fruit store and buy some fruit, but his father still paid for it. Zhang the butcher was very proud on the way. Good boy, you are good. You are studying in college. I didn't expect that you could bring me a wife. I saw that girl just now. She is not short. She is more than 1.6 meters tall. As fathers, what they want to see most is their sons to get married. With a family, their mission is also accomplished. Better than our neighbors Io Jiang. Why do the father and son say that they have to drink to at noon? Zhang the butcher was proud. When Zhang Ruan heard his father talking about the Heba bungalow, his thoughts began to wander. He couldn't help but think of a cold and pure figure. That was the most beautiful girl he had ever seen in his life. It was just that after Zhang Ruan left Heba and returned to college, because of the distance, and secondly, he was 2 or 3 years older than Zhu Chuchu, so the idea gradually faded. The influence of the environment was terrible. Roommates and classmates were getting married one by one. Zhang Ruan accidentally met a female classmate from Yazhou. Driven by hormones, he gradually began to follow the crowd and started to have a relationship. However, now that he is back in Heba, it is impossible to say that he has no distractions. Fortunately, Zhang Ruan thought of the years he spent with his girlfriend 2B, and he calmed down. Dad, my mom asked you to drink less. Zhang Ruan advised. Butcher Zhang, hey, isn't our son back? He turned the accelerator and rushed to the door of his house. The return of college student Zhang Ruan alarmed the neighbors. Teacher Kan and Uncle Tang all greeted him and praised his son for being handsome again. Butcher Zhang glanced at the reactions of his neighbors and subconsciously wanted to show off, but he held back. He would wait until the winter vacation, when Ruan invited his girlfriend to Hiba, and then he would make a high-profile announcement. The meal at home was ready, and Butcher Zhang took his son home for dinner. An hour later, after a full meal, Zhang Ruan came out to get some fresh air. He looked at the ground and the sky. The feeling of home is so good. At this time, Zhu Chuchu next door stepped out of the door. Her figure was as cold as the cold winter, and there was a hint of alienation in her eyes. She stood quietly, like a beautiful flower reflecting on the water. But when she saw Jiang Ning in the east, her eyebrows slightly raised, and the originally cold lines became soft. She picked up her steps, and her hair flew as she walked. Zhang Ruan saw Zhu Chuchu's joy. He was stunned at first, and then shocked. Is she so happy to see me back in Hiba? Could it be that she has been missing me? But I already have a girlfriend. Zhang Ruan fell into a painful choice. If Zhu Chuchu and my boyfriend pursue me together, what should I do? This is a question of conscience and morality. Even if Zhang Ruan is an upright boy, the morality in his heart is still shaky and difficult to stabilize. Seeing Zhu Chuchu getting closer and closer, Zhang Ruan sighed in pain. Why didn't you come earlier? Zhu Chuchu thought it was strange that this person was talking to himself. She didn't mean to stop at all. She went straight past Zhang the butcher's house and found Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning handed her a cup of tea and smiled. Drink some tea to warm your body. Zhu Chuchu, thank you. After Zhang Ruan reacted, she was so embarrassed that she wanted to burrow into the ground. Jiang Ning chatted with Chuchu for a few words. Then he walked to Aunt Gu's house and walked into Tang Tang's bedroom. With Tang Tang reluctant, he lifted Tang Tang out of the quilt and shook it to shake off the rag doll in her hand. Jiang Ning smiled and said, the equipment exploded. Zhu Yuantang gave him a lazy but fierce look and finally gave up the warmth of the quilt. She washed her face in a daze and was lifted by Jiang Ning on the battery car and taken to school for class. After arriving at school, she continued to sleep, played games when she woke up, and then ate the snacks brought by Chen Xiao and Beiyuxia, and then asked Jiang Ning some stupid questions. She proposed a hypothesis. If I didn't know you, would you still be nice to me? Jiang Ning said, obviously, no. Zhu Yuantang felt a little wronged when she heard his decisive and heartless answer. She decided not to pay attention to him for a class. She turned the back of her chair towards Jiang Ning and played her own game. Jiang Ning was actually telling the truth. Well, Tang Tang's anger was also real. But Jiang Ning didn't think it was a big deal. In her previous life, Zhu Yuantang was a cool little girl who didn't get close to anyone and always maintained her temperament of a top genius. Now it's different. If she doesn't agree with someone, she will puff her mouth and start to sulk. Jiang Ning didn't think she was annoying. On the contrary, he liked to see her angry. It was a different kind of fun to poke her little face and watch her glare. Compared to when Jiang Ning pursued Shen Qinj in the previous life, Shen Qinj always looked emotionally stable. No matter what she did, she often looked indifferent and unmoved. However, when he met Shen Qinj again in this life, the facts were not the case. The so-called politeness and respect for each other may be that there is no feeling in itself. Chen Xiao found that Tang Tang and Jiang Ning were estranged, and she realized that it was time to defeat Tang Tang. She wanted to prove that she was the best at making friends, surpassing Zhu Yuantang and Beiyuxia. The woman with the highest emotional intelligence in class 8 was her Chen Xiao. Take advantage of others' danger and launch an attack. Chen Xiao, Jiang Ning, if you buy a cup of milk tea, your good friend my sister asks you for a cup of milk tea. Then, I, your good friend, also ask you for a cup. How many cups do you have left? Jiang Ning said lightly, I still have a cup of milk tea left, and 2 strangers. Chen Xiao said with heartache, is our friendship only to this extent? Nan Fang in the back row. Jiuo Kanan put down the ink pen and sighed, why don't I want to review when the final exam is coming soon? Tang Jing went straight to the point, because you are lazy. Jiuo Kanan shook his head, no, I think there is something wrong with my mentality. Ko-kun, what do you mean? Jiuo Kanan himself didn't quite understand. Once I start working hard, I seem to be afraid of something. Xin Yaoling at the back table said, it's very simple. If you review, it means that you take this matter seriously, and you work hard. If you don't get the ideal results, it will inevitably lead to doubts and denials about your abilities. Jiang Ning suddenly realized, class monitor, you are right. Yes, that's it. Because his good brother Shan Kaikun worked hard and suddenly jumped into the top 10 in the class, it had an impact on Jiang Ning. Xin Yaoling, we should have the ability to face failure calmly. Jiang Ning, have you ever failed as monitor? Xin Yaoling's expression was full of confidence. No. Even when she came to class 8 to run for monitor, she still had never failed. Everything she did was on the right path. It's just that in the process, she owed someone some debts. Compared with the soulful thinking of the back row south, the back row north seemed to be more physical. The exam was approaching, and Meng Jiui and Cuiu were watching a movie. In the cold winter day, the two of them were so excited. Oh my god, this is good. Mother and daughter. Cuiu's eyes lit up, and he was extremely excited. Meng Jiui's face was like a Buddha. Calm down, Yuzi, where is your accomplishment? Cuiu slammed the desk and said in surprise, who can withstand this? Meng Jiui suffered a heavy blow and her face twitched in pain. Cuiu pretended not to know. Gizzy, what's wrong? Chapter 794, Finding People on the Internet. Winter evening. The tall trees in front of the bungalow are like the head of English teacher Chen Haiyang, bald. But the wheat seedlings in the field are like Shenzhou's hat, green. The old snow has not melted yet, and new snow has been added, falling from the dim sky, and the fields and villages are all covered in white snow. The lights at the door of the bungalow are powered on, and the lights illuminate the darkness. Zhang Ruan stood at the door. The snowy day did not make people afraid, but brought vitality. Looking to the east, he could see guests from the city coming to the farmhouse for dinner from time to time. Dong Dong tied a hemp rope and worked hard to drag the tire. A 5 or 6-year-old girl was riding on it, laughing very happily. His father followed beside him to prevent accidents. Zhang Ruan was really surprised. His impression of Dong Dong, a rebellious wild child, has become so sensible now. Sure enough, people will change when they grow up. Zhang Ruan sighed. As the saying goes, there is no discrimination in education. As long as you teach students in accordance with their aptitude, you can make progress. Zhang Ruan waved his hand and shouted, Dong Dong, let's play together later. Dong Dong said in a muffled voice, if you want to play, find me at the entrance of the farmhouse. He is not allowed to bring private customers now, because Linzida warned him that, if he dared to cross the line, he would be subject to Jiang Ning's antitrust trial. Linzida also specifically reminded him of Jiang Ning's methods, such as hanging on a tree to feed wasps, throwing into a pond to feed fish, and other cruel punishments. Zhang Ruan has now returned from the bustling big city and suddenly came to the countryside. He felt a little lonely. He walked to the entrance of the farmhouse and saw Zhuang Jianhu first. After a slight comparison, Zhang Ruan was ashamed of himself. The other party was tall and handsome, and his appearance was better than their student union minister. Then, he saw Yang Qian. Zhang Ruan was stunned and couldn't help shouting, Yang Qian. Hearing this, Yang Qian turned around and looked at him. Zhang Ruan looked good. He was about 175 centimeters tall, had a permed haircut, and wore clothes from heel and home. Most men don't know how to dress themselves up, but Zhang Ruan has reached the level of half-step handsome with ease. Who are you? Yang Qian didn't recognize him. Zhang Ruan's tone was a little excited. I'm Zhang Ruan, from Jianda. This New Year's Day, our university in Ansheng held a charity sale. You were in the agricultural university team. Oh, Yang Qian finally remembered, but she still didn't recognize Zhang Ruan. There were too many people at the event, so how could she remember Zhang Ruan? But Zhang Ruan was different. At that time, someone in their Jianda group posted a volunteer photo, and Yang Qian was praised by many people for her beauty. Do you live nearby? Yang Qian asked. Zhang Ruan was quite happy to see an acquaintance. He had no extravagant thoughts, and was simply happy. Yes, I have been here since I was a child. After hearing this, Yang Qian had a better understanding of his status. Who would live in Heba if they were slightly rich? The inferior ones go to the city, the better ones go to Ansheng, the provincial capital, and the better ones go to Nanshi. This is the approximate distribution of people in Yazhou. However, Zhang Ruan was very enthusiastic and did not try to please him. Yang Qian chatted with him for a few more sentences. At this time, Dong Dong came back, and Zhang Ruan wanted to show off his social circle. Zhang Ruan said, "Dong Dong, come on, take me for a ride and see what you can do." Dong Dong has been working like a cow and a horse recently, and he has even lost his smile. Without saying a word, he took Zhang Ruan on his back and ran away like a little wild boar. Yang Qian finished chatting with Zhang Ruan. She walked to Zhuang Jianhu and said with a smile, "We met each other in volunteer activities before." Zhuang Jianhu didn't respond. "Very good. Linzada, Xiaohu, the car is coming soon. Are you going back?" Zhuang Jianhu shook his head. "Forget it, you go back first. I'll be back later." "Okay, remember to collect Dong Dong's money for me." Linzada took the tea given by Jiang Ning and walked to the parking place in the east. A few minutes later, Zhang Ruan came back satisfied. "Don't mention it, Dong Dong's tire is really good." In order to increase the experience, Dong Dong also gave him a sword. He sat on the tire, holding the sword in his hand, as if riding a bronze chariot from the spring and autumn period and the warring states period. "Dong Dong, you are really good," Zhang Ruan praised. Dong Dong doesn't like to laugh recently. He stretched out his hand. 5 yuan. Zhang Ruan was stunned. "What do you mean?" Zhuang Jianhu came over to explain. "This is an entertainment project in cooperation with Farmhouse. 5 yuan per time." What the hell? Zhang Ruan reluctantly gave 5 yuan. 5 yuan is not a lot of money, but he didn't know it in advance. After Dong Dong got the money, he didn't warm it in his hands, and Zhuang Jianhu took it away. After Zhang Ruan saw this scene, he took the opportunity to call Dong Dong to his door and asked him the reason. Dong Dong told about his miserable years under Jiang Ning's rule and the cruel treatment he suffered. Dong Dong cried loudly while talking. Who understands his pain? Zhang Ruan was also indignant when he learned that Dong Dong could only get a commission of 1 cent. Zhang Ruan received an orthodox education. He knew that everyone was equal, and he could not tolerate this kind of exploitation. How can you bully a child? Rebel against him. Dong Dong. Do it yourself, Zhang Ruan suggested. Dong Dong looked indignant, his nose snorting. "I dare not." Zhang Ruan hated him for not fighting. 1 cent is too little. You must raise it and protest by going on strike. He used the knowledge he learned in college to analyze the power relationship for Dong Dong, especially that forbearance will only lead to greater oppression, etc. Are you willing to stay like this forever? Zhang Ruan's eloquence is good, and Dong Dong was fooled. He returned to the farmhouse full of chicken blood, and with this blood, he pulled 3 trips in one breath, and earned 15 yuan. Zhuang Jianhu asked him for payment. Dong Dong glared angrily, grinning. "I want to talk to Jiang Ning. If he doesn't give me justice, I will find justice myself." Zhuang Jianhu looked at him and spit out one word. "Okay. Evening self-study." Jiang Yanan, why do we have to go to evening self-study? Yuan, that's right. The number 2 middle school doesn't have evening self-study. Songsheng, why don't you get into number 2 middle school? Yuan, none of your business. During the break, the back row was discussing the evil evening self-study. Chen Xiaoyu said, "Because we are worse than number 2 middle school, if we don't rely on evening self-study to overtake, we can't surpass them." Zhu Yuantong, who was playing games, nodded. Xiaoyu said it very well. Chen Xiaoyu was affirmed by the top students and smiled foolishly. Dong Qingfeng passed by here and said, "It's normal, our junior high school doesn't have evening self-study, but I heard that junior high schools in rural areas basically don't finish school until after 9:30 p.m. Shan Keiquan, indeed, I'm in a rural junior high school. Yuan felt incredible. Evening self-study in junior high school? What's the point? Songsheng narrowed his eyes. It's to adapt to night shifts in the future. Shan Keiquan, Dams and Yaoling joined the discussion. The most important thing may not be for learning, but to prevent them from going out to do evil. Try to think about it. What if there is no evening self-study? Shan Keiquan answered. Most of the boys in the class will probably go to the game hall and internet cafe. He said it more conservatively. Playing games and surfing the internet are already considered good. At least they don't do evil. Shan Kaikwan knows how chaotic rural junior high schools are. Jiang Ning concluded, build one more school, and you can build one less prison. Several people were discussing in real life. CUIU was browsing the posts on Tiba, and was passionately arguing with people. The original post was, hello, sisters, I admire my boyfriend. His monthly living expenses are 1,500 yuan. My boyfriend and I wanted to drink 2 cups of Menghu Tea's new milk tea, which only cost about 30 yuan in total. But he thought it was too expensive. He really doesn't love me at all. The alumni on the first floor replied, it is indeed expensive. A bowl of fried rice with an egg at the school gate is only 5 yuan. Why is a 15 yuan cup of milk tea not expensive? The host replied to the first floor, only poor people, like you would eat a 5 yuan bowl of fried rice. The second floor, what makes you think 30 yuan is cheap? The host replied to the second floor, yes, I think it is very cheap. You must have tried it, right? Third floor, hahaha, male best friend. Funny, people who read this post were furious, and CUIU retorted on the spot, 30 yuan for milk tea is really not expensive. Your boyfriend is really stingy. Why don't you two go and drink it? Don't bring him, you two can't afford it? The poster, smile, do you think I can afford it? CUIU cursed at her. He showed the post to his good brothers, hoping that his good brothers would help him curse. Hujun, why is the poster's point of view so similar to Lukiki's? CUIU has been playing with her recently, and he shook his head. It's not Lukiki. Lukiki is much higher than her. Lukiki is now with Mr. Ki, and has escaped the level of a low-level gold digger. Meng Jiui glanced at Hujun, who looked old and mature, and suddenly said, Brother Jun, you don't like Lukiki, do you? You know her so well. Wang Lang Long. Oh. CUIU also said, Lukiki is not easy to pursue. First of all, you have to be rich, and secondly, you have to be willing to spend money on her. Meng Jiui, brothers support you. Faced with the teasing of his brothers, Hujun did not feel embarrassed like other boys, and then defended himself. He just smiled faintly. Brothers know me. If it were me, the target would definitely not be Lukiki. There was a burst of laughter. Bayuksha, who loves to steal melons, would also visit the 4th middle school forum when she was tired of studying, because the communication atmosphere of the 4th middle school forum is very good. It is definitely the top one among countless campus forums. As expected, she saw the post just now. Just like in many posts, where women are unwilling to pay for their partners, there are always some stupid men who like to show off. A person named Monarch on the 42nd floor replied, it's so funny. When I was in a relationship, I spent 8,000 yuan on my girlfriend in a week, but she didn't even want to buy me a cup of milk tea. What kind of loser is that? Go away. This kind of man is the most hateful, even more hateful than a gold digger. Bayuksha is a high quality netizen. As the 43rd floor, she expressed her opinion, when boys and girls are in love, it should be an equal relationship, not just asking for things. After replying, she exited and prepared to browse other posts. As a result, Monarch replied soon, it's so funny. Asking for a cup of milk tea is unequal. Who are you? Why are you putting a label on others? Bayuksha's gender on the internet is male, and her homepage is empty. After being ridiculed, she replied to the other party, sorry, at least I won't ask for milk tea from the other party. Monarch scolded her, you are a man, you have the nerve to ask for milk tea and be a gigolo? Why don't you just die? Low. Bayuksha remained calm. I'm curious, what do you rely on to say that I'm low? Excuse me, Monarch, haha, what do I need to rely on? Because you are a big, evil, pen. The internet is virtual, but the harm is extremely real. Countless clowns hide on the internet, incarnate as trolls, and vent their dissatisfaction in life. You are either at the level of Zhuang Jianhu, with strong connections, and can find the person in charge of the internet department at any time, to find the internet trolls and punish him. Otherwise, no matter you are a multimillionaire, you can either win by scolding them with your own ability, or be scolded honestly. However, internet trolls have no logic, and even great scholars will be greeted with greetings to their entire family. Bayuksha couldn't argue at all. She clicked on Monarch's homepage, and what came into her eyes was the other party's first self-introduction post. "You were criticized by me, and you were hit by my words. You anxiously clicked on my homepage, but my family is happy, my studies are going well, and my girlfriend loves me, and you are the real SB." Bayuksha took a deep breath and calmed the waves in her heart. She could actually post a new post, showing the other party's words, asking netizens to judge and help her fight back, but that would undoubtedly waste a lot of time. The sound of the class bell rang in her ears. Bayuksha thought that her time was more precious and should not be wasted on such meaningless things. She told herself, don't bother with others. Most of these people with such violent tempers are bugs that no one cares about. However, it is inevitable that she is still a little angry. She is not an old monster who is scheming and calculating. At this time, Jiang Ning handed her a note. "What's wrong?" Bayuksha wanted to say that it was nothing, but she felt that it was too perfunctory to Jiang Ning. She did not hide it, but wrote down the quarrel between her and Monarch in a joking tone. After telling Jiang Ning, Bayuksha's mood was inexplicably relieved. Jiang Ning also found it funny. He did not expect that Bayuksha would quarrel with people online. What's even funnier is that she, who seems to be calm, wise, and sharp-minded, is not as good as Tong Tong in the online world. Jiang Ning, I'll help you solve it. Within the scope of his ability, he would not sit idly by and watch people around him being bullied. After Bayuksha received the note, she wrote a letter back. She turned her face away, and her braids made her profile look very beautiful. She smiled gently. Jiang Ning untied the note, and there were 4 elegant words on the paper. "It's not easy to win, right?" Jiang Ning did not reply. He took out his mobile phone. First, he found the post and the netizen named Monarch, who was passionately arguing with him, making all kinds of comments. Jiang Ning tapped the screen of his mobile phone with his finger, and his magic power covered it. At the same time, his consciousness began to spread in a ripple-like manner, and countless radio waves appeared in the air. The complex and chaotic light signals of a specific frequency band that ordinary people could not see were clearly displayed in the range of Jiang Ning's consciousness. His consciousness vibrated again, tracing the trace of all things. In the colorful and bizarre space, a twisted and changing wave-like pure black track appeared. Jiang Ning locked onto that track, and his consciousness began to pursue it until it was located in a classroom in Building 1. The focus in Jiang Ning's eyes returned. "I found you." Chapter 795. Unity of Class 8. Class 6 of Senior 3, Liberal Arts Class. In the back row, against the wall, a boy with messy hair was quickly clicking on the screen, typing out a series of superior remarks, mocking the netizens who refuted his views. "For you, treating girls to 2 cups of milk tea is a burden, and you need to consider whether it is worth it. Then I advise you to go home and ask your father to reflect on why he gave birth to a loser like you when he has no money. What's wrong with your girlfriend having a male bestie? As a man, can't you be more generous?" Jiang Ning's spiritual consciousness crossed the campus square and glimpsed this scene. After confirming that the netizen Monarch was this person, his spiritual consciousness went to the school's academic affairs office again. After collecting all the information, Jiang Ning clicked on Monarch's avatar and sent a private message to the other party. "Your birthday is February 6th, right?" Monarch was online intensively. Because of his overly unique remarks, he not only had to fight in the comment section, but also in private messages. After receiving the message, he was confused. "Why do you know my birthday?" Jiang Ning replied, "Lei Xianniao from class 6 of senior 3, right?" Lei Xianniao was shocked when he saw this line of words. He was inconspicuous and ordinary in reality, but some of his dark thoughts were released in the online world, especially the rise of the 4th middle school Tiba, which allowed him to vent without restraint. However, no one knew his account, so why was he exposed? His face, which had turned purple due to excitement, was pale at this moment, and he quickly denied, "It's not me, you recognize the wrong person." Jiang Ning entered a string of numbers. 139,552 your mobile phone number. No need to deny it. Lei Xianniao was stunned. Jiang Ning, what you did in Tiba has been screenshotted and saved by me. I will give you 2 choices. 1. I will report it to the academic affairs office, and the whole school will announce the punishment for exposing your behavior. When Lei Xianniao saw this message, he panicked instantly. If he was really exposed, he would definitely be beaten to death, because he had made so many enemies. Moreover, he will completely lose his dignity and face, and his parents will be called in. That is an unbearable consequence. I choose to. He seemed to grab a life-saving straw. Jiang Ning's trip was to avenge Bayuxia. He replied calmly, to. You post an apology to, on the 4th middle school forum, and call him dad, and then transfer 500 yuan to me via Alipay. Lei Xianniao instantly thought of. He was so proud of the silence he had just made by scolding this person, but the other party found him out. I can apologize, but I don't have 500 yuan. Lei Xianniao said anxiously. 500 yuan. For a high school student, it is definitely not a small amount. Jiang Ning, am I discussing this with you? Lei Xianniao saw this arrogant tone, and wanted to type and start cursing immediately, but facing the risk of ruining his reputation, he was scared. I'll go borrow money now. Jiang Ning replied, if you don't complete any of the 2 tasks, before get out of class, I'll see you at the school office. Lei Xianniao was trembling in his heart. He quickly opened the bank app. There was only more than 100 yuan left in the card. This was all his pocket money during this period, but it was far from enough. He reached out and touched his deskmate. Do you have money? Can you lend me 200? The deskmate couldn't believe it. Are you crazy? 200 yuan? Lei Xianniao's face suddenly fell, and he almost pleaded. I really need it urgently. 20 minutes later, Jiang Ning passed a note to Bayuxia. Look at the 4th middle school post bar. After half a class to ease the tension, Bayuxia was no longer angry. She thought Jiang Ning was asking people to post to sanction monarch. Although she didn't advocate this method, she still felt inexplicably warm in her heart. She fiddled with her pigtails, and her profile became more delicate and refreshing. However, when Bayuxia clicked into the forum, what she saw was not a scene of mutual attack. Hello everyone, I'm Monarch. I offended because of my incorrect remarks before. I'm very sorry. I apologize to you here. Dad, can you forgive me and let me go? Bayuxia's eyes, which were usually as calm as the lake, were full of surprise at this moment. She almost thought she saw it wrong. When Monarch scolded her before, he was arrogant and boundless. But it has only been a short time, and he has given in. Could it be that she couldn't help but look at Jiang Ning, her eyes full of confusion? You did it? Jiang Ning took out his phone, took a screenshot of the money transfer, and sent it to Bayuxia. Not only did he apologize verbally, he also paid 500 yuan. Bayuxia felt even more absurd. Why did he suddenly become honest? Jiang Ning said calmly, because I opened his box. Bayuxia was shocked for a long time. At this time, Monarch's apology post was criticized by many people. He was a famous troll in the 4th middle school forum, and had made countless enemies. Bayuxia replied with the account of, okay. After the reply appeared, many people in the post were puzzled about what ability had to make the troll apologize. Someone even posted a thread to ask who was. So, the 4th middle school forum started another round of discussion. Jiang Ning is not a bloodthirsty person. Since Lei Xianniao chose to apologize publicly and compensate 500 yuan, he privately told Lei Xianniao, give me 200 yuan every month in the future. Did you hear me? Lei Xianniao, who was in debt in class 6 of senior 3, saw this sentence and couldn't help but darken his eyes. Brother, I have already apologized. Can you let me go? Jiang Ning, try not to pay. During the break, Jiang Ning decided to give 500 yuan to Bayuxia as spiritual compensation. After thinking about it, Bayuxia said, it is ill-gotten gains, and I feel that I need to give it away. How to give it away? Jiang Ning asked. Bayuxia looked at Tong Tong. Tong Tong, do you want to eat barbecue? Zhu Yuantong's eyes lit up. I love it. Bayuxia's eyes swept across the classmates in front of her. The approaching final exam filled the classroom with a tense atmosphere. She looked out the window again. It was already winter. Thinking of the heroic deeds of Jiang Ning and Huang Zhangfei in the past, Bayuxia now had Tong Tong as a guarantor. She thought for a moment and came up with an idea. Thinking of this, she found the WeChat ID of Sister Ma's barbecue at the school gate and started to communicate with her. The bell for the last evening self-study class rang. 3 minutes after the class started, Bayuksha greeted Xin Yaoling, class monitor, I'm going out to get something. After Xin Yaoling approved, Bayuksha called Chen Xiaoyu, Jiang Ning, and Yang Sheng to go together. The classmates were confused. A few minutes later, when they appeared at the door of the classroom again, each of them had a bag in their hands, a full 500 yuan of midnight snacks. Chen Xiaoyu raised one hand and shouted excitedly, everyone, look, I announce that Bayuksha will treat everyone to a midnight snack tonight. She looked proud. As soon as the voice fell, the classmates cast their eyes, and then saw the smiling Bayuksha. Her side-parted braids fell on her snow-white sweater. She stood under the halo of the light tube, gentle and pure. Deng Qingfeng and the others were moved. Jiang Ning put his big bag on the stool, and then took out a large plastic box. Inside the box was a bulging tin foil. He pulled his hands to the sides, and the next second, steam and a strong aroma drifted everywhere. The students smelled the fragrance in the air and exclaimed, oh my god, grilled fish. Jiang Ning said, there are 5 grilled fish in total. Who wants to eat? Come and get it. It was the third class of the evening self-study class. Everyone was already hungry. The aroma tempted them, and they couldn't resist it. The shameless Zhang Kai was the first to run to get it. Hu Jun followed behind. Kaizi, let's get one. Then, Duan Shigang and Liu Chuandeo's small group took one. Tang Jing also left her seat and took one. The 5 grilled fish were quickly taken. Then there were 5 more duck feet stews. The students who didn't get the grilled fish just now came to share. Then there were grilled brain flowers, tinfoil tofu, grilled eggplant, fried chicken wings, and grilled skewers. With Jiang Ning's magic blessing, all of them were hot. Margie's barbecue is very affordable. 500 yuan can buy a lot of barbecue in 2015. Even if there are more than 50 people in the class, everyone can eat a few bites. For a while, the whole class was filled with fragrance. 4 rows of seats. Jiang Ning untied the last bag, which also contained a portion of grilled crucian carp, a portion of grilled brain, tinfoil enoki mushrooms, and more than 20 grilled skewers. Zhu Yuantang picked up a piece of fresh and tender grilled crucian carp, smelled the fragrant smell, and put it in his mouth. It was so delicious. Originally, today was just an ordinary evening self-study class. Everyone was suffering from academic torture. At this moment, Bayuksha's gift undoubtedly greatly boosted the enthusiasm of the students. CUIU was very surprised. After receiving the grilled fish, Bayuksha was beautiful and had good grades. It was definitely worth showing off to be given food by her. He immediately took a photo and posted it on Questions Space. Thanks to Bayuksha from our class for sending grilled fish. It's so damn delicious. Not only did he post it himself, he also urged his brothers to post it together. So Meng Gui, Hu Jun, and Jiuo Kunan all posted it. For a while, the space began to be filled with praises about Bayuksha. After seeing the dynamics of the space, the students in the next class 9 who often went online ran to the door of class 8. Yan Xianpeng's majestic figure appeared at the front door of class 8. When he saw the feast of class 8, his eyes almost fell to the ground. What are you doing? Duan Shigan was in the first row. He ate grilled fish fiercely, and his mouth trembled from the burn. I'm eating meat, can't you see it? Yan Xianpeng was greedy and wanted to eat it, but Liu Chuandeo told him to get out. Yan Xianpeng's eyes moved, and he stretched out his hands suddenly. Duan Shigang, a generation of overlord, reacted quickly and blocked him in time. Yan Xianpeng only pulled off a fishtail and ran away. Liu Chuandeo cursed. Fuck. Wu Zhaoqi picked up disposable chopsticks and picked up the fish meat. He used the method of provoking. Go chase him and take back the fishtail. Liu Chuandeo was not stupid. By the time I came back, the fish had been eaten by you guys. He didn't delay and rushed to grab the fish meat. It was very cold in winter, and the atmosphere in the class was in full swing. The students gathered in groups to eat. Shenzhou came to class 8 to ask for money, but Duan Shigang and the others guarded against him like a thief, which made Shenzhou very dissatisfied. He took out his mobile phone to check his questions space and saw everyone's thanks to Bayuksha. For a moment, Shenzhou couldn't help but sigh. Before he was cuckolded, he had sent milk tea to a junior girl in the first year of high school, and she also sent a circle of friends to thank him. But the content of her circle of friends was, thanks to someone for the milk tea. Shenzhou left class 8 gloomily. 10 minutes later, all the supper was finished, and Zankai almost licked the tinfoil clean. The portion was not much, not enough to fill the stomach, so it was just a taste of freshness. The classmates were still not satisfied and smelled the lingering fragrance in the air to satisfy their cravings. At this time, Geo Hishuoi appeared at the door of class 8. What a delicious smell. Immediately, his pair of bull eyes first stared at Wuzaoki, and then his eyes flashed. He glared at the whole class and asked, "What's the smell? You don't study hard in the evening self-study class. What are you doing?" Everyone ignored him and buried their heads in writing silently. Geo Hishuoi questioned. The principal has stipulated that eating is not allowed during evening self-study. It's against the rules. Tell me who led it. CUIU shouted enthusiastically. The whole class 8. Gyo-kunin. Yes, the whole class 8. Geo Hishuoi grinned, took out his mobile phone, and showed his questions space. Do you think I'm stupid? CUIU was shocked. Oh no, my buddy is in trouble. Seeing that Bayuksha was about to be identified, Zhu Yuantang wiped his mouth and prepared to drive Geo Hishuoi away. Suddenly, Xin Yaoling on the podium picked up a string of skewers wrapped in tinfoil. She unwrapped the tinfoil and handed the golden and shiny chicken wings in her hand to Geo Hishuoi. Her facial features were majestic and very dignified. She said sincerely, "Teacher Geo, we left a string for you." Geo Hishuoi smelled the aroma of the skewers, which was so tempting that he took it easily. He glanced at his classmates and reminded them, "Don't be so high profile next time." After Geo Hishuoi left, he heard the laughter in the classroom behind him, and he couldn't help but smile. Then, Geo Hishuoi saw that the students of class 9 were staring at him. As the head teacher of class 9, Geo Hishuoi sternly rebuked them. "What are you looking at? What grades do you have? Are you just following suit? The class monitor is really capable." Duan Shigen praised. He used to be a gangster, and he was very loyal. He ate Bayuksha's midnight snack. If Bayuksha was punished, he would definitely help. Liu Chuandao was thick-skinned, and he also knew what was good and what was bad, so he was ready to cheer. Che Wei didn't say anything, and I don't know what he was thinking. Wuzaoki, the last member of the temporary team of 4, sat steadily. He looked up and said, "Since the monitor has taken action, I don't have to worry about it." His words were full of strong confidence, which attracted several people's attention. "Kizi, you are awesome," Wuzaoki said indifferently. "Just average, the best in the world." He and Geo Hishuoi had been fighting for a month in the morning, and he had severely defeated Geo Panzi, forcing him to bow his head and admit defeat, and owed him a promise between men. Wuzaoki thought that Geo Hishuoi would take advantage of this and force him to take action, but unexpectedly, he was dealt with by the monitor. Xin Yaoling only took a string of chicken wings. She had been solving the problem at a critical step before, and she had not had time to enjoy it. In the end, she used it to deal with Geo Hishuoi. Chen Xiaoyu praised him. "Monitor, you are so good. Who doesn't like a monitor who can handle things?" CUIU and others expressed their gratitude. After all, they were the first to post a message to thank Bayuksha, which caused the trouble. Xin Yaoling realized that her efforts were seen by everyone. She raised her face, her oval face lined smooth, bright and generous. "It's a small thing, I should do it." Unfortunately, she didn't get a share of the midnight snack today. Suddenly, Jiang Ning's clear voice came from the back row. "Squad leader, I still have a cup of rock sugar and snow pear that hasn't been opened." Xin Yaoling was stunned at first, then she smiled, and the pair of bags under her eyes were like a crescent moon. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 796, Pricing Tea. Evening self-study. The classroom is filled with fragrance. Xin Yaoling calls herself a strong girl. She can always accomplish what she wants to do, so her personality is particularly confident and sunny, which can infect others. When her friends and classmates are confused, they always come to her to talk, and she always gives the best solution. Gradually, she got used to being the sun. Tonight Bayuksha treated her to a meal, and Ling was still in the midst of the hustle and bustle, guarding the overall situation. The only regret is that the skewers she got with great difficulty were used as bribes. However, who would have thought that Jiang Ning actually kept some things? Ling sat in front of the podium. The rock sugar and snow pear was still hot, holding it in her hands. The warmth spread to her heart, and the lines of her face softened a little. In the back row of the classroom, Jiuo Kunan saw Ling drinking rock sugar and snow pear, and he felt very sorry. Brother Kun, if I save a portion of food in advance, can I give it to the class monitor? Ko Kun said in the editor's speech, preparing to thank Bayuksha for the midnight snack. Meng Xian's ruthlessness gradually made Ko Kun give up. That day, Hu Jun told him, just think of Meng Xian as practicing her skills. This was the last straw that broke Ko Kun's heart. He was grief-stricken and vowed to forget the past and never stand still again. When he raised his head and looked around carefully, he realized that Meng Xian was not that good in class 8. Shen Qinj, Xin Ling, Yang Sheng, and Bayuksha were not worse than her, and even better than her. Especially tonight, Bayuksha was generous and willing to spend money to treat these male classmates who had never said a few words to them. How kind and righteous is this? If Bayuksha and Jiang Ning hadn't been too close, Ko Kun would even want to try to pursue her, proving that he didn't have to be with Meng Xian. Brother Kun, I regret it. Jiuo Kunan sighed. Ko Kun looked at Jiuo Kunan. He knew a little about his new deskmate and knew what kind of person he was. Ko Kun said, even if you give it to her, what can you do? Jiuo Kunan was surprised, and then replied, I can get her thanks. Ko Kun, will thanks be useful? Jiuo Kunan, if I do it a few more times, she will think I'm a good person. Ko Kun, then what? Jiuo Kunan, then she will think I'm good, won't she be with me? Ko Kun suddenly laughed. His laugh was ridiculous and ironic. He laughed at the indifference and ruthlessness of the world. Jiuo Kunan was given goosebumps by his creepy laugh. Ko Kun pointed at himself. Anan, I have done what you want countless times, and what is the result? Jiuo Kunan was suddenly stunned. Ko Kun, who had experienced pain, became stronger. He shook his head and opened the scar with his own hands. No, Anan, girls will not be with you just because you are good. One day, she will meet a boy who treats her better than you. Jiuo Kunan, then why will girls be together? Because of handsomeness? Because of money? Ko Kun, not really. You see many powerful male stars, handsome and rich, don't their wives still run away? Jiuo Kunan became more and more desperate. Damn, what should I do? Ko Kun pointed out, maybe the essence of love is false. Zhu Yuantang is sleeping. Jiang Ning posted a circle of friends and also attached a few pictures of food. I'm very happy tonight. My classmates are very good. Classmate Bayuksha invited me to have a midnight snack. Chen Xiai helped me carry the midnight snack, and Zhu Yuantang ate my midnight snack. After reading this circle of friends, Chen Xiai thought Tang Tang was the most useless, and she and Bayuksha helped a lot. One paid and the other worked. Chen Xiai said, Jiang Ning, if you want to eat in the future, I will run errands for you. Jiang Ning, oh, really? I plan to live in the mountains in the future. Chen Xiai's eyes flashed with curiosity. Are you going to live in seclusion? Go to a remote mountain? Bayuksha also paid attention to her. She really wanted to know Jiang Ning's future plans. It is impossible to live in a remote mountain. Even if you want to live in seclusion, you must live in seclusion in the city, such as in the most prosperous cities in the country, such as Shanghai or the city center of Pancheng. Occupy a piece of land, build a mountain, and watch the world. Jiang Ning, yes, it is a very remote mountain. If you want to buy a skewer of lamb, you need to walk for a day and a night. Bayuksha heard this and automatically gave up the idea of asking. Chen Xiai was surprised. Just for a skewer of lamb, you want me to run so far? Jiang Ning smiled. I want to eat 8 skewers of lamb at a time. Bayuksha looked at Chen Xiai and she deliberately said, it takes a day and a night. to buy a skewer of lamb. So if you buy 8 skewers, doesn't it take 8 days and 8 nights? Jiang Ning was happy. Chen Xiao immediately corrected Bayuxia's mistake. She argued, Zaya, do you have common sense? Although my grades are not as good as yours, I also know that you calculated it wrong. Bayuxia, what's wrong? Jiang Yanan, who was sitting in front of her, said, the time used for 1 string and 8 strings is actually. As a result, Chen Xiao, who was excited, answered first, Zaya, you only calculated the time to go there, not the time to come back, so the correct answer should be 1x8x2 equals 16 days and 16 nights. Bayuxia suppressed her laughter and praised her. I was wrong, Xiao, you are so smart. At the foot of Huqi Mountain, on the ring road, a Bentley car drove steadily in the wind and snow. Ding Xuan sat alone in the spacious back seat. The car seat belt went around her waist and climbed up all the way, clearly separating the fullness in front of her. Outside the car window, the lights of the street lamps seemed to pour into the car, brushing across her face and blending with the ambient lights in the car. In the interweaving of light and shadow, the arc of her white chin was very clever, not too sharp, but also gentle. Ding Xuan, who had closed her eyes to rest, slowly opened them. She picked up the phone next to her tight hips and turned it on. Xuan, I'm playing games at home tonight. What time will you be back? Aunt Lee has gone to bed. This was a message from Linzida. Ding Xuan's brows relaxed, and she wondered why her cousin asked them what time they would be home today. His behavior was a little abnormal. When a person starts to ask about your time, it proves that there must be something fishy about this person. Ding Xuan pressed her temples with her fingers. She didn't have any weird premonitions. In short, she was very calm. Ding Xuan, about a few minutes. Linzida replied in seconds. Okay. As they were about to get home, Ding Xuan stopped closing her eyes to rest. She looked at the screen and clicked into the circle of friends. The first thing she saw was Wei Zishan showing off her new pet, which was a king cobra. She even played with it with her hands. Zhuang Jianu commented below, doesn't it bite people? Linzida, sister, don't you wear gloves? Wei Zishan replied to Zhuang Jianhu, the person who sold me the snake said that, although it is highly poisonous, it is easily tamed. Previous buyers were very happy after purchasing it and none of them gave bad reviews. Linzida replied to her, indeed, almost all king cobra owners have only been bitten once at most, so it is still relatively safe. Wei Zishan replied to Linzida, thumbs up, thumbs up. Wei Zishan is very popular in their circle, so there are a lot of people commenting below, some shouting Sister Wei is awesome, and some are preparing to order an urn for her. Ding Xuan did not participate in it. She stared at the olive green king cobra on the screen, with black and white stripes on its surface. The appearance of this top predator is very fierce, which makes people feel fear involuntarily. If Ding Xuan were to raise it, she would not do it. She cherishes her life very much and wears a seatbelt when sitting in the back seat. To dare to play with this kind of creature, either Shanshan is not afraid of death, or Jiang Ning is like that, Ding Xuan thought. The human body is too weak. There are too many factors that threaten life in daily life. No matter how powerful you are, a car accident, fire, fall, or even a small bullet can easily take your life. At Ding Xuan's level, the pursuit of money does not seem so important. She knows deeply that many things cannot be achieved with money. Where's Jiang Ning? Ding Xuan unconsciously swiped her phone. She saw many of her friends who had gone abroad before, sharing the scenery and food of the outside world, experiencing their life of drunkenness and dreams, and enjoying everything that ordinary people could not reach. Until she saw the dynamic that Jiang Ning had sent. Ding Xuan laughed dumbly. He had everything that countless high-ranking people dreamed of, but he was still happily indulging in ordinary days. The moving vehicle suddenly stopped, and Lin Han, who was sitting in the passenger seat, called out, Xuan, we are here. Linzida was standing on the terrace on the second floor, admiring the snow. The white snow fell in the bright courtyard. A gust of wind blew, and the dense snowflakes drifted with the wind. Ding Xuan's slender figure appeared in the wind and snow. She was wearing a black coat with a belt around her waist. She didn't look dull, but rather cool and elegant. Linzida, haha, you're finally back. Ding Xuan and Lin Han walked into the villa together, and a warm air hit her face. The first floor was the living room. She didn't stop, but took the elevator to the second floor. There were sofas in the large hall. Lin Zida found an art film, and watched it with great interest. Lin Han unbuttoned her coat, and came up to scold him. "Little fatty, you are comfortable at home, but I'm working so hard on the project. Do you know how tired I am?" Lin Zida complained in his heart, but he didn't dare to speak loudly in front of the tigress, who had disciplined him since he was a child. Lin Zida smiled. "I brought you some small gifts." As he said that, he pointed to the plastic bag of tea leaves on the dining table. "Look, aunt, I bought some good tea today, but I have to use your Lanquan salad and tea set." Lin Han's eyes moved to the table and saw the simple packaging. She complained, "Are you wasting my cup?" She likes to drink tea, and she likes to collect tea sets even more. She often participates in auctions. The Lanquan salad she recently bought cost hundreds of thousands for a set of tea sets. Lin Han only glanced at it and then looked away. Ding Xuan moved to the side of the table. She opened a bag and observed the quality. Ding Xuan knows tea. She pinched a piece of tea leaves and smelled it. It smelled very fresh. She could judge the quality of the tea after this series of tricks. But the tea brought by Lin Zida made her a little undecided. She felt that it was not bad. Ding Xuan did not change her expression. She picked up the bag brought by Lin Han, took out a sealed box, and handed it to Lin Zida. "Brother, the pastries from the kitchen of Changqingai." Lin Zida took it immediately. The chef of Changqingai was very skilled, and was particularly good at making all kinds of pastries. When Ding Xuan saw Lin Xiaopang took the pastries, she curled up a secret smile at the corner of her mouth, and turned away. Ding Xuan directly used the tea set that Lin Han was reluctant to use. She brewed a pot of tea, pinched the tea leaves, and put them into the Lanquan porcelain cup. Ding Xuan picked up the teapot with her bare hands and slowly poured water into the cup. A fresh fragrance filled the air. Lin Zida looked up and saw this scene. He was ready to laugh. Such expensive tea. Wouldn't Lin Han be shocked to death? How could she not pay a little bit for the good stuff? Sure enough, after Lin Han smelled the aroma, she immediately walked to the dining table. She saw the white mist rising from the cup. She didn't know if it was an illusion. Through the misty white mist, she seemed to be able to see the looming beauty of a paradise. Ding Xuan picked up the cup, blew it, took a sip, and then she stopped talking. "Lin Han, how is it?" Ding Xuan pointed to the cup, indicating that she should make it herself. Lin Han thought it was too slow, so she took her cup directly and took a sip as well. Lin Han has drunk a lot of good tea, Old Pu'er, Langjing Teaking, Song Single Plant, and participated in countless tasting sessions, but she has never drunk tea like today. Smooth and delicate, fresh and sweet. There has never been a tea fragrance that has the feeling of this moment, as if she was really in the mountains and forests, breathing the air of the mountains. Lin Han was silent for a long time, then said, "Good tea." Seeing that she was impressed, Lin Zida held the cake and said proudly, "Are you convinced?" Ding Xuan made another cup of tea for herself. She leaned on the table and asked, "Where did you buy it? How much did it cost?" Lin Han sipped the tea in small sips, one after another, as if she was greedily absorbing the spiritual energy in the tea. She used to be irritable, but now she calmed down. "Little fatty, tell the truth." Lin Zida made up a lie. "Guess how much this tea costs?" Lin Han couldn't guess. The fragrance of the tea in her hand really surprised her. It was not even the same level as the tea she had drunk before. Lin Han thought that the price of the tea should not be too outrageous, otherwise if the elders at home knew about it, Lin Zida would definitely be scolded. Lin Zida was still acting, with a sad face. "Isn't it because I thought you've been working hard recently that I bought some good tea for you? Oh, it's a waste of money." Seeing him start to play the victim, Lin Han held the teacup and thought, it must be not cheap, at least 5 or 6 figures. Seeing her thoughtful look, Lin Zida couldn't help but secretly happy. "Lin Zida, it's less, aunt." Guess again. The higher she guessed, the higher the compensation would be. Ding Xuan looked at Lin Zida with her eyes. "Brother, is the snack delicious?" Lin Zida, "Not bad. This pastry is not sweet, but has a strong osmanthus flavor." Ding Xuan, "Guess how much the osmanthus cake is?" Linzada disagreed. How much can osmanthus cake cost? Linhan helped to assist. That's it. How much do you want for this tea? Linzada was anxious. I spent more than 800,000 on this tea. Ding Shuan sipped her tea. Oh, so your tea bag is only more than 800,000. And the osmanthus cake we brought is 1 million. Linzada. Chapter 797 Stand Up. It was another snowy night. Looking up at the sky, it was clearly grey, but the falling snowflakes were clearly visible, just like feathers falling. The sky and the earth were connected into a vast expanse of grey. The tiny electric car was driving on the river dam, with infinite grey on both sides. Snow always makes people feel bleak and lonely, especially when they are alone in a foreign land. After graduating from college, whenever it snowed, Jiang Ning would always think of her childhood, when everyone ran outside with laughter, and the snowflakes would always be mixed with laughter and spread far and far. But later, there was only silence around, and paleness in her eyes. It's snowing. It's snowing. Jiang Ning, it's snowing. Zhu Yuantang's crisp voice sounded, and she raised her little hand, and tried to catch a snowflake. The snowflake fell into her palm, and turned into ice water in an instant, and her palm was cold. Zhu Yuantang was a stubborn person. She just refused to accept it, and kept catching, and soon, the snowflakes wet her palm. She was not angry, but raised her hand high again, and touched Jiang Ning's face with her cold little hand, and laughed teasingly. Hehe. Jiang Ning grabbed her little hand with his backhand. Zhu Yuantang thought she was going to be punished, and wanted to shrink back. Unexpectedly, Jiang Ning turned her face, and blew a breath of hot air on her red little hand. Your hands are frozen. Zhu Yuantang's hands were not only red, but her face was also a little red. She buried her little face behind Jiang Ning and complained embarrassedly. What are you doing? Jiang Ning let go of his hand with a smile, and Tang Tang immediately shrank back, fearing that he would do something to her again. When Jiang Ning returned home, his electric car had not stopped yet, and his neighbor Dong Dong came to the door aggressively. He was as angry as Zhang Kui. Very scary. Jiang Ning glanced around. Not only Dong Dong, but also Zhang Ruan and Teacher Kyan, gathered outside the door to watch the excitement. What's the matter? Jiang Ning walked to the door. Dong Dong took a breath and roared. I'm the one who did the work, and the tire is also mine. Why do you make so much money from me? Yes, why? It's not fair. Dong Dong's strong legs stomped on the ground, leaving deep footprints in the snow, as if crushing the sky. Zhang Ruan and Teacher Kyan were secretly shocked. The hard work during this period was not in vain. Even if Zhang Ruan and Dong Dong were to compare pulling a cart, I'm afraid they would be slightly inferior. Dong Dong roared to the sky. Fairness. I just want fairness today. Haha. Jiang Ning laughed. In fact, Jiang Ning didn't think he was mean. Dong Dong was a naughty child who often bullied the weak. He was disciplining Dong Dong for his own good. Teacher Kyan recently heard that Jiang Ning could earn nearly 100 yuan a day. He was almost jealous and crazy. At this moment, he helped to speak. Yes, Jiang Ning, you are too mean. How can you be so mean? Forgive others when you can. If Teacher Kyan knew about the food delivery riders in later generations, he would know that Jiang Ning is not that evil. The riders are the ones who deliver the goods. The electric bikes are provided by the riders. The clothes are bought by themselves. The contracts are outsourced. There are no rewards, and if they want to be lazy and take a rest, their full attendance will be deducted. Jiang Ning at least gave Dong Dong a 10 yuan reward. Seeing that Jiang Ning didn't say anything, Dong Dong became more aggressive and threatened. If you don't renegotiate the share with me, starting tomorrow, I will start taking private jobs. After hearing the noise, Tang Tang ran to Jiang Ning and whispered in his ear, don't think that Dong Dong is reasonable in front of you. In fact, he has very low morals. In the past, Aunt Pan's children played marbles with him. Someone won a few glass balls from Dong Dong, but he grabbed them and wouldn't let them go. In the end, Dong Dong lost all his glass balls, so he directly snatched other people's glass balls. Don't let him go. Tang Tang strengthened his belief. Some children are bad from childhood. For example, Dong Dong. It's like he has super male syndrome. Jiang Ning nodded. He looked down at Dong Dong. You mean, you are going to do private work on my territory, right? Dong Dong stiffened his neck. If you don't change the share, don't blame me. I made 80 yuan today, and I won't give you a penny. Jiang Ning's face suddenly sank. He raised his leg, and with an exaggerated big foot, kicked Dong Dong's chest. Dong Dong flew into the snow like a ball. Zhang Ruan was shocked. He was stunned. Damn it, Jiang Ning looked gentle. Why did he hit people? The key is that he kicked Dong Dong away with one kick. The force was terrifying. Dong Dong screamed in pain. He pressed on the snow, struggled to get up, but a big foot fell from the sky, stepped on his chest, and fixed him on the snow. Jiang Ning stepped on Dong Dong and asked him, "Do you still dare to do private work?" Teacher Khan took sides. It's late at night. He's still a child. Zhu Yuantong, disciplining children must start from childhood. Dong Dong yelled angrily and tried to hold Jiang Ning's shoes, but Jiang Ning let go of his feet. Dong Dong hurried to get up, but halfway up, he was kicked into the snow by Jiang Ning. Teacher Khan sighed. How can you bully a child? Jiang Ning announced lightly, starting today, your work will be reduced to 5 cents per order. Dong Dong burst into tears because his interests were damaged. Jiang Ning asked again, where is the 80 yuan you earned today? Dong Dong howled even louder and would rather die than answer. Even if he died, he would never hand over his labor remuneration. He planned to use the money to buy small mines for the new year and shoot them into Jiang Ning's yard with a slingshot to scare them to death. Jiang Ning thought about it and didn't beat Dong Dong anymore. After all, he beat him too hard and it damaged his image in the eyes of his neighbors. He whistled, little fool. The big wolfhound from Zhang the butcher's house ran over happily. Zhang Ruan had never seen such a fawning dog. Jiang Ning took out a 5 yuan note and let the dog sniff it. Xiaoban immediately shook his head and ran to Dong Dong's house. Zhu Yuantong said, Dong Dong's grandmother has been going out to visit relatives frequently recently. She is too careless to leave Dong Dong alone at home. Jiang Ning said, it's okay. Dong Dong is not afraid of getting lost. If you want to completely control Dong Dong by force, you need at least a big man. Who would bother to do such a thing? What if you use tricks to lure him? Dong Dong's favorite thing to do is to swallow the benefits and then run away. It's pure gluttony. Dong Dong lay on the ground pretending to be miserable for his money. When he saw Jiang Ning getting closer and closer to his house, he finally couldn't lie down anymore. He quickly got up and followed him. When he ran home, he happened to see Jiang Ning lifting the legs of the 8 immortal table in his main hall and took out 80 yuan in notes from underneath. That's my money. Dong Dong rushed forward but was kicked down by Jiang Ning again. This is my hard-earned money. I quit. I quit. Dong Dong completely collapsed, tears streaming down his face. Jiang Ning looked at him. Why don't you try to quit? I'll beat you every time I see you. After leaving this sentence, Jiang Ning took Tong Tong away. Before leaving the house, Tong Tong turned around and looked at Dong Dong who was crying on the ground. She actually felt sympathy for a moment. Then, the picture of Dong Dong doing evil appeared in her mind, and she became firm again. If evil cannot be curbed, then why should people be good? What child or not, this is not an excuse. She has been a good child since she was a child. Jiang Ning went home. After witnessing it, Zhang Ruan felt deeply sympathetic for Dong Dong. Dong Dong was seeking rights, but was beaten up by Jiang Ning. Isn't he afraid that Dong Dong will take revenge when he grows up? As the saying goes, things change over time. When Dong Dong grows up, he will definitely become a strong and powerful man, and Jiang Ning is already old. The conspirator Mr. Khan has another idea. Dong Dong is an evil in Ping Fang, but Dong Dong's grandmother is also an evil. Tomorrow, he will tell Dong Dong's grandmother that Dong Dong was beaten up by Jiang Ning, which must be another big drama. As for whether Dong Dong's grandmother believes it or not, it doesn't matter. Dong Dong will complain. Teacher Khan was full of confidence. His eyes fluttered. A scholar's knife can kill without shedding blood. Jiang Ning's hut. The exam was coming up, but it didn't affect everyone's mood to post. Jiang Ning clicked into questions space and found that Myo Zhe, who was usually silent, shared a joke with connotations. He captioned, "How funny, check it out." Well, the post was 20 minutes ago, and there hasn't been a single like or comment so far, which is very miserable. Jiang Ning refreshed it again and found that this post had been deleted by MyOZHE. In such a short period of time, Jiang Ning could already guess the change in MyOZHE's mood. Tan Mealing, the friend I added last time, posted, "Today is my birthday. Although no one remembers, I also wish myself a happy birthday. Fireworks." Tan Mealing is quite popular, so she is quite popular. There are a lot of replies below, and the first one is Jiuo Kunan. "Happy birthday, I always remember you." Liu Chuandeo disdains Jiuo Kunan's empty words, and he directly shows his strength. "Happy birthday, I will send you a red envelope in private chat." Duan Shigen chooses to give spiritual care. "Big sister, happy birthday, I will find someone to dance a flower hand for you." Beautiful women are rare. Some people want to buy cakes, some want to buy dinner, and some want to give gifts. In order to win Tan Mealing's favor, everyone shows their magical powers. There are a lot of people and it is very lively. Only Yan Xianpeng's reply is quite unique. "Where is the cake? Why don't I see it? And it's your birthday. Don't you treat everyone to a meal?" After a while, Tan Mealing posted another message. "Smile. Thank you everyone. Actually my birthday is not today. As expected, no one remembers it." Jiang Ning was happy. A group of clowns. Scrolling down, Chen Kan posted, "There is too little time, not enough for me to review. It's over. I will definitely fail this exam. I don't know how to face my efforts." Deng Qingfeng, who was used to seeing him pretending to be cool, didn't bother to like it. Only those students who didn't know the truth, such as Jiang Yanan, comforted Chen Kan. "Your grades are already very good. Keep a calm mind. This exam is not the college entrance examination." When facing these students, Chen Kan always replied very sincerely, "Alas, I will definitely not do well in the exam. It's too hasty." For a while, the whole place was full of humility. Chen Kan was already fantasizing that after the exam, he would show his grades and be very modest. Jiang Ning couldn't stand this kind of students the most. In the previous life, when he asked them how they did in the exam, they were extremely sad, with tears in their eyes, as if they were about to cry. "Failed the exam. Failed the exam. It's over." Then they looked depressed and sad, and even when the teacher came to comfort him, he would complain about how he failed on that question, as if he had suffered a major blow in his life. When the final test papers were handed out, the scores were 140 plus, and the people who comforted them all became clowns. Jiang Ning took Tang Tang's phone and replied to Chen Kan, "What's the point of reviewing? I never review for every exam." After receiving this comment, Chen Kan was stunned at first. Facing the ridicule of the god of study, he was indignant. He was originally going to study until 1 o'clock today, but now he was determined to increase it to 3 o'clock. After posting the comment, Jiang Ning put down his phone with satisfaction. Zhu Yuantang was playing games, but he didn't forget to keep an eye on everything. "Humph, playing with my phone again. Jiang Ning, is it not okay?" With the advent of the mobile internet era, for many people, mobile phones are becoming more and more private, and even many couples cannot share mobile phones. Zhu Yuantang snorted, "Play, I just like you playing with my phone." She wished that Jiang Ning would play every day. To her, this meant that he cared about her performance. She played a double row with Shankei Wei today, a king's game. At the beginning of the game, she said, "Teammate, hold on, the Sword Saint and I are invincible in this game." Shankei Wei is very arrogant in the online world, but Tang Tang belongs to the real world. She is very low-key. "Don't bring me into your bragging." Zhu Yuantang was playing the game fiercely and accidentally realized, "What's Chachu doing?" I sent her a message. Why didn't she come to play with me? There must be nothing delicious. Jiang Ning, call Chachu over to have fun together, she ordered. Jiang Ning didn't care about her tone. He transferred his consciousness from the Hushu River to Chachu's home. Zhu Chachu was wearing a coat and sitting at the desk to write the test paper. The final exam was coming up, and she was going all out. Jiang Ning swiped twice, and a nice magic circle covered Chachu's hut. After a while, Chachu added a small blanket. After a while, Chachu couldn't stand the cold anymore. She took out her mobile phone, looked at the message Tang Tang had sent her before, hesitated for a few seconds, and left the house wrapped in her coat. Soon, there was a slight noise outside the door. "Tang Tang, Chachu, I was worried about why you didn't reply to my message. Zhu Chachu remained calm. I just saw it. After that, she met Jiang Ning's scrutinizing eyes. Zhu Chachu maintained her coldness and occupied a corner of the sofa. She can finally review well. Jiang Ning was cutting wood. The wood he cut today was pure white, whiter than yam, pure and without any impurities. Tang Tang asked him what he was cutting while he was slacking off. Jiang Ning, teething stick. Zhu Yuantang felt underestimated. However, when Jiang Ning finished cutting and handed it to her, she still took it and put it in her mouth to bite. It was fragrant and lightly sweet. She gritted her teeth and bit the teething stick. She killed 3 people in a row with the little fish man, which was extremely fierce. This is a sweet spiritual branch cultivated by Jiang Ning using the spiritual energy of Huqi Mountain. It was originally an auxiliary material for alchemy, but the purity of the current world is not enough. It needs to be improved for several generations before it can be used as medicine. So Jiang Ning cut a few branches and gave them to Tang Tang as toys. Jiang Ning cut another one and handed it to Chachu. Zhu Chachu looked at the milky white wood in front of her, her expression slightly puzzled. Give it to me. Jiang Ning, yes. After Zhu Chachu took it, she knew it was a teething stick, a child's toy, and she couldn't resist the temptation of the faint fruity fragrance, so she put it in her moist mouth after all. Her pair of watery eyes showed a slight discomfort, which was just caught by Jiang Ning. He urged, Chachu, you can bite a little harder. Chapter 798 Before the exam. February 5th, Thursday morning, the 3rd class, math class. Geo Hishuo's loud voice rang out. Let's look at the last question. The mathematics department of a certain university plans to hold a psychological test activity with different themes on Saturday and Sunday, respectively led by Teacher Li and Teacher Zhang. It is known that there are n students in the department. I find the probability that student A in the department receives the activity notification information sent by Teacher Li or Teacher Zhang. Second, find the integer m that makes p x equals m reach the maximum value. Geo Hishuo read the question, paused, and used induction to list the process and answer of the first question. When it came to the second question, he hurriedly read the answer and then threw the chalk. He announced in a relaxed manner, okay, I finished explaining this test paper. The students were all confused. Yuwen raised her hand. Teacher Gao, you explained every question before. Why didn't you explain this question suddenly? Gao Hishuo looked at Yuwen. This is the final question of science and mathematics in our province in 2013. You won't understand, even if I explain it. Yuwen was choked. There must be someone who can understand it, right? Gao Hishuo looked at Zhu Yuantang, Jiang Ning, and Chen Qian, and said, those who can understand it don't need me to explain it. I sincerely advise everyone, if you encounter questions you can't understand in the college entrance examination, don't look at them. Calculate other questions. Get the points you can get. Don't aim too high. After Gao Hishuo gave a few words of education, he left class 8 with a teacup. Yuwen complained in her seat. It's too much. Fatty Gao has no sense of responsibility. Yanan, don't you agree? Jiang Yanan thought what Teacher Gao said was good, but on the surface, she still agreed with the sisters. After Gao Hishuo left, the classroom became a mess again. Duan Shigen in the first row did not give in to depravity. In order to avoid a tragic fate, Duan Shigen has been studying very hard recently. As a high school sophomore, he has made a comeback in junior high school mathematics knowledge. When he encounters something he doesn't know, he asks his classmates. Of course, he can't ask Wu Zhaoqi for help, because Wu Zhaoqi is even worse than him. Duan Shigen held the junior high school exercise book, turned around and asked Che Wei, Oi, look at this question. Why is the answer I calculated different from the real answer? If A equals A, then A equals? Duan Shigen's answer is, A equals A. Although Che Wei is gloomy, he is not completely disgusting. He can still chat with people. Facing Duan Shigen who asked him for help, Che Wei did not let him go. After all, Brother Gang looked quite capable. Che Wei, wrong, the answer is A equals 0 or A equals 1. Duan Shigen was depressed. How can it be equal to this? Isn't it the same as before? Che Wei stared at him and said, you like Zhao Jinglan. Does that mean Zhao Jinglan likes you? Duan Shigen turned around cursing. 4 consecutive seats. Chen Xiaoyu counted on her fingers. According to the arrangement of our school, there will be a final exam tomorrow, which will last for 2 days, and then it will be winter vacation. Oh my god. Even if the exam is over, there are still 10 days before the Chinese New Year. Add the holiday after the Chinese New Year, wouldn't it be a 20-day vacation? Chen Xiaoyu couldn't believe it. Wouldn't she and her sister be unhappy? Zhu Yuantang was playing an online tank battle game. She was very excited to fight against others, and she didn't forget to respond. Yes, I can sleep for 20 days. It's so cool. Facing the upcoming winter vacation, Chen Xiaoyu was very excited. Of course, she didn't forget that if she wanted to have a good winter vacation, she must get good grades so that she can continue to sit with Beiyuxia next year. After all, there are countless people in this class who are greedy for Beiyuxia. She wants to protect the best Zaya. Chen Xiaoyu found the math problem that teacher Gaya was unwilling to explain just now. The teacher was unwilling to explain it to her, so she asked Jiang Ning for help. Tong Tong, can we change seats? I want to talk to Jiang Ning about the problem. Tong Tong blocked the meeting between Chen Xiaoyu and Jiang Ning. Zhu Yuantang was playing games. Can't I talk? Chen Xiaoyu was embarrassed. But, you are playing games. It doesn't matter, just tell me, which problem? Zhu Yuantang put down his phone generously. So next, Zhu Yuantang began to explain the problem to Xiaoyu. This time, Tong Tong treated Xiaoyu as an elementary school student, breaking down each step and explaining it in great detail, which was completely different from the usual perfunctory. Chen Xiaoyu lowered her head, immersed in the verification, and gradually figured out the first question. She was so happy. Surprised, she looked up and thanked Tong Tong. It turned out that Tong Tong was driving a tank, dodging in various ways, and fighting fiercely with the enemy, and then explained the problem process to her with a very clear mind. Chen Xiaoyu was stunned, and suddenly she understood why her grades were so good. After a class of in-depth mathematics learning, Duan Shigen felt that he had achieved great success. When he walked, he felt that he had gained the power of knowledge. He briefly gained the buff of loving learning, but he had a bad side. After reading a little, he began to look down on others. Duan Shigen looked down on his deskmate who was unlearned. Zhaoki, if you don't study every day, what will you do in the future? Wu Zhaoki looked surprised and thought he was very strange. Duan Shigen wandered to the back row. He was full of confidence. Brothers, when I go to college in the future, should I study computer or finance? Kyo-kun said, computer. Now the mobile internet is so developed. Songsheng, who was throwing garbage, looked at him with his small eyes. It's better for you to learn something down to earth like auto repair. Don't you know how to modify ghost fire? Isn't this professional? Duan Shigen was angry. Fuck, why do I deal with gasoline every day? Songsheng, haha, then you work hard, get into a 211, and study mechanical automation. Duan Shigen debated with him about all walks of life. Songsheng was too lazy to say more to him and just said, no matter what choices children from ordinary families make, they will end up in a mess. After he finished speaking, Songsheng added, Wu Zhaoki's parents just bought a house in Shanghai for them. Think about it carefully, can you buy one, after working hard all your life? Duan Shigen had seen the real face of society. He was persuaded to drop out of the factory and return to school. When he heard this, he felt particularly powerless. Jiuo-kun stood up and said indignantly, what is there to envy? That's just what his parents give him now. Songsheng, indeed, his parents will give him more in the future. Fuck. Jiuo-kun suffered a heavy blow and felt uncomfortable in his heart. Seeing that her classmates were depressed, Xin Yaoling comforted them. Happiness has a threshold. Everyone's happiness is different. How much food a person can eat in his life can be limited. Songsheng looked at Xin Yaoling and interrupted her. Class monitor, have you ever worried about material things? Xin Yaoling was stunned and said, no. Although her family was not rich, they lived in one of the best communities in the city. She basically had everything she wanted since she was a child, including the latest mobile phones, the latest computers, shoes, and clothes. She never worried about material things. She had a conflict with her parents in the 3rd grade of elementary school and ran away from home. At that time, she only had a pitiful 5,000 yuan in New Year's money. After satisfying material happiness, Xin Yaoling would pursue spiritual abundance. When she waved her hand, the whole class obeyed her orders, and the satisfaction of standing on her side was unparalleled. Song Sheng saw through the connotation of the monitor. People like the monitor will never understand the helplessness of ordinary high school students trapped in material things, the desire to change a non-stuck mobile phone, want to buy a pair of brand name shoes, and want to eat flat noodles with an extra braised egg and a braised sausage. Song Sheng shook his head. All living beings are ignorant. Only I'm sober. He left the back row like a poet. After the heart-piercing King Song Sheng left, the atmosphere in the back row was much more depressing. Duan Shigang, if the road is blocked, use scores to break it. At this moment, he restored his once ambitious demeanor. Yes, in another year and a half, he will rewrite his life. Duan Shigang found Zhu Yuantong, who was the first in the class, the first in the school, and even the first in the city. He asked, Zhu Yuantong, I want to ask you a question. My math grades have been failing for a long time, so do you know how to get 140 points? Zhu Yuantong tilted his head and said seriously, do too fewer multiple choice questions. Duan Shigang left dejectedly. His high spirits were shattered in an instant. In the afternoon, Dong Dong's grandmother rode an electric scooter back to the bungalow. Seeing Dong Dong making a snowman in the snow, Dong Dong's grandmother howled, my grandson, finally you don't pull your broken tire. Is it Dong Dong who doesn't want to pull tires? There were no guests at the farmhouse for lunch. Dong Dong saw his grandmother and squatted on the ground to make a snowman without saying hello. At this time, Teacher Khan smiled sinisterly and approached Dong Dong's grandmother. You sly guy, go away. Dong Dong's grandmother felt disgusted when she saw him like this. Teacher Khan's mouth twitched. If it wasn't for borrowing a knife to kill someone, he would definitely turn around and leave. Resisting the nausea, Teacher Khan said, guess why Dong Dong likes to pull tires, and guess who threatened him? Dong Dong's grandmother did think something was wrong, so she called Dong Dong over and asked him face to face. Taking this opportunity, Teacher Khan hid his merits and fame, ready to wait for a good show. Unexpectedly, the next moment, facing his grandmother's question, Dong Dong answered loudly, I volunteered. Teacher Khan was dumbfounded. What the hell? Jiang Ning beat Dong Dong so badly last night, and Dong Dong didn't dare to complain. His cognition was subverted. Dong Dong didn't get any information. He passed by Teacher Khan's house and spit at him. Teacher Khan wiped his face and was so angry that his teeth itched. Soon, to the west of the bungalow, a titanium grey electric car swung out a gorgeous arc. Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantong came back. Dong Dong saw this and ran to Jiang Ning in fear. From a distance of 3 meters, he asked for the money. Pay me back my labor fee yesterday, 10 cents per trip. Yesterday he pulled 16 trips and earned 80 yuan. Logically, he should have 1.6 yuan in share. Jiang Ning laughed. Sure enough, after a beating, Dong Dong began to understand the situation. Jiang Ning sat on the electric car and counted out 10-cent coins. He threw them at Dong Dong and hit him in the face. Dong Dong was hit and was furious on the spot, but he didn't dare to get angry. He quickly lowered his head to pick up the money. Jiang Ning threw him slowly, 1 cent at a time, which was very hateful. Dong Dong was hit many times, but he didn't mind. Teacher Khan couldn't stand it anymore and said, if you have the guts, throw a 1 yuan coin. Jiang Ning really changed to a 1 yuan coin and soon threw out 20 or 30 yuan. Teacher Khan held it in for a while, but didn't say anything, just regretting that it wasn't him who was it. In the afternoon, in the boys' dormitory, Pang Jiao, haha, is she worthy of being compared with me? Zhao Xiaofeng sneered, and then he lit a cigarette and smoked it slowly. The reason was that when they were discussing the heroes of number 4 middle school, Duan Shigang mentioned Pang Jiao from class 8. Zhao Xiaofeng is now the number 1 figure in the poor student circle of number 4 middle school. He is deeply appreciated by Brother Shan. He usually smokes soft Zhanghua cigarettes, which is very powerful. Zhao flattered him. Yes, Pang Jiao is nothing. Boss Zhao gave an order. Zhao Xiaofeng was very happy to be hit. Zhao suggested, Brother Zhao came to the dormitory to observe today. I'm here to show my ugliness. I will shout a few words to brother Zhao. Let's take a video and post it on Kuaishao. Zhao Xiaofeng thought it was good when he heard it. Zhao clapped his hands and shouted, 1, 2, 3. Then he started to shout, after 10 years of military service and feeling lonely, I now retire to the mountains. Zhao Xiaofeng was sitting on the bed, breathing out smoke, which gradually enveloped his face. With his dynamic rap, he looked like a king. After the filming, Zhao was particularly considerate and added a dark and cold filter. Zhao Xiaofeng was very satisfied after seeing it and rewarded Zhao with 50 yuan for his hard work. Zhao was very happy. After confirming that the video was great, he clicked to post it on Kuaishao and also thoughtfully added the address. Duan Shigen felt particularly uncomfortable when he saw this scene. In the past, it was his brother Gang who enjoyed all this. Duan Shigen left the boys' dormitory with mixed feelings. His heart was so lonely. The first class of evening self-study. This is the last evening self-study of the semester. There is an inexplicable atmosphere in the classroom. There is both the pressure of the final exams and the excitement of facing the holidays. The classmates gradually became chaotic, and Xin Yaoling's management was also relaxed a lot. At this moment, a voice came from the loudspeaker. This afternoon, Zhao Xiaofeng, a student of our school, smoked in the boys' dormitory area without permission, and filmed a video and uploaded it to the Kuaishao app, which caused adverse effects. In order to maintain strict school discipline, Zhao Xiaofeng was given a disciplinary punishment of staying in school for observation. Suddenly, the whole school was in an uproar. Chen Xiao wondered, how can there be such a stupid person who smokes and posts videos? In this environment, Jiang Ning used the shaved wood to set up a mini stove. He cut open an empty Coke can and left the bottom of the can as a small pot, which he placed on a wooden stand. Then, Jiang Ning lit a candle, placed it on the bottom of the can, and poured some oil. Under the scorching of the small flame, the oil quickly heated up. Jiang Ning took out the peanuts he had grown in Huqi Mountain from his pocket, peeled them, put them in the mini pot, and began to fry the peanuts. He held a small spoon in his hand, poking and poking the peanuts, frying them evenly, and at the same time covering them with spiritual power, to prevent the oil from splashing. Tong Tong on the left, Xiao on the right, and Jiang Yanan in front, all leaned over to watch him fry the peanuts, and several of them were quite shocked. You can still do this in the classroom? You're risking your life. With the crackling sound, the aroma of peanuts wafted out. Jiang Ning picked up the crispy peanuts one by one and put them on the Coke can skin that he had opened before. He took out a small bag of salt and sprinkled it evenly. Tong Tong whispered to Xiao, I must be the first. I recommend a book called My Father Jehovah. Introduction. The Third Crusade is about to start. The protagonist becomes Jesus' brother. Jerusalem is resurrected online, showing how to seize the family property. Old man, it's time to get the gold coins. Chapter 799 gone. You are the first. Why? Chen Xiao typed a reply. Zhu Yuantang gave her a look and communicated secretly, I'm on the left of Jiang Ning. In ancient times, the left was respected. Chen Xiao suddenly realized and asked again, but now it is modern times. I heard that the right is respected. Zhu Yuantang knew that she was stupid and stupid people were often difficult to convince, but reality could defeat Chen Xiao. Jiang Ning mixed the fine salt. Jiang Yanan and the others were still watching and saw the snow-white salt grains like snowflakes and laid on the surface of the golden peanuts, and the fragrance seemed even more tempting. Finally, Jiang Ning took out a pair of chopsticks and gently picked up a fried peanut. Zhu Yuantang quickly said to Chen Xiao, see, he will definitely let me eat first. Chen Xiao was looking forward to it. At this time, Jiang Ning picked up the peanuts and actually brought them to his own mouth. Chen Xiao clicked the word. Zhu Yuantang was a little panicked in her heart, but she remained mature and steady, and she must not lose face in front of Chen Xiao. He even blew it for me the next second. Jiang Ning ate the fried peanuts. Zhu Yuantang was dumbfounded. She wanted to save face, but Chen Xiao took a step forward. Tong Tong, Jiang Ning ate it for you. Zhu Yuantang, oh, yes, he just helped me taste it. She maintained her dignity. Jiang Ning, is it delicious? Jiang Ning chewed the peanuts, Not bad. He then picked up the Coke can shell and gave the peanuts to Tang Tang. She grabbed it, and the hot peanuts danced in her palm, and the snow white salt fell all over her hand. She blew it quickly, and stuffed it into her mouth. Zhu Yuantang ate it in a rather exaggerated way. She closed her eyes and bit it hard, as if it was so crisp that she could smell the taste. The peanuts planted by Jiang Ning in the Lingtei of Huqi Mountain are usually full of spiritual energy and spiritual springs. Not only are they round and flawless, but they also taste great. Jiang Yanan and the others were able to hold on at first, but now that the fried peanuts are ready to eat, they stared and swallowed their saliva secretly. Jiang Ning distributed the peanuts to them. Jiang Yanan took one, and Yu Wen was very confused and wanted to take two, but Chen Xiaoyu snatched them away first. Yuxia, eat peanuts. Chen Xiaoyu called her smoldering deskmate. Bei Yuxia, who had been studying, raised her face and cast her clear eyes at Chen Xiaoyu. In fact, Bei Yuxia, who loved to eavesdrop, had long known what they were doing, but her inner reserve made Bei Yuxia always pretend not to know. Chen Xiaoyu pinched a plump peanut. Open your mouth. Feed you. Bei Yuxia glanced at her. Chen Xiaoyu's expression was very domineering, like a doting wife CEO. Bei Yuxia thought about it, and decided to play with her. So, Bei Yuxia opened her lips slightly. Chen Xiaoyu pinched the peanuts with her left hand, leaned her body, and moved her hand towards her deskmate. Her movements were slow, but the aroma of fried peanuts was wafting. For some reason, Bei Yuxia always felt that fried peanuts contained some special attraction. She gave up her previous calmness, and was attracted involuntarily. Her fair and delicate face unconsciously moved closer to Xiaoyu. Just when she was about to eat the peanuts, Chen Xiaoyu smiled, and suddenly pecked Bei Yuxia's cheek, then put the peanuts into her mouth. Chen Xiaoyu was very proud. Bei Yuxia was stunned at first. She covered her face with her hands, but the blush spread to the other half of her face. Her beautiful eyes were angry and shy, staring at the damn Chen Xiaoyu. This kind of style made the male classmates around dumbfounded. Everyone was originally shocked by Jiang Ning's operation of frying peanuts, but now Chen Xiaoyu performed it for them again, teasing Bei Yuxia on the spot. Xiaoyu was heartbroken and lamented, "Brother, if I had the skills of Teacher Chen, why would I be so lonely? Wang long long, brother you are confused, you will get beaten." Xiaoyu retorted, "I'm not talking to Bei Yuxia, I only like Jiang Yanan, I want to kiss her." After hearing this, Jiang Yanan remembered Xiaoyu's face when he was competing with Jiang Ning in magic and swallowing a big spider. She felt sick and could never forget it in her life. So she scolded him, "Kiss, kiss, kiss, I will put my feet in your mouth so that you can kiss them enough." Xiaoyu was shocked at first, then turned to be happy, and finally he was intoxicated. "Come on, it feels good." Jiang Yanan frowned. "You are really perverted." Yu Wen punished the pervert for her sister. She shouted, "What if Yanan has athlete's foot?" Jiang Yanan's heart. She hated Yu Wen a little. Xiaoyu was ecstatic. He sniffed hard. Having athlete's foot is a plus. Yu Wen was stunned. Really couldn't understand Xiaoyu's quirk. Chen Xiaoyu is a master. She is used to it, and commented, "This fetish is not uncommon among boys. Boys are so evil." Yu Wen pinched her nose, her face full of disgust. Suddenly she remembered her dear class monitor, and quickly stopped talking, changing her words. "You boys are really weird, and you have foot fetishes. We girls don't have it at all." "Wang long long, do you know why girls don't have foot fetishes?" "Yu Wen, why?" Wang long long shook the book to fan the wind. "Because there is no men's football in our country." During the break of the first class, a group of boys gathered at the door of class 8, Deng Xiang, Shenzhou, Jiehao, etc., all of whom are relatively capable. Of course, the most eye-catching one is Zhao Xianfeng, who is undoubtedly the C position. Before Zhao Xianfeng opened his mouth, a male classmate who was called to fill the scene shouted, "Duan Shigang, did you tell the secret?" Everyone thought that after the brothers posted the video today, Duan Shigang left the earliest, so he was most likely to tell the secret. Duan Shigang was confused at first. "What are you thinking?" Then he complained angrily, "How could it be me? I, Gangzi, will never betray my brothers. During the 3 years in Tizhong, what did I not do? When you were surrounded by people, Hey Ozzy, I said I would save you, even if I was alone, and later I still. He spitted all over the place. Suddenly, Shenzhou came over and patted Duan Shigen on the shoulder. He said nothing and turned away. Jeheo sighed and left without saying a word. Duan Shigen stopped talking. He clenched his fists. He used to fight all over the world with a pair of iron fists, but now, he has witnessed his brothers betraying him, and Jiangshan and Miran left him. Oh, Deng Xiang, the last of the three brothers without Jiangshan and Miran, did not sigh, but just looked at Duan Shigen seriously and left as well. They left very lightly, without a trace of cloud. This scene is so fucking weird. Song Sheng squinted his eyes. Are you holding a morning meeting? Deng Xiang's mouth twitched, and he looked back at Song Sheng with a gloomy face. Zhao Xiaofeng, who was punished, stared at Duan Shigen for 2 minutes. He said in a low voice, Duan Shigen, I will remember you. After saying this, Zhao Xiaofeng did not stay and left silently. He could not do anything to Duan Shigen now. After all, the other party was very powerful. Gradually, all the boys gathered at the door of Class 8 dispersed. On the last day of evening study this semester, Duan Shigen lost all his brothers and became a treacherous villain. Second class. Jiang Ning fried 3 plates of peanuts, 1 for the 4 major seats, and 1 for everyone. He took the last plate and prepared to find teacher Guo, eat some of her spicy strips and drink some of her juice. Jiang Ning walked downstairs slowly and came to the door of the office. Guo Ran is a lady. Whether it is her clothes or her usual words and deeds, she gives people the feeling of elegance and beauty. At this moment, she was eating spicy strips. She was the only one in the office. Because the spicy slices were stuck together, Guo Ran pulled out 1 piece and took out 2 more. She was too lazy to tear them apart, so she simply prepared to eat them all in 1 bite. Jiang Ning stepped into the office from the door and just happened to see teacher Guo eating spicy strips fiercely. At this moment, their eyes met. Guo Ran's eyes widened, and he hurriedly stuffed all the spicy strips into his mouth. Jiang Ning took out his mobile phone and pointed the camera at teacher Guo. Are you afraid that I will snatch it from you? He smiled lightly. Don't be afraid. Guo Ran chattered his fingers and chased after him in anger. Jiang Ning walked down the steps leisurely. The square outside was covered with snow, and the moonlight shone on it, emitting a hazy white night. Teacher Guo chased after him, intending to teach him a lesson. Her waist and hips were extremely beautiful. At the age of 23, she had fully grown up. She had both the immaturity of a college student and the maturity of a female teacher. Guo Ran wore a pair of denim bell-bottom pants, which tightly wrapped around her hips and extended downwards. Her thighs were tight and suddenly contracted at the knees and then gradually opened downwards. At this moment, she was trotting on the snow, and as she swung, the shape of the bell-bottom pants swayed with her steps. From Jiang Ning's perspective, looking from a distance, under the night, her legs seemed to be transformed into a mermaid's tail, as if she had suddenly jumped onto the ground from the snow-covered seabed, presenting the ultimate romance. Jiang Ning finally let Guo Ran catch up, asked her to twist her ears, and then followed her back to the office. Teacher Guo sat in the warm room, crossed his legs, and acted like a strict teacher. Tell me, why did you come to see me suddenly? Jiang Ning took out the fried peanuts he had wrapped in oil paper. Try it. Guo Ran reached out to take it. It was hot in her hand. She thought to herself, I wonder if it's because it's very hot, or is it Jiang Ning's body temperature? She pinched a peanut and put it in her mouth, as if tasting Jiang Ning's temperature. Delicious. Guo Ran's eyes flashed. Jiang Ning chuckled. I fried it in the classroom with candles. Guo Ran was surprised. You are so capable. Then, he criticized him. You are too bold, Jiang Ning. Guo Ran ate 2 peanuts and quickly wrapped them up to prevent the heat from escaping. She quickly peeled a few oranges and squeezed 2 glasses of juice with Yakult and Sprite. The 2 of them ate and chatted with the sinful spicy strips and peanuts. There were only 2 of them in the whole office, and they felt as comfortable as if they had stolen half a day's leisure. Guo Ran talked about interesting things that happened on campus. A student was caught smoking today. It's very funny. Do you know why he was caught? Jiang Ning was interested. Oh. Teacher Guo ate a peanut and said, Principal you usually uses kuo shao. In those days, there was no doubt Ian, and Kuaishao was the king of short videos. As a result, when the principal was browsing the same city, he saw a student smoking in the boys' dormitory with an address. He was so angry that he called Director Yan and asked him to help identify the student. Teacher Yan took his mobile phone and asked around the office, asking each teacher to identify the student. Guo ran. I heard from other teachers that they were going to expel him directly because the video had a huge impact and was seen by many people, affecting the image of number 4 middle school. Later, someone from outside the school interceded, and he was given a disciplinary punishment of staying in school for observation. Jiang Ning drank a beverage and ate spicy strips. It's really miserable. Guo Ran warned him, so you must never smoke. Cigarettes are not good things. Dare you smoke once? Her serious expression appeared in front of Jiang Ning's eyes. It was a familiar scene again, but it was much late in this life. Jiang Ning smiled and said, how about smoking once? Guo Ran looked reproachful. Smoke once, and I will smoke you once. Duan Shigen was depressed during the second period of evening self-study. Cuiu said that he was depressed. After a class, some people said that Duan Shigen was depressed. Perhaps he suffered a huge blow. Duan Shigen allowed himself to be laughed at and did not even refute. He suffered a Waterloo in his life. The classmates laughed for a while, and when they saw Duan Shigen like an ostrich, they all dispersed. At this time, Shan Zhao stood up from class 8. Shan Zhao was wearing an old school uniform and had a simple smile on his face. Brother Gang, I know why Zhao Xiaofeng was punished. Duan Shigen suddenly looked up. Why? Shan Zhao told the reason he had heard. The short video of Zhao Xiaofeng smoking happened to be seen by Principal Yu, so he decided to punish Zhao Xiaofeng. You can confirm the authenticity of it by asking a teacher. Duan Shigen was overjoyed and stood up quickly. Shan Zhao still smiled naively. In his prediction, Duan Shigen would press on the desk in the next second, run madly to find his brothers, and prove his innocence. However, this scene did not happen. After Duan Shigen was overjoyed, he calmed down again. Shan Zhao was puzzled. Brother Gang, won't you say it? He was still waiting for Duan Shigen to reconcile with his good brothers because of his help, and he, Shan Zhao, would be able to integrate into the small group of Shenzhou and others and show his talents. Duan Shigen laughed bitterly and said, if they really still regard me as the eldest brother, they will definitely not doubt me. I'm just the first person to leave, and Haozi is the one who took the video and posted it. There are so many people watching it on the scene. Why do they all doubt me? Duan Shigen said to himself, because they have lost their respect for me. This time, they need to find someone who has some authority, but will not have much consequences if he offends him, so they chose me. Shan Zhao admitted that his opinion of Duan Shigen had slightly changed. After saying this, Duan Shigen sat down again, and those years in Nyan Middle School flashed through his mind. He used his fists to pick up the gang leader. He lifted the table leg, fighting 8 people alone, and never retreated. He led his brothers in a big melee. He raised his beer high, broke it with a touch, and swore an oath with blood. Until today, the brothers' ambiguous expressions and eyes keep flashing. At this moment, the brotherhood they once had disappeared. Duan Shigen suddenly realized, it turns out that, since I returned to campus, they have never respected me again. The brother gang in his heart died. Tonight is the last evening self-study class of this semester. Jiang Ning did not leave school early. He piled up his and Tang Tang's textbooks, tied them up, and put them in the luggage bag. Bei Yuxia was waiting for them with a small school bag on her back. She had taken her books away in advance, and only a few were left. After packing, Jiang Ning picked up the luggage bag and said, let's go. Tang Tang jumped for joy. Let's go. Before Bei Yuxia left, she looked back and saw a white test number label stuck on the corner of the desk. Quietly and stealthily, she whispered goodbye. Let's go. Recommended. Martial Saint. Pen name, Xian Li. Introduction. In this world, mystery and transcendence have never gone away. Those who break the shackles of life with a tempered body and an indelible will, and pursue the limits of human beings in modern cities, are called martial artists. Chapter 800 Night of Decision. At night, there is snow on the ground. The titanium grey electric car moves forward along the track. that has been rolled over by the snow. Nanhang Road is a 4-lane road with sidewalks and landscape belts. Compared with the river dam road, the specifications are much higher. When Jiang Ning rides his bike, his spiritual sense patrols the situation nearby. Since the last Yazhou news reported that there were young people riding ghost fires on Nanhang Road, and several people died at one time, the ghost fires completely disappeared. Jiang Ning expressed contempt for them. They are not qualified ghost fire teenagers. Real ghost fire teenagers are often not afraid of life and death. Jiang Ning once read the news that the young racing gangs in Malaysia like to ride mosquito-shaped bicycles the most. This kind of bicycle has no brakes or bells, and the handlebars are as high as the seat. To ride this kind of bicycle, the teenager needs to lie down with his body parallel to the ground, just like a mosquito flying low in the sky, racing with his life. Every time he rides, there are often dozens of people in groups, which is spectacular. Someone drove normally and killed several Malaysian ghost fires, but was convicted of reckless driving and sentenced to 6 years in prison. Jiang Ning thought that if the evergreen liquid was distributed in Malaysia to collect resources and build a teleportation array, he would personally visit Malaysia to meet the ghost fire teenagers from other countries and kill dozens of people at a time. The scene must be very cool. Who can judge me by then? Then, Jiang Ning felt bored again and thought that it was better to let them harm other countries. It had nothing to do with him. Zhu Yuantang sat in the back seat, leaning against the luggage bag tied to the back of the car. She bit the straw and drank rock sugar and snow pear. Bai Yuxia treated her last night. She was originally going to drink 2 cups, but then Jiang Ning gave that cup to Xin Yaoling, and she remembered it deeply. So tonight, she immediately asked Jiang Ning to buy it for him. Zhu Yuantang took 2 sips, and seeing that Jiang Ning didn't say anything, she leaned forward. Jiang Ning, do you want to drink? Jiang Ning's eyes moved, and he saw Zhu Yuantang's white face popping up at his lower right. No. Jiang Ning refused. Zhu Yuantang held up the candied pear and pouted. Do you dislike me? Jiang Ning, yes, I was afraid you would spit in it. Zhu Yuantang was unhappy. You are slandering me, right? I'll remember you. Jiang Ning said calmly, it's just the facts. Zhu Yuantang felt a little uneasy. She didn't spit, but she took a small sip and sucked it to her mouth. Because it was a little hot, she accidentally choked. She was going to use this to deceive Jiang Ning, but he saw through her. Zhu Yuantang was strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. You dislike me, right? Okay, if you don't drink, I will. Jiang Ning watched her performance quietly with his spiritual sense. Zhu Yuantang felt that she was not strong enough, so she moved forward and tried to squeeze Jiang Ning. She succeeded a little, but the next moment Jiang Ning leaned back and was pressed back by Tang Tang. Zhu Yuantang was angry and beat Jiang Ning with her little fist. After beating Jiang Ning on the back all the way, they finally got home. After Zhu Yuantang got off the car, she ruthlessly dismissed her driver and went back to the house with her mother. The kitchen was warm. Aunt Gu turned on the induction cooker with a small milk pot on it. She was heating milk for her daughter. She took great pains to make her daughter taller. In order to prevent her daughter from disliking pure milk, Aunt Gu deliberately added some honey, hoping that her daughter would drink it properly. Zhu Yuantang sat on a small stool, waiting for her mother to heat the milk. She chirped beside her, it's so fast, a semester has passed. The exam will be tomorrow, and the canteen will definitely make delicious food to reward us. I can eat double. After Zhenglu went to the training camp, she didn't have to pay for the food, but the school didn't cancel the food, and it was still 8 people. So, for example, 1 chicken leg per person and snacks became the exclusive enjoyment of the strong. Zhu Yuantang has a high winning rate, with a probability of 80% to eat double, a probability of 40% to eat 3, a probability of 20% to eat 4, and a probability of 5. As for where the 5 came from, of course it's Tang Tang plus Xiaoyu plus Saiking who was defeated by Xiaoyu plus Tang Fu plus Jiang Ning. Aunt Gu listened to her daughter's speech with a loving smile and eyes full of doting. When Zhu Yuantang was speaking, she accidentally saw her mother's hard-working figure. Zhu Yuantang suddenly thought, has mom always been like this? Can she do all the housework? Was mom the same as me before? She blurted out, "Mom, if you can go back to your student days, what would you do?" She knew her mother's regret that she couldn't go to college. Otherwise she wouldn't have suffered so much in the past few years. Aunt Gu was startled. Then she smiled and said, "I will definitely study hard. Your mother used to be a good student, but the family conditions were not good at that time. This time I will definitely go back to persuade your grandfather to study while studying. When you are admitted to the university, your grandfather will definitely arrange a few tables. He rarely has glory in his life." Aunt Gu said here, "Your grandfather is an electrician. When he was laid off, I definitely persuaded him not to take 20,000 yuan, but to take the 2 houses next to the garbage station in the town. Now the houses are worth more than 100,000 yuan each. One is sold, and the other is for them to live in." She spoke, and there was a tendency that she couldn't stop. Zhu Yuantang looked at her mother, who was beaming with joy. She was stunned and suddenly realized that her mother was not only hardworking, but she had her own life and many regrets in her life. Zhu Yuantang smiled. "If you go back to the past, you will definitely live a better life." Aunt Gu paused when she heard this. She looked at her well-behaved daughter, and her smile did not diminish. "But even if I can go back, I won't go back, because if I go back, you will be gone." Black internet cafes outside the school. On the last night before the exam, the brothers of class 8 decided to play all night. The brothers' skills were very strong. Ma Zhe's Yasuo was very powerful, and Quan Zhe's gun was also very strong. Cuiyu chose a robot assistant, and was quietly fishing. Suddenly, the screen of his mobile phone lit up, and Lu Kiki sent a message. Now Lu Kiki is Cuiyu's big sponsor. He wanted to say no, but money can make the devil work. Cuiyu is just immortal and naturally can't resist. Cuiyu, Brother Cheyenne hasn't contacted me recently. Even if I sent him a message, he will reply after a long time. Can you help me judge what's going on? Lu Kiki asked for help. She was really panicked. In the past, she thought she was a master of love, but now she found herself to be ridiculous. Cuiyu read the message to Ma Zhe. After getting the reply, he said tactfully, "Brother Cheyenne is hanging you." After saying this, Lu Kiki understood, and she was a little embarrassed. Did I perform poorly? Cuiyu thought to himself, not only bad, it's simply against the sky. Lu Kiki knew very well the mentality of those sweeters when she was hanging around. They just ignored her. Lu Kiki was desperate and pessimistic. It's over. I have no hope. Alas, there may be no hope in the future. If such a rich young man ran away, anyone would feel the same gap. Haven't you seen people in the future asking questions on the platform? How to adjust your mentality after missing your ex-boyfriend with an annual salary of 600,000? Qi Xianheng has more than 600,000? Lu Kiki made many depressing remarks. After Cuiyu consulted Ma Zhe, he comforted her. "Kiki, think about it in a positive way. Brother Cheyenne is hanging around you because you are valuable. Just like when you hang around a man, it must be because this man has advantages, right? If he has no advantages, you will definitely not bother to hang around him." After thinking from another perspective, Lu Kiki suddenly found some hope. She sent Cuiyu a red envelope. "Thank you." Cuiyu clicked it and saw, wow, it was 200 yuan. Don't say it. Lu Kiki made a little money, but she was really generous. No wonder those merchants who focus on the female market make a lot of money. Damn, if I knew their money was so easy to make, I would have held it too. Cuiyu had a vague idea of marketing in his mind. Cuiyu waved his hand and said, "When you guys have a good time, I will treat you to charcoal pot chicken." Shan Kaiquan responded, "Brother you are so righteous." In the past, Jiuo Kunan was the most righteous among the brothers, and he never hesitated to treat them. Now Cuiyu has come from behind, so let's fight. After Lu Kiki changed her mind, she thought about it carefully. The most attractive thing about her to Brother Shan was, first, the beautiful pictures in her circle of friends, then her high emotional intelligence, and then Cuiyu's superb skills. Therefore, as long as she made good use of these 3 killer weapons, she would definitely win Brother Shan's love. At this time, in the internet cafe box, the heating was turned on very well. Qi Xianheng was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and lying on a chair with a cigar in his mouth. Zhao Xiaofeng held a small spray gun and helped him light it in a flattering way. Brother Shan took a puff, and Zhao Xiaofeng quickly flattered him. Brother Shan, today is all thanks to you, otherwise I would. He looked scared for a while. If Brother Shan hadn't asked someone to help him, he would definitely be fired today. Because the video of him smoking in the dormitory had a huge impact, many people commented on why the atmosphere in Yazhou No. 4 middle school was so bad after watching it. At that time, Zhao Xiaofeng replied very pretentiously, "I'm the weather vane of No. 4 middle school." He also cursed the idiot who ordered him to delete the video. Later, he realized that the consequences of this trivial matter were so serious. Zhao Xiaofeng was panicked when he thought that after being expelled, he would no longer be able to serve Brother Shan. His Lakeview room, brand name road bike, and Apple phone would all be gone from him. People cherish things more when they are about to lose them. After this incident, Zhao Xiaofeng wanted to die for Brother Shan. Qi Xianheng flicked his cigar and said lightly, "It's a small matter." In fact, with his ability, he could have just given Zhao Xiaofeng a warning, or even let the school show mercy, but Qi Xianheng still chose to keep the punishment second only to expulsion. In this way, his subordinates will respect him. Zhao Xiaofeng was grateful again. Brother Shan's mobile phone on the table rang, and he quickly took it and handed it to Brother Shan as soon as possible. Qi Xianheng, whose message is this? Zhao Xiaofeng opened it and saw it was from Lukiki. Qi Xianheng took the phone and saw Lukiki. "Brother Shan, are you playing games?" Qi Xianheng, "No." Lukiki, Brother Shan actually replied in seconds, "I'm happy. Are you expecting a message from me?" Qi Xianheng, 6. Lukiki racked her brains and thought for 5 minutes before finally sending a message. 6 equals 5 plus 2 plus 0 dash 1 plus 3 plus 1 dash 4. Brother Shan, you are so romantic, shy. Qi Xianheng was really impressed. A male high school student who is rich, fashionable and a boss always has no shortage of peach blossoms. Another message popped up in Qi Xianheng's list. When he clicked it, he saw a cute anime cat avatar with the note Manman. "Brother Shan, you are so handsome. I just took a nap and dreamed of you. Love." Qi Xianheng frowned. What a coquettish bitch. He was used to seeing this kind of stuff delivered to his door. He liked the cool independent-minded girls. Qi Xianheng put his phone aside for the moment, took a few puffs of his cigar, picked up his phone again, and sent a voice message. "You are Manman, right? Don't chat with me anymore." Lukiki, who was renting a house and fantasizing about a wealthy life, received this voice message. She was stunned and forced a smile to reply. "Brother Shan, I'm not Manman, I'm Kiki." Qi Xianheng found that he had sent it to the wrong person. He thought of Lukiki's greasy chat. Qi Xianheng frowned and sent a voice message. Same. You don't have to chat with me anymore. Lukiki, Heba bungalow. Jiang Ning drew a small magic circle to cool down Chachu, who was studying hard, and she shivered with cold. Chachu really couldn't figure out why the weather was so cold all of a sudden. Was it because of the melting snow? She held a small blanket and found Jiang Ning's hut, but she forgot one thing. Tang Tang didn't call her tonight, so Jiang Ning was the only one in Jiang Ning's room. "What are you doing at the door? Come in." Jiang Ning waved. Since she was here, she might as well make the best of it. Chachu finally stepped into the room, and the warm air wafted towards her, as if she had stepped into autumn. Chachu's discomfort was replaced by physical comfort. "I'm just here to study," Chachu told herself. 10 minutes later, Jiang Ning sat there carelessly. He looked at Chachu, who was studying dignifiedly and quietly, and called out, "Chachu, come, take a bite." "No." Chachu shook her head gently. She didn't want to do anything to let Tang Tang down. Jiang Ning asked her back, "Don't you really want to?" Chachu said to Jiang Ning, "It's not good for us to do this." Jiang Ning promised, "Be gentle and don't make any noise. Tang Tang won't find out." Chachu was still reserved. "No, I don't want to." Jiang Ning was a gentleman. He no longer forced, "Okay." As he said, he picked up a mutton skewer sprinkled with cumin and chili powder and shining with oil. "This is the kebab sent by Yang Fei." There are not only kebabs, but also a plate of spicy fried squid and a fruit platter, which is quite complete. Jiang Ning invited Chuchu to dinner, but Chuchu, who had a bottom line, actually refused. She didn't want to do such a thing behind Tang Tang's back. The relationship between sisters is indeed very strong, unlike Chen Xiao and her sister, who often change people to eat secretly. In desperation, Jiang Ning sent a message to Tang Tang. Tang Tang didn't reply because the milk in the small milk pot had been heated up, and with honey, it tasted sweet and delicate, and was quite delicious. She ran to Jiang Ning's room with a small milk pot in her hand. She pushed open the door with a big laugh and boasted proudly, "Jiang Ning, my mother heated up some milk for me and added honey. It's fragrant and sweet, so delicious." "You didn't." Zhu Yuantang shouted as she looked down and saw the grilled skewers, spicy fried squid, and colorful fruit platter on the small round table. Zhu Yuantang's face froze. Her brain crashed for a few milliseconds. She asked very attentively, "Jiang Ning, do you want to drink milk and honey?" End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.